What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak back at it again for another episode of Deductionist Files. We're doing a week-long special, baby. And then next week, we're going to do a week-long special of the L Wheel of Madness. You know what I'm saying? Test a few things. You know what I'm saying? We got Shante coming in first, saying gays, days, and fluffy yak. Fluffy. I was like, you call me fat? Is that what this is, Shante? You call me fat? Unbelievable. Appreciate you always, Shante. We got Southern Man as well. Let's fucking go. Shout out to you, Southern Man. We got Jack. Jack, talk to me. Talk to me, Jack. I haven't forgot that conversation we had. I have not forgot. In order. Have you been budgeting? Talk to me, Jack. Talk to me. Welcome in, sir. Pull up a chair, get comfy. I can't believe I'm actually first and I didn't have to delete anyone. Yeah, just for anyone, like, I'm pretty sure Southern Man was like waiting in the wings. He was just waiting, come on, Shante, fucking comment already so we can get going. You know what I mean? But yeah, basically, Shante has this whole policy that if you comment first, it doesn't count. Unless it's a donation. I'm not sure if you agree to that one, Shante. If they donate, if they do a little super chat first, then, you know what I mean? Maybe. You know what I mean? But again, yeah, like I say, Shante coming in first. Shout out to Shante. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in. Jack, go to hell. What's going on? What's with the hostility?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
But seriously, Jack, calm down. Well,
Jack. Let's be nice. Yeah. Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. I mean, good Lord.
Good Lord, Jack. Good Lord. But talk to me. Are you doing the budget? Have you got the budget back on track, man? Talk to me. Well, we got Shante as well saying, like the goddamn... Wait. Is it like the goddamn button? I was about to say like the goddamn button. I was like, no, smash the goddamn like button. You know what I'm saying? Because it's free. Help us out in the old algorithms. You know? I'm a fucking leprechaun. I need all the look I can get. You know what I mean? Because they say the look of the Irish, but the look of the Irish has been fucking shit. Like, you look at our history, man. You know what I mean? It ain't been too pretty for the old Irishman. You know? But it is what it is. I had to let her win. No, you didn't. I got beef with Jack. He's not my friend no more. Wait, what's this? What happened? Talk to me. What happened, Jack? Before I wouldn't mind having beef with Jack either. Maybe a couple of ribeye steaks, you know? Maybe some smash burgers without the bread or any of the useless vegetarian shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'd have beef with anybody, you know? Beef's good meat. Probably one of the best meats you can eat. Not gonna lie. But it is what it is. Talk to me. What's going on here? I can't even start this show, folks, until we get on track here. What's going on? What's up? What the fuck is going on? You know? And while you're typing that shit in, I did see a very impressive clip from our boy Martha. I do have to shout it out. I don't know if you see this story of the whole the boys were out in numbers, so to speak. Well, let's get a shout out to Martha for this one.
This is so predictable. It's mathematic. It's almost as if per capita is true. Of course, nobody realized that she was locked in, but then she was geeked before. She was also cited for indecent exposure. I really can't make this up.
This crazy bitch, right, is doing all... I don't even know what the fuck this is. I don't even know if you would call this pagan. You know, is this just straight up mental illness or what the fuck's going on? You know what I mean? She's got a booty out. I don't know if she's trying to wipe her ass or if she's trying to go bathroom or if she's doing some fucking seance shit, right? The fuck is this? What the fuck is this? But, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you, there is a cure for this. There is a cure. Who knew? A little white supremacy, a little Nazisms. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, these motherfuckers start acting right. Ladies and gentlemen, the cure to mental illness, and shout out to our boy Marte. Give him an out like and a sub. Because he's pumping out the content, pumping out the shorts. He's a funny dude. give him a like and a follow. You know what I'm saying? He's one of the boys. You know, because that shit was hilarious. I especially love the music. You know what I mean? The music is what peak. So shout out to our boy Marte there. You know what I'm saying? But let me catch up with Jack. What's okay? I would not have beef with Jack if he's cooking. Actually, Jack, she's got you there. If you're cooking, Jack, I'm not gonna have the beef with you because you just need to get rid of that microwave. You know, I just don't trust you with the microwave. It is what it is. It is what it is. I should be fine, Teriyaki, with budget for the bacon after I just got to pay my room back. And mama. What I like to see. Picking up more steaks Wednesday. Ooh, interesting. Exactly why I'll never take public transport. Precisely. But that's what I'm saying. There's a cure. Who knew? Who knew that the cure, just a bit of Nazism with a bit of white supremacy, and all of a sudden these motherfuckers start acting right. You know? It is what, and like this thing, I get all this shit. Teriyaki, you're a Nazi. I'm a Nazi Zionist, or I'm a Nazi Jew. But anyways, Teriyaki, you're a Nazi. Right? But hey, I'm trying to clean up the streets here. You know what I mean? And then the most fucked up thing is, well, fucking the bitch. What the fuck's her name? Marilyn. They're saying that like fucking Hitler was a hero, and she doesn't get shit. I'm telling you, we went over it yesterday. This woman privilege we live in society. It's unbelievable. I don't trust him with a stove either. Unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? Jack can't even get a break. You know? Why am I not your friend anymore, Shate? Yeah, what's the beef? Talk to me about the beef. Où est la beef? La bouffe. Où est la bouffe? Where is the beef? We got Prince of Dogs in chat saying what the fuck's going on here, my Irish friend. I don't know, man. I don't know. We're looking at solutions. Apparently final solutions. But I'm just saying, man, she was acting right. She didn't take her fucking booty out when the fucking the white supremacists showed up, or the white nationalists showed up. Am I wrong? I'm just saying. You know? All of a sudden, you know, these motherfuckers, they don't be doing this wild ass shit when the boys show up. You know what I mean? Welcome in, dogs. Pull up a chair, get comfy. We're doing a week-long special for the deductions files. You know? Lost as always sounds right. Hey, if you're lost, don't worry. Me too. I took Tylenol too. You know what I mean? But with a little bit of the logos, with a little bit of the logic, even a Tylenol baby can find his way. You know what I'm saying? Especially with a magnifying glass. You know what I mean? Yep, I got a Pepe for every occasion, ladies and gentlemen, okay? And because the deductions files, you got to make sure you get the magnifying glasses out, maybe a pipe, you know? Can't get a pipe, I guess, you know, vape will do, you know what I mean? True. See? Jack agrees. Hizzle manizzle. Exactly. Not even sure what that means, Biograms, but welcome in, pull up a chair. Get comfy, you know? Hello, good sir. Hello to you as well, right? The reason, my man. Jack, I don't know, because I feel like it. It is what it is, Jack. It is what it is. You just got to take one for the team, I guess, you know? Welcome in, Prince of Dogs. Welcome in, Halfwood. Yo. What's up? Good to see you. All the boys are here. And Jack with the gifted membership. And he got Meister Willie of the House of Boink. Unbelievable. Jack, put it away. Jack. Put it away. What happened to the pings? Also, he gifted again, and he got Steph-Flyria. I'm going to go with Steph-Flyria. Shout out to you, Jack, for the 2 gifted memberships, and shout out to Halfwood Game with the $5. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a shrug and clear for that one, because right off the bat, right, we already got the donations and the gifted memberships flying. My man, give you a little bit of guitar solo for that, boys. And then Dogs comes in with the 10 gifted. So I won't say the first name because fuck that dude. We got David Healy. We got Mad Cow Moo. Pretty sure he's Irish. So again, that's a good pull already. Natalia 95 112. We got American Bjorn. We got Flora Bunda. We got Charlie 4646. We got M Lockwood. We got George Fried Line 8614. We got Aaron Bankston 5702. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. You have the one and only Prince of Dogs to thank for that one. Salute to you. And Dogs, for that one, you get a special one. You get the Pepe's for the 10 gifted. Gotta shout out the boys. Gotta shout out the boys for that one, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very kindly, Dogs. God damn, we're starting on fire. On fire. You know what I'm saying? But let me catch up with chat. We got Prince of Dogs saying good to see you, Shante, as well. Damn it. Hey, it is what it is, Jack. It is what it is, you know. Sometimes you guess them, sometimes you don't, you know what I'm saying? It's Snoop Dogg's way of saying I'm here. Hey, my man. My man. You know what I'm saying? And Shante, again, just continuing on the hate. We love to see it. We love to say it. Halfwood, you're gay. To which we get the customary question of,
why are you gay?
Why are you gay, Halfwood? You know? Nah, the whole I'm rubber, you're glue. Come on. Come on. And Jack's like, I'm trying, goddammit. I'm trying. It is what it is. I agree. Screw that first dude. Exactly. Yeah, Jack, what Teriak said. I'm not even sure what I said. That's how lost I am. It is what it is. It is what it is. Bro, my messages aren't going through. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just trying to get wrath. Hey, it is what it is. I appreciate the effort, though, Jack. I appreciate the effort. Welcome in, Blue. You're my boy, Blue. You know what I'm saying? Dogs, of course, legend. You know what I'm saying? And we got Blueberry, you know. Good to see you. Good to see you, too. Blue and Blueberry. You know what I'm saying? Salutes to yous, folks. Salutes to yous. So, like I said, without further ado, wait, what? Why fuck crap, dude? Bro. He's one of those powdered dusties. He'd be powdering his nose. He's one of them shit stirrers. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. You know? Like anytime they do that whole thing, because if you watch Speakeasy enough, there'll be like these random nights where there'll be like all of a sudden there'll be like a troll, and then another troll will show up, and then another troll will show up. And then like you look into the Discords or through the Discords and you see exactly where they're coming from. And typically rude mudcrabs on there. You know what I mean? We got Blueberry again becoming a new member. Welcome to the crew. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Salutes to you. You got all kinds of memes. You got all kinds of Pepes. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you very kindly. You know, we even got the gent. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And we got Jack as well. Coming in with the gifted member. We're getting busy, Lizzie. Jack's getting busy tonight. What can I say? What can I say, ladies and gentlemen? And the donations are rolling so fine, Shante. Shante can't even keep up. Shante can't even keep up. We're only $3 away from opening up the panel and getting a premium meme. You know what I'm saying? And we got Rat the Reason becoming a member as well. And that, oh my je. Oh my je. We got to get ourselves a premium meme. Hey, it is what it is. I blame Shante, Jack. You know, the YouTube algorithm sees all the hate you get from Shante, and then, you know, it's like YouTube's basically joined Shante's side, and it's like, yeah, fuck that guy. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. And shout out to Rat the Reason for that one. Which one will we go? Which one will we go for? Let me see. Let me see. Which premium meme shall we go for? I think we'll go with Joey Diaz. Uncle Joey Diaz, because 4th of July just came up. Hit him with a little premium mint.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico. The White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. Stay black. And we got Wrath the Reason coming in. I apologize for my drunken actions I've performed in this community as of late. Starting Friday, you will see a new and improved sober Wrath. Cheers, love you all. Hey, shout outs to you. Shout outs to you, Wrath.
My fucking man. No, I didn't.
You gotta appreciate a person that's like, you know what, I'm putting this thing aside. I'm still trying to fucking put the nicotine aside. Lady Nicotine has her claws hooked into me. So I appreciate the effort that you're making, Wrath the Reason. Wish you all the best of luck, you know what I mean? Like I said, I'm hoping this is my last vape, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I understand the struggle. Yeah, they come in here and raid if they didn't get enough attention. Easy. Exactly. I say, Wrath the Reason loves a bit of Uncle Joey. We love you, Wrath. Do what's best for you. Exactly. And we got dogs over on the Ko-Fi, ladies and gentlemen. $30, and he says, "Enjoy, sir." We gotta give him some more Pepe. We gotta give him some more Pepe for that one, sir. Appreciate you, dogs. Thank you very kindly for the $30. Holy shit, we've been on fire. Literally, first 20 minutes, everybody's just like donating. You know what I mean? I love you guys. Like I said, I'm just gonna sit here and you guys just keep donating. We'll sit here. We won't even do the deductions files. Am I right, boys? Stay black. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Thank you very kindly, dogs, for the support. And congrats, Wrath the Reason. My man. Salute to you. Evening opportune. Welcome in. He took accountability. I respect that. Exactly. We love our accountability around here. You know what I'm saying? Hanch, good to see it. Thank you very kindly. Says Wrath the Reason. And the panel is open, but do keep it relevant, folks, because this is the deductions files. We want to make sure that we're deducing. Okay? Deducing. Wow, my guy, I can't even speak. I'm trying to get my coffee into me. You know what I'm saying? But welcome in. Do you like dogs? Oh, man, there's stories I could tell you. A story like the dog got burnt alive by a bunch of immigrants, Somalis, in Ballymun. Man, unfucking believable. And it's still this whole thing of like, oh, well, we can't judge all of them. It's like, no, we can judge all of them. We can. You know what I mean? And hit the like. Almost forgot exactly. Hit the like button. It is free. Help us in the algorithms and shit. You know what I'm saying? My wallet is big enough. Actually, this is another thing I want to talk to as well. My bank are scamming bastards, man. You know what I mean? So it's like, not only did they've basically frozen the PayPal that I sent into the bank account. So it's like, I tried to transfer money into the account and they stopped that shit. You know what I mean? I'm currently under investigation because I think it was like over the €9,999 mark. So it's being questioned at the moment, all this kind of shit. I had to like show them I had to fucking do a receipt from PayPal to show them that and all this kind of shit. And they're asking me all sorts of questions. And then they also stopped the fucking transfer that I tried to go over to the crypto to try and buy some Bitcoin. They fucking rejected that one as well. So I'm like, what the fuck? What do you actually do? Right? I'm not allowed to fucking transfer money into the account. I'm not allowed to transfer money out of the account. What the fuck's going on here? You just have one job to transfer money. This is ridiculous, man. Fucking ridiculous. It is what it is. But like I said, probably shouldn't be doing it like at the end of each month rather than like wait half a year, to do it all in one bulk. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I'll be up shortly. Got to eat first. No worries. Take your time. Take your time. And shout outs to the chat. Absolute legends. Absolute legends. What? Exactly, man. Things are ridiculous over here. Up is down, And yeah, I think we were talking about the dogs thing. Yeah, man. Well, hey, let's vote for more immigration. You know what I mean? It's complete ridiculousness. Complete ridiculousness. It is what it is. I hate banks so much. 100%. 100%. Yeah, dogs. Yeah, I would pull up the clip, but you don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. It's ridiculous, to say the least. And also check out Rat's channel and check out Dog's channel as well. Give a like and a sub. You know what I'm saying? We like to support the supporters here. You know what I mean? Bit of reciprocation, as Donald Trump would say. You know what I mean? Make sure you check out their channels and shout out to Shantae for linking them as well. Thank you very kindly, Shantae. Sorry, man. Got to dig through my garage. Wife cleaned my truck and put the comp parts in a random spot when I find them. Yours. Mama, that's what I'm saying. I like to help show the boys out. Hit the like. What are we deducing? Like I said, once I catch up and chat, we'll get to it. Arse hats. Oh, cunts. I prefer the word cunts. It just it cuts through it. You know what I mean? Gonna send that i7 1400 and the 32 gig of RAM. Hey, my man, fucking jack up with the upgrades. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see it. Yeah, no. It is what it is. It is what it is. I've not streamed in a minute. Thanks, Shantae. Much love, 100%. And yeah, no pressure, boys. I still have to do the whole intro script and all this kind of stuff. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of which, let's get into it. We're half an hour into the show. We still haven't got into it. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us set the stage. Let us step into the Pacific Northwest in late April 2024, where the air in Clackamas County, Oregon, carries the damp promise of spring rain, and the distant hum of Interstate 205 traffic cuts through industrial zones. Milwaukee and surrounding areas blend suburban neighborhoods with warehouses, fast food spots, and parking lots tucked beside highways. Places where people come and go under the shadow of overpasses. Glow of streetlights reflecting off wet pavement after evening showers. The landscape feels alive yet isolating. Towering evergreens line the edges, mist clings to the ground in cooler hours, and the routine of shift work at local factories or bakeries dictates the flow of daily life. Picture the ordinary evening turning tense. Recovering individuals navigating sobriety, relationships strained by past troubles, and a former co-worker reaching out in what seemed like a moment of support. Parking lot of Southeast 90th Avenue becomes the stage, dimly lit, bordered by industrial buildings, with the whoosh of cars on the freeway providing a constant backdrop. Tires crunch on gravel or asphalt, voices carry in the quiet, and sudden sounds shatter the night. You can sense the weight of unspoken suspicions, the fog of jealousy clouding judgment in the hours after a domestic incident earlier that week. As investigators arrive, the scene unfolds with clinical precision under flashing emergency lights. Shell casings on the ground, body slumped, witnesses piecing together movements. The community, tight-knit in its working class fabric, reacts with shock as news spreads through local networks. Colleagues from places like Dave's Killer Bread recall shared shifts, casual interactions now cast in a darker light. The air grows thick with questions. How did a call for comfort escalate into tragedy? What hidden tensions boiled over in those critical moments? Listeners, immerse yourself in the interrogation rooms where fluorescent lights hum steadily. Chairs scrape against tile floors and detectives lean in with measured questions. Waver, stories shift like shadows on the wall. Small inconsistencies bloom into revelations. Pacific Northwest setting adds its own texture. Rain-slicked roads complicating timelines, phone pings from cell towers near the freeway, digital trails of text revealing motives rooted in misunderstanding and rage. It's a world where recovery battles collide with human frailty, where loyalty twists into conspiracy. Deduction here demands patience, mapping movements through texts and locations, cross-referencing statements against physical evidence like ballistics and vehicle records. No grand theatrics, just the steady accumulation of facts, timestamps, admissions, the psychology of deception under pressure. The human element pulses through. A young man's life ended in a burst of violence. Families grappling with loss. Perpetrators confronting the irreversible weight of their choices. The industrial lots and rainy streets hold their secrets until logic pries them open. This case pulls you into the undercurrents of relationships strained by addiction, jealousy, and poor decisions. The freeway's constant motion contrasts with lives halted abruptly. Evidence builds methodically. Witness accounts, digital footprints, forensic links, forming a chain that binds actions to consequences. Feel the chill of that parking lot. Tension in the air as vehicles pull up under the cover of night. Finality that follows poor choices fueled by unproven fears. The pursuit of clarity in such cases mirrors a careful examination of every thread. Alibis tested, motives uncovered, the ripple effects on a community already facing its share of struggles. Oregon's blend of urban edges and natural beauty frames a story of how quickly normalcy can fracture. Through detailed scrutiny, the layers peel back, revealing not just what happened, but the why behind the shadows. The game unfolds in real time, with each revelation sharpening the picture of events in that unassuming lot. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. What do we feel? What do we feel, ladies and gentlemen? That was a good one. That was a good intro. I'm not gonna lie. Are you feeling it? Did I put you in the time and place? Did I not give you a vivid picture? You know, you're all gay. See you, Shante. Unbelievable. I keep telling you, Shante. I keep telling you, we're not gay.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
See, Chris is not gay. He's delivered. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in, Chris. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Nope, never happened. Never happened. It ain't me. It ain't me. Make sure you give Chris an L sub, you know what I'm saying? And we got, oh my shit, we got dogs is popping off. It says topping off the bar, my man. My man. Let's say we got to give the man even more Pepe. The man needs even more Pepe, ladies and gentlemen. And we got a premium meme as well. So, un momento. Let me give you some Pepe, sir, and then a premium meme after. You gotta love Pepe. The bitches love Pepe. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shante said I've been having a crappy day and chat constantly lifted my mood, so maybe that's why. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. And ahoy hoy to you, Chris. Thank you very kindly. Stopping by. And premium mean wise, we gotta go with our boy on it.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
And that's for you, dogs. That's for you, crossing the 100 barrier already. We're only half an hour into the show. Salutes to you. Thank you very kindly for the support. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That AC line, the air conditioning, like that hits extra hard because I don't know if you heard about Britain, like they were locking people up for having like using their air conditioning too much. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know what I mean? But shout out to Andrew Wilson and shout out to Prince of Dogs. Mama. Well, let's get back. Let's outline the case, folks. Otherwise, I literally won't get through the case. Let us do the outline, folks. In Clackamas County, Oregon, a 25-year-old man is found shot multiple times in an industrial parking lot near a major interstate. The victim had connections to the suspects through prior employment and recent interactions following a domestic disturbance involving one of the individuals. Law enforcement responds quickly, gathering shell casings, vehicle descriptions, and witness statements. Interrogations of persons of interest reveal evolving accounts of the evening's events, with digital communications playing a key role in establishing timelines and intentions. Searches and forensic analysis connect individuals to the scene through physical and electronic evidence. The investigation explores motives tied to personal relationships and perceived grievances, building a narrative through inconsistent statements and corroborating details from multiple sources without revealing ultimate culpability early on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the video. And anybody who was watching yesterday will know I accidentally pulled up this clip. I didn't have my tabs in order. So it is what it is. It is what it is. And don't forget to join the Discord. We got a finance channel, so you got some financial info there if you want to use it, some budgeting, and then some potential investments. We also have the fitness as well, why you should be doing carnivore. You know what I mean? We even have the ratios, all the kind of stuff, and a little bit of the philosophies. You know what I'm saying? Why not? Why not? And dogs doxing himself saying, "Oh, goody, my state." Hey, like I said, man, we go countrywide, and if we do go long enough tonight, we're actually going to get into even British. We've got a British case that could potentially come up tonight. If not, we'll get it tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But this one, oof. This one is oof. You know? And also shout out to Shantae for the speakeasy. We might as well, while we're here, Shantae, give a little showcase because, like I said, the limited edition stuff, it's gone, okay? I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, I didn't get my Avarice hoodie. Can I please get my Avarice hoodie? It's gone. Gone. It was limited edition. Now, we got the Jeremy limited edition, if you want that. And we also have King as well. So if you like Easy's mods, Jeremy and King, the boys, make sure you get it. And with multiple colors as well, folks. You know what I mean? So take your pick. Take your pick. But they are limited edition, so get them now. Forever hold your peace. You know what I'm saying? We also have the Fire and Ice shorts, you know? Like, it's constantly been updated. You know what I mean? Constantly been updated. We got, like, some t-shirts. You know what I mean? And like I said, this hoodie is probably, like, my favorite. And we even have it as a Hawaiian t-shirt now. You know what I mean? We got tank tops for the women's and the men. You know what I mean? Multiple colors as well. You know what I mean? So it's take your pick. Take your pick, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? Babies' lives matter. Abortion is murder. Again, shout out to Easy for that. And like, again, take your pick. Like literally everything. You know, you could have your old fashioned thing. Is the open panel purge one? Now that's still limited edition as well. Okay, so you still have time for the open panel purge. But like I said, folks, it is limited edition. Okay, so I don't want to hear no crying. Okay, you know what I'm saying? But again, whole host, wide range of different stuff here. You know what I mean? So get it now while you still can, folks. Okay, and I don't want to hear no crying. Okay, waiting for mine and Revs. Hey, my man. You know, shout out to Prince of Dogs, man. Shout out to Prince of Dogs. Shout out to Speakeasy as well. Might as well play the clip. Because again, if we're gonna deduce, we have to be logical. And who better to teach us the laws of logic than our boy Speakeasy?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Absolute mic drop. Absolute mic drop. And it's so beautiful. Because like Easy's like looking like all fresh and shit. And like that nerdy bastard was probably thinking, oh, this guy doesn't know shit. You know? And then Easy just absolutely roasts him. And it's like, bro, you just need to quit your career. Like he literally Easy with that one clip. You just ended that dude's whole career. You know? Shout out to Speakeasy. Absolute legend. You know what I'm saying? All right, we got all our stuff out of the way. Now we can say, okay, we can officially start the clip, ladies and gentlemen. But before we do, if you haven't already, make sure you smash that like button. Free, helps us in the algorithms, apparently. You know what I mean? Well, to be fair, I do say that YouTube is a bunch of thieving bastards, so that probably negatively affects us. But it's the truth. And I will not apologize for saying the truth. You know what I mean? But anyways, folks, let's get into it. Without further ado, let's see how this case unfolds.
That's cold. So either we're looking at one of 2 things happened. Either you were good to go with it from the beginning, or this was your deal and you wound him up and kept him loose.
Newly released interrogation video takes us inside what led to a murder.
You think I killed him? Seriously?
Yes.
You think I killed him?
The gunman was driven by rage that the victim sexually assaulted his girlfriend, but police say the story that drove him to seek revenge was unproven. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. This story is a tragic example of what happens when someone is thinking only with their emotions and a gun is involved. This is Nathan Anderson. He was 25 years old. He lived in Clackamas County, Washington, and police in that county say he was shot 3 times in this parking lot in April of 2024. Here's one of the shell casings that authorities found at the scene. Anderson was rushed to the hospital, and that is where he was passed away. In the next several weeks, they identified 2 suspects in this case. One, a former co-worker of Anderson's at an organic food company. The name of that company, Dave's Killer Bread. The name of the suspect was Cody Denwith.
So we're investigating the death of a man named Nathan Anderson.
Yeah, I heard about that.
How did you hear about that?
Social media.
Social media?
Yeah, it's not on the news. I looked.
Yeah.
I guess they're not making it a big deal or something.
Did you...
Now, here's the thing, right? Anyone that says like something like that, it's like, okay, well, why are you so interested in it? You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Like this whole like oftentimes the perpetrator returns to the scene of crime. You ever hear this whole thing of like returns to the scene of the crime? You know, the killer sometimes just returns to the scene of the crime because they want to scope out. Curiosity kills the cat, so to speak. You know what I mean? So it's like, anytime they say that, it's like red lights should be going off in the detective's head. You know what I'm saying? So the man saying, spin that wheel. Spin that wheel. That's next week, baby. The whole week long next week. You know what I'm saying? Rumble platform is getting better. I still prefer YouTube, but it's getting there. True that. And the same thing for StreamYard as well. It's like, it's slowly getting the updates rolling. You know what I mean? Bread mix. Love Killer Dave's cornbread mix. But like, who names their business Killer? You know? Kind of a giveaway, not gonna lie.
No, Nathan.
Yeah, he used to be my worker.
He used to be a worker for you?
Yeah.
At Dave's?
At Dave's, yeah.
When was that?
Maybe a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah, we've hung out maybe 2 or 3 times since then. I helped him move from his mom's to an apartment complex.
Okay.
And it's the first time I heard from him in about 6 months.
When was that?
Maybe a few months back.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess somebody had bought their house or something. They had to get out.
Was he, so you said he was moving from his mom's to an apartment?
To an apartment with his girlfriend at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, and she was there. I helped him move. And after that, he called me one day saying that he needed picked up. He had just got arrested or whatever for a DUI or something.
Oh, so like recently?
Yeah, recently.
Okay.
Yeah, and he looked pretty bad off, you know, and I took him to the impound lot and helped him get all of his belongings and took him up to his grandma's in Oregon City.
Oh, wow.
And dropped him and all his belongings off. And
so pretty recently, you said he looked kind of like he's been struggling?
Yeah.
Did he look like he was using drugs again?
Possibly. I'm sure he was, yeah.
Did you guys talk about using drugs or recovery or anything like that?
He used to be a recovery mentor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and he said that he's just going through a hard time right now. I guess I don't know what him and his girlfriend were going through. You know, I try to stay out of people's personal business.
Sure.
But him and his girlfriend were going through something, and he was struggling, and his life just started to fall apart.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah, it is, because I've been there, you know?
Yeah. So you helped him get his car out?
No, not his car, just his belongings.
Or just his belongings out of impound,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the last time that you talked to him?
And I've talked to him since then. Yeah.
Okay.
When's
the last time that you talked to him?
Talked to him?
Yeah.
When I got out of jail, I talked to him.
So that was last...
The 25th or something around there. Yeah, I don't know the exact date.
Okay.
But I talked to him, and I guess he'd come over to my apartment while I was in jail, and ended up getting my girlfriend high and all sorts. Yeah, I don't know the whole story. He wouldn't tell me it.
Is Dominique in recovery too?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's like, and she wasn't getting high or anything, you know.
How long has she been clean?
Off of drugs.
Yeah.
5 years or so, maybe, she says. Yeah. And off of alcohol up until recently, a couple of years.
So that's kind of a big hit.
Yeah, like we're all in recovery, and you know.
Does he know Dominique?
I don't know personally, just through me maybe.
What made him go over to your apartment?
Because I was in jail.
Do you think he was like trying to pick up Dominique?
I couldn't tell you. He wouldn't tell me. I tried to get the full story from him for a couple of days, and he kept getting all heated into arguments and stuff, and you know, cussing and this, that, and the other. And it's on your Facebook if you've been on his. I'm sure you have since you're doing an investigation. I'm sure that's probably why I'm here, because of all his threats and stuff, right?
Well, I mean,
we'll wait and see, Patchoon. We'll wait and see. But oftentimes we've seen like the initial kind of introduction to the interrogation and saying, maybe this guy will be innocent. You know what I mean? Maybe. Jadley says, I think Killer is tame to use as a food brand name. Names in Shia have gotten wild for food, like Christmas crack, candy crack, toilet candies, toxic waste candy. What the fuck? Holy. God damn. Those names are crazy.
I haven't seen it myself personally. But what kind of threats was he making to you?
Just that he would end my life and this, that, and the other, and I don't know him, and where he's from the cartel, and he's from GD, and he's this, that, and the other, and he'll wipe me clean, and blah, blah, blah. And
so lots of stuff.
Lots of drugs talking.
Okay. Did he seem like he was...
No, he didn't. He couldn't. I don't know what he was doing. Okay. I couldn't tell you personally.
How did that make you feel? Did you feel threatened?
No, not at all.
Okay.
You know, in my eyes, he was like my little brother. You know, I didn't know him on a personal level, But, he's younger than me. We've been through some of the same things. He had his life on track there for a minute, and if he needed help, all he had to do was call.
Yeah.
I was always.
Before we get back to this episode of On the Case, which is one of the most watched shows on all of YouTube, I want to talk a little bit about our partners at Morgan & Morgan. They are America's largest injury law firm. They have more than 1,000 attorneys and for the insured, 2,600
go to them if you ever fuck up.
It's kind of messed up.
Okay. Morgan & Morgan. Give him a shout out.
So it's kind of messed up that he went over to your apartment then, given the fact that it sounds like you tried to help him out.
Yeah, I didn't really mind. I didn't think he was trying to pick up on her, but she couldn't remember what was going on because she was blacked out drunk.
Okay.
And so I tried to get the story from him, and all I asked him was, hey, screenshot me the messages that you guys had. That way I can get some clarity on the situation of what happened.
Yeah.
And immediately he just went into blah, 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 that blah, blah. Like, dude, some simple screenshots. Like, what's the problem?
What did you think went down with them?
That she got taken advantage of.
Okay.
And I mentioned that to him and on Facebook as well. You'll see that if you took a look.
Did he deny it?
He didn't deny it, but he didn't confirm it, and just pretty much I felt like he was trying to protect something, and then it came down to like, just holler at me when you're cooled off, man.
Yeah.
And a couple days go by, and I'm like, hey, are we cool? Like, are we both good? I know we're both hot-headed. Are we both good? It's like, oh, yeah, we're good. Like, this, that, and the other. And I couldn't tell you the exact conversation word for word, But, we're like, all right, we're both cool. That's all right.
Did you guys hang out again after that?
No, we haven't hung out since. And then a few days go on, and I see some stuff on Facebook from Kayla posting it, RIP, and like, what happened? I messaged her.
You messaged her?
I messaged her, yeah, and she said that the detectives aren't being clear on what happened, just that he was murdered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any knowledge of anything that who he was hanging out with? If he had problems with anybody?
No, just that he was always on the move, trying to make a buck.
Was he selling drugs? And I'm not here to judge anybody.
I couldn't tell if he was selling drugs or if he was just trying to make a buck to get high, but...
Was he doing any kind of crime? Was he stealing stuff?
I couldn't tell you.
Or anything like that?
I couldn't tell you. I don't hang out with him like that.
Okay, I didn't know, in your conversations, it sounds like you didn't
what?
talk to him for a while.
That's what I'm saying, man. The story ain't adding up. He's your little bro, but you don't hang around him like that. All you know is that he's got something out there with drugs. This is, like I said, already we're kind of like, you're telling me two different things here, bro. He's your little bro, but you don't hang around him like that. Don't make no sense. Dante with the food update says they have a like snot candies, makes me sick looking at it. Toilet candies? What? Yeah, it's like a toilet bowl with the powder or gel inside it, and you dip a lollipop into the toilet. Man, like, I don't even know anymore. Man. It's like, to be honest, candy's basically poison anyways. But like, who was like sitting in the office kind of going, you know what, bro? We need a candy. We need to associate candy, something sweet and like, addictive, to a toilet bowl. Like, what was the thought process here? You know what I mean? Morgan & Morgan suck. Huge political donors. What, the Democrats? Oh, shit. I regret the shout out then. I regret it. Take it back. Take it back. June says, I just looked it up. It's real and there's a toilet. What the fuck? Kid stuff for a while was all like toilet slime and gross stuff. Man, like, I often think, like, is that shit part of the psyop? Just to just degrade society as much as they can? And blind surprise bag toys. What the actual... Like, when I was a kid, it was, like, pretty straightforward. It was, like, robots. It was, like, video games, like Crash Bandicoot. You know what I mean? Simple shit. You know what I mean? Like, to be honest, like, the candy that we were advertised, we had, like, the Dib Dab, or the Dab Dab, or some shit like that. It's like this white powder. Well, now that I think about it, a lot of the a lot of the candy that I grew up with was basically trying to get you hooked on drugs. There was one candy that was like a kind of like a chalk kind of thing, and it was like branded as like cigarettes or something like that, but it was like sugar cane, some shit like that. Then another one was the dib dab, kind of like cocaine. Now that I think about it, man. Oh shit. You know? Food for thought, literally. I swear there used to be baby doll and shit chocolates. What the? There still is. Oh my god, man. This is unbelievable. They're using the bathroom toy. They're using the bathroom toys. They're super popular anymore. Well, they at least a few years ago. I don't know if it's still as popular. Nah, fuck that shit, man, you know? YouTube for kids was a wild place too. Weird shit all over. 100%, man. 100%. Like PDF shit. You know what I mean? I'm not here to judge you, law. Guilty or not, I will never understand people that speak to police interrogators without a lawyer. But Ewan, we had one yesterday where the dude was there with his lawyer. It didn't help. It did not help. You know? We had those candy cigarettes. Yep. Canned jerky like stuff. I remember candy cigarettes. Good times. Good times. And then I wonder why I grew up and now I'm trying to like do my best to try and stop smoking. You know, it all makes sense when you look back on it, you know. Big League or Big Chew bubblegum. And the powder was dipping sticks. You know what I'm saying? Like when you think back on it, you know. It's always food though, Shante. It's always food that derails us. You know, but to be fair, it is kind of related to the case because the dude did have like the killer bread shop or some shit like that. So, you know, it is what it is. It is
I
what
talked
it
to
is.
him kind of recently when he was not doing too good.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Have a drink of water?
Sure.
Got blood all up in my mouth.
All right, I do my best not to spill on you, okay?
As you watch this interrogation video, you can see that Cody is playing it off like he has no idea how Nathan would wind up dead, even though they've clearly had issues and those were put up on social media. But then the police show him pictures like these. These are pictures of a vehicle that was at the scene driven by a person they believe killed Nathan, and it is very similar, almost identical to the kind of car they say Cody drives. Listen to how Cody responds.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
You said I'm being arrested.
Yes.
I'm under arrest. So I'm under arrest for the murder?
Well, I'm going to show you some stuff, okay?
Okay.
You have a very distinctive car. This is surveillance image that was captured at the time of Nathan's death.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize that vehicle?
Yeah, I see them everywhere.
Okay. This one has some particulars about it.
Okay.
Okay. Is this your vehicle?
It doesn't look like my car precisely. There's a sticker in a window.
Mm-hmm. Has your car ever had a sticker like that?
No.
Never?
Never had a sticker.
Okay. This is, so in Clackamas County, all of our patrol cars have automatic license plate readers. Mm-hmm. And so when they drive around the county, they take pictures of people's cars. Mm-hmm. And then you can search the license plate. This is a picture of your car from from April 28th. That's the day before Nathan's death.
Okay.
And you can see
before?
Yeah, you can see there's a sticker there in the car.
Okay, so somebody put a sticker on my car?
Okay.
I've never had a sticker on my car.
Have you removed a sticker from your car?
No.
No?
No, I don't. Never had that sticker on my car.
Okay.
I mean, obviously it looks like my car, but...
We have a picture of your car with the sticker on it. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? You know? Tune says, the law allows the cop to go as hard as she can. Good interrogators prefer the lawyer being there. Ask a cop, not a bitch-ass cop, a real cop. But that's what I'm saying. Like, in terms of, like, a lot of people say, oh, like, always lawyer up and all this kind of stuff. But I would make the case, if you're genuinely innocent, you know, save yourself the fees. But I'm a scabby motherfucker, okay? I'm a cheapo, you know? Kids everywhere were vaping. Crazy how they try to make it seem like harmless, fun thing to do. Man, that shit, like, this is the thing as well. Like, kids, when they're growing up, like, they're not, like, fully developed. That's gonna clearly fuck with their shit. You know what I mean? And we wonder why so many kids have asthma and shit like that. It is what it is. It is what it is.
One of the things that we found when we were kind of investigating this is Nathan's phone wasn't with his body when his body was found.
Okay.
And after his death, his phone actually traveled to the area of your apartment.
Okay.
Okay. Did you have Nathan's phone with you?
No.
No?
How could I have his phone if I was never with him?
Basically, what I'm getting at is there's more surveillance images that we've collected, and I'm fairly certain that you're involved in this.
You think I killed him? Seriously?
Yes.
You think I killed him?
And if there's a reason for what happened,
Bro, we have a picture of your car leaving the scene. We have also a picture of your car with that sticker on it the day before, which you just denied stupidly. And then we have his phone at your apartment. This is crazy. How retarded do you have to be?
if he was threatening you, and I don't know, I wasn't there. You know what I mean? All I know is yeah.
Lawyer.
Okay. Are you saying that you want a lawyer?
Well, obviously, if you guys think I killed somebody, I need a lawyer.
Okay, fair enough. So what's going to happen now is we're going to have you go down to our temporary holding. I'm going to get a search warrant. I'm going to seize some of your DNA just on an oral swab.
Okay.
And then you're going to be lodged in jail.
Okay.
Okay.
When do I get my phone call?
It probably won't be until you get to the jail. Okay?
Okay. What's the DNA for?
For evidence of the crimes.
Okay.
Would you want to voluntarily provide DNA? It'll get you to the jail on your phone call faster.
I mean, why not?
It's just completely up to you.
I mean, my DNA's already in the system, so.
Okay. You go take, just rub some swabs in your cheek.
Yeah, that's
okay.
fine.
Okay. And I'll hang if you don't.
Okay.
If you want. Oh, man.
This is wild.
Yeah, it's the whole thing.
I'm pretty sure the plates were off with the picture they have, but that's why the sticker was such a key thing for chewing. I got Mad Cow Moo saying in Shaggy's voice, wasn't me. I didn't do nothing. He's going with the I didn't do nothing defense. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in, Mad Cow. Welcome in.
You guys really think I killed him, huh?
I'm not allowed to. Once you say lawyer, I can't talk to you more about it unless you decide you want to continue talking to us. So just think about it, and if you want to continue talking to us, you can. But I can't talk about it unless you make that decision.
Well, I didn't think I needed a lawyer.
Dude, I'd love to talk to you, but you got to express to me that you want to talk to me without a lawyer for me to do that. Which I'm happy to do, but it has to be your decision.
Can we talk without a bunch of questions being asked?
Dude, I see you're saying that's literally my job to ask questions. I mean, if you can ask us questions, but we gotta ask you questions too, or I'm not earning my money.
You guys been asking me questions since I got here.
We can have a conversation,
Yeah.
but again, you have to verbalize that you would like to speak to us again without a lawyer being present. But I want you to think about that before you do that, okay? It has to be your decision, and it can't be anything that I do to influence you, and I'm doing my best not to influence you at all.
Can we talk? Would you ask my question? Like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I'm saying? June saying, I feel like this Irishman has sucked me in and the dude is innocent. Bro, you're onto me. Got me. You got me. Nah, wait till we get to the girlfriend. Wait till we get to this dude's girlfriend, man. I'm telling you. Mike Moo saying, how we doing, Tarek and chat? What's up? What's up, sir? Strange seeing you this time. Sometimes we go early, sometimes we go late. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I didn't sleep since last stream. So I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to go early, get the jump on it. You know what I'm saying? It's an early stream. Exactly. Precisely.
Cody, will you spell your last name for me, please?
DENEWNETH. You know, I'd like to continue.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask you?
And I will get a lawyer later.
Okay. And again, man, I asked you a question real fast. Did anything I say when we were in the room together influence your decision to talk to me or not?
No, you just told me that in order for us to keep talking without a lawyer, I'd have to specify that.
Okay. So is it cool if we grab the DNA thing first and then you keep
do
talking?
the DNA.
Okay.
So at this point, Cody lawyers up. But police also brought in his fiancée. Her name is Dominique Britt. In the days before Nathan's murder, Cody was arrested for a domestic violence incident on Britt. And while he was in jail for that, she went to a gathering with Nathan, and that is where she said that he sexually assaulted her, according to authorities. Now, that was never proven, but she said Cody got word of that and he was angry.
Prior to this happening,
Basically, Michael, dude gets murdered under an underpass, and these are the two primary suspects. And we have the previous dude's car, picture of it at the crime scene, and also the dude that was murdered's phone. It pinged from the previous dude's apartment. All right. Now we got the girlfriend in, and apparently she was SA'd by this dude. So we'll see what happens. See what happens.
did Cody ever express any sort of ill will against Nathan Anderson?
No, I think it just, whatever happened to me, if it happened, if it didn't, you know, the way that Nate was wording it, it seemed like something happened to me, and I think Cody just, I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you. He didn't tell me that he was going to do anything. If he did anything, I don't know. I'm like, my whole mind is like trying to like figure things out and like put pieces together. Mm-hmm. But it's not the Cody I know.
Yeah. And it can be hard too, because, you know, the only thing that I know from doing this job is that people will surprise you. You know what I mean? Did you have any indication that Cody wanted to do anything bad to Nate, or that he was going to do anything crazy or anything?
I know he was talking about wanting to beat him up.
What did he say about that?
That, because Nate was telling him like, oh, we can meet up and we can fight, blah, blah. And I told Cody, like, dude, it's not worth it, because if for some reason you guys get caught and you hurt him or whatever the case is by beating him up, like, dude, like, what am I gonna do?
As you watch this interrogation video, you can see some of the similarities between how Dominique and Cody are trying to play this, playing it off like they had nothing to do with what happened to the victim in this story, Nathan Anderson. But here come the text messages.
One of the things that...
Yeah, typical I didn't do nothing fallacy. I didn't do nothing. You know what I mean? SA by the dude who got unalived. Alright, so the previous dude that we're looking at is this chick's boyfriend.
We did during this investigation is obviously reviewed the contents of your phone when we dumped your phone. Then we found messages between you and Cody from the day of Nathan's murder. Okay. And they kind of raise more questions than they provide answers. Okay. And so when I say it's important for you to be super honest, it is very important for you to be really honest, because some of these messages don't.
And shout out to Dars for being super honest with his super chat. Happy 420, he says. Happy 420. Let me give you a money clip for that one, sir. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Only $25 away from another premium meme, folks. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Oh, yeah, they had motive to unalive him. We got the motive.
Really
we got the means.
And I don't know the full story, okay? And I don't know the dynamics of your relationship outside of he is very obviously upset at you for a long time before this goes down. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to ask you some questions about these messages, and I want you to be super honest with me, okay? That's all I'm asking for. He messaged you a couple hours before Nathan was killed that he needed you to bring him his toy, the one from upstairs.
Yeah, and I said, told him sure, and then I called him and I said, no, I'm not bringing nothing to you.
What is he referring to?
The gun, probably. The gun. And I told him I'm not...
God damn.
Gun?
Yeah, I told him I'm not bringing nothing to you. If you want it, you can come get it. because he's not supposed to be on the property.
Yeah.
He came in the house, he grabbed a backpack.
Which backpack?
The blue one that was at my aunt's house, put clothes in it. He left. He came back, and that's when it was missing.
Okay. And that was last Monday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or Sunday. Yeah, Monday or Sunday, yeah.
Okay. You messaged him and he said, do you even know where he is? Who are you referring to?
Nate, because he was going to meet my dad, right? At my dad's work. And then he's like, oh, I'm just going to drive around. And I'm like, do you even know where he's at? Like, because I thought, because when he came to get the stuff, his bag and obviously the weapon, I didn't go upstairs and look for it. I should have done more, and I know that now.
Does he refer to his gun, that gun, as his toy?
That's the first time he's ever said that, because it's not. Those are my weapons,
God damn. Speaking of which, we got Shazzy with the 10 pounds, says, hey all, still in the hospital, can't sleep. Don't worry, Shazzy, we got you with some entertainment tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe, though, for the 10 pounds. Shout out to you, Shazzy, and I hope you get better as well. Coming from Shante and coming from Mad Cow. Also from Prince of Dogs. We're only 5. Wait, what are you talking about? 5? We're 12. Shante, what the fuck? I understand you're a bit behind. We got one gifted membership as well coming in from Darth. And congratulations to Bugs and Books 7059. Congratulations, sir. You have Darth to thank for that one. And also, again, Shazzy, get better soon. Hope you're doing okay. We got ourselves a week long of the Deductionist Files. Okay? So, giving you some peak true crime right here. You know what I'm saying? And trust me, the next case, gonna be an interesting one. So make sure you got your magnifying glass in the hospital, Shazzy. Wishing you all the best. Darth as well. Much love, Shazzy. Hope you feel better. Praying for you. Shout out to Shazzy. Absolute legend. But to catch you up, basically, this chick's boyfriend, we're pretty sure, killed a dude that she accused him of SA. So that's pretty much the main thing, I think, in terms of motive, at least.
And I just told him, like, do you even know where he's at? Like, you're just driving around like a maniac. Like I said, I thought he was going to beat him up. Now that the weapon, like, yes, things are piecing together where...
So he's asking you to bring him a gun, and you thought he's going to go beat Nate up?
That's what he told me.
Okay. Why would he need a gun to beat up Nathan?
I don't know.
Okay. He said, I'm going to do this alone, because your dad wasn't going to help him, right? And I just need you to bring me my toy. So he's pretty adamant that he wants this gun. Is that accurate?
And I called him and I told him I wasn't going to.
Okay. So after he asked for that, did he come to your apartment? And that's when he went inside and
grabbed the backpack, some clothes, upstairs. He went upstairs.
Did you see what he took from upstairs?
No. And like I said, I should have went and checked. I should have done more. I don't know. My mindset, I thought he was just gonna go beat him up. Honestly, like, that's just what I really thought he was gonna do.
Okay. He goes, and you told him, I'm always loyal to you when it comes to crazy shit.
Yeah, like, when he got arrested last time, they wanted me to press charges on a domestic violence because I had blood on me and stuff. And I said, I fell because I don't know what happened. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know.
Okay. He told you that you probably aren't going to see him for a while. Before Nathan was murdered. What did you understand when he said that? That week of those messages, it was, oh, you're never gonna see me, and I'm never gonna come back. It's like, it was always something like that. Like, I don't know. Okay. He told you, you're gonna bring me what I asked for in a backpack. And you're saying that didn't happen, that he actually came to the apartment?
He came into the apartment because I said, nope, I'm not doing nothing like that.
Okay. When he was on the phone and you were talking to him, what was he telling you?
I called him and I said, I'm not gonna bring you anything. If you want to come, you can come in and get it. I said, but if anybody sees you on the property, they're gonna call the cops for trespassing. Oh, well then I'll come get it myself, blah, 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 and then hung up on me.
Okay, so he told you he's gonna come get the gun.
Come get the backpack, his clothes, the gun, yeah.
Okay.
And again, her story's not adding up here either. Because if you're saying that I think he's going to beat him up, and he's saying that he's going to get a gun, like, let's do some mathematics here. 2 + 2 = he's going to shoot that motherfucker. The fuck? It's just like the last dude where he's like, oh, this dude is my little bro, but I didn't know anything he was doing. The fuck is going on? But like I said, sometimes you get easy ones, you know what I mean? It ain't all about, the intricate, it's like, oh, this is a tough one to solve and all this kind of shit. Sometimes it's like, just let them talk,
You asked if you asked if he was gonna go to Chrissy's, right? To Mom's. You guys are kind of arguing during these messages too, where it's like, he's like, nope, we're done. You're like, no, we're gonna work it out, that kind of stuff. And he says, I'm not gonna go to Mom's. I'm coming over there to get one of my toys, and then I'm leaving. And then when I get done, I'll go to Mom. Is that Chrissy's?
And he was gone. He came and got the stuff. He left. Sorry. And then he literally came back, and we went to McDonald's. We went to my mom's. Like, when I'm telling you, he acted completely normal. Like, nothing happened. That's why I just thought nothing happened.
Do you know if he met up with Nate?
I don't know.
I need you to be real honest.
He said that he was going to meet up with him and that he was waiting for him to show up, and that was it. So, and I just...
Did he ever tell you that he was with him or anything like that?
I think so. That he was with him, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need the full story.
I know.
You need to stop hiding things related to this investigation, because this is a murder. A man is dead, right? And if that guy did something to you, that's fucked up and that's not okay. But it's also not okay that someone shot and killed him, okay? And that person is Cody. So I can read more.
No, I know he met up with him.
But you need to tell us the full story of that day and what happened immediately after, okay? Because we're kind of done beating around the bush now.
I know he met up with him. I know that. And he met up with him on Monday. Monday, Nate died. So.
And you're in a really hard position, and I understand that, and I can actually sympathize with that, okay? But you are not, it's not going to be beneficial to you to withhold more information.
He had to have killed him.
Bro, like, this is what I don't get. Like, if they're telling you, like, if they're literally reading off your text messages, what is the point in trying to lie? What is the point in trying to lie in that situation? Like, if you're playing a game of poker, right? And let's say the dude is telepathic and all this kind of shit, and he's literally, like, every single time you get dealt a hand, he's, like, telling you what cards you have. You don't play the game anymore. Like, you know what, bro? I'm out. Cash in your chips. You know? This is craziness, man. Like, and again, the reason why we do this show is like, you can extract out from this, like, things that you can, like, actually deploy in debates and all this kind of stuff. Like the whole kind of, like, body language, being able to tell when someone's lying and all this kind of shit. So you're able to press down on certain things that you know that they're lying off or they're unsure of. You're able to press down more on that. All this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But it's just crazy, man. Like, it's like literally trying to go. Because, like, leftists will do this, well, they'll keep just lying to your face. You know? But it's like, bro, I'm literally reading off the definition. You know, if you want to do this shit, fine by me, but the audience can clearly tell that you're fucking lying. You know? I'm just saying. Let me catch up in chat. You're leering, Mad Cow? Proud of you. Hey, my man. Let's all leer together, you know? She's willing to let him take all the blame. Or she was just like trying to play dumb, but it's like when they're literally like reading off the text messages verbatim, it's like, what are you doing? You know? Seems to know a lot of, I don't know. Bro, like they had a whole like text conversation. That's what the police are reading. Whole like they're literally reading off the text verbatim. You know? GB, guilty. I can see this coming. I'm there with you, Wrath. I'm there with you. Sorry, why don't I be seeing you around much lately? The difference between her and her boyfriend. There's no question immediately of her guilt. Life has been life recently, hence I haven't streamed in a while. Hey man, sometimes, and like that's the thing about life as well, Darth. Sometimes when it rains, it fucking pours. But just like the weather, the sun always comes out. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just gotta weather the storm. You know what I mean? Everything be good. Just been busy, hectic, fam, health sub. Oh man, sorry to hear. Danny man, especially that type of stuff. Oof. You know, like I said, man, roll with the punches. Get back in the saddle. You know. No, she's trying to insinuate that she didn't think he'd do something like this. He was seeming normal. She was trying to blame it on him, but it wasn't working out for her. Yeah, true that. True that.
Gun's gone.
No more, he had to have, no more whatever. You need to tell us all the details you know about this crime, okay? Because what these messages look like is that he asked you for a gun, you were arguing about Nate, you gave him a gun, and then you texted him to ask status updates about what happened. Are you there yet? Yeah, he's in my car.
I didn't give him the gun. I didn't. He came and got it, and I didn't know he did it. I know he did it.
What did he tell you after the fact?
That he shot him and left.
Okay. What did he do with the gun?
I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't seen it since then.
Dominique's fib about not knowing what happened completely unravels. Meanwhile, Cody gets cold feet about his demand for a lawyer and then starts talking again. Note his body language. I find it very interesting.
Why is it that you guys think I killed him?
Well, based on our investigation.
Do you think I killed him?
Now we're back to this dopey cunt. Holy shit. Oh my god, man. Like I said, we gotta give us an easy one every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? But Chewin was like, wait, Teriak, this is way too easy. This is way too easy. Maybe these guys might be innocent. That no. They're just retarded. It is what it is. That's why I like to thank the show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
A lot of moms. There's a lot of moms that took Tylenols out there, okay? These motherfuckers, they don't got the tisms. They're just retarded. It is what it is. You know what I mean? I calls them the way I sees them, okay? No worries, Shantae. Just haven't been feeling... Man, like I said, man, it'll pass. It'll pass. Take your time out. There's no point in trying to force yourself into doing any of that shit. Do you know what I mean? It'll pass. Trust me. It's just like the rain. Comes, and then you're like, oh, fuck, it's raining, all this kind of shit. Need to go down to the shops, get me smokes. I'm going to get pissed on, all this kind of shit. But you get through it, man. You get through it. Trust me. You'll be back in that saddle. You know what I'm saying? We're chilling with the boys soon again. The sun will always shine again. You know what I'm saying? Bunny Girls tells her boyfriend that someone SA'd her and you don't think your boyfriend's going to kill him? Exactly. like what kind of like mental process did she have there where she goes like, oh, I don't know nothing. This is a modification to the I didn't do nothing. I didn't know nothing. You know what I mean? Like I said, Michael, like from the text messages, they just read out. It's like, yeah, look, we have the text messages. You clearly know that he has the gun. You clearly know that he was in the car with them. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Get that. We're all here for you when you are. Just been wondering, figured it out. Should ask probably. Didn't think. No worries. No worries. No worries. He was just going to have a word with. Yeah. Just let me hold $1. Let me hold $1. You know, like one of those things. You know, everybody hates Chris. Let me hold $1. The polite way to rob somebody. You know. Unbelievable, man. When will these kids learn?
Do you think I'm involved in killing him?
I think that you're responsible.
That I'm responsible for killing him.
Yes.
Like I first-handed killed him.
Yes.
Okay.
I love the way like he's asking like the retarded questions, and the officer's just like, yes, yes, we're 100% convinced that you done this shit. Like not a doubt in our minds, you know. She should get 100% sentence. He should get 50. Wait, where the fuck are you getting that from, Rat? This is the dude that motherfucking killed him. What the fuck? What the fuck? You gotta walk us through that one, Judge Wrath. I'm not gonna lie, that'd be a kick-ass name for a judge. All rise for the Honorable Judge Wrath. Oof. Oof. Not gonna lie. You think about becoming a judge, Wrath. You know? I'm just saying. Lock them both up. Yeah, they both should get locked up. Like, I'm kind of one of those motherfuckers. It's like, if I see the interrogation footage and you're there trying to lie, and then when they literally, like, show you the text messages, and then all of a sudden you start cooperating, that doesn't bode well. Now, this retarded motherfucker went one step further when they literally showed him his car with his sticker on it. He still denied it, you know? It is her fault he went and killed that motherfucker. Well, we don't know. This is what I'm saying, Rat, right? This is what I'm saying. We can't jump to conclusions, you know? We can't be running off assumptions, you know? And I'm using that particularly because of what Grid done, you know? We all seen how retarded it is when they fucking go off faulty assumptions. You know what I mean? So, in terms of like that aspect, like she could have got essayed, and then like, is she all of a sudden responsible for this dude's death because she was honest with her boyfriend? You know what I mean? Look it up. Wait, are you saying that you have confirmation that she wasn't essayed? Let me know. Let me know, Rat the Reason. That's why I said Judge Rat the Reason. All rise for the Honorable Judge Rat the Reason. Should be an island for people like this. Wait, look up in chat. Wait, what? I got sidetracked. Look up in chat. Where am I looking up? Just a repost? Shouldn't have been cheating. Or was she cheating? Un momento, por favore. I'm not sure what you're asking me to look up. You saying like one of your previous comments, Roth? Oh, it's getting censored? Oh, 1 sec. If my wife... Yeah, okay. Was this it, what you're saying? But, like, this is the thing, though, Rat. Can you blame her for being honest with her boyfriend? You know what I mean? Like, both should go to prison. I get that. But, like, 100% sentence for her and only 50% sentence for him? I don't know, man. Like, I'll go with 100% for both. Because, like, my whole thing is that this bitch lied. She was, like, doing the whole I didn't know nothing, you know? I mean, what happened? Why was she hanging out with the dude for that to happen? Or was she being honest? Well, that's the whole thing. One sec. But, like, this is the thing. Like, if they didn't go to the courts, then it's going to be an unsettled matter. You know what I mean? And, like, to prove SA or to prove rape and all this kind of shit is a very difficult thing to prove to begin with. You know what I mean? If it actually was rape, then 100% both. But if lie, different. I would need the context of what way it went down. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, we can't assume that the bitch lied. Now, clearly she was lying about the whole I didn't know nothing and all this kind of stuff, but about the SA or the grape or whatever it was, you know, we can't assume it. But if that was the case, I could see where you're going with it, where it's like she basically kind of used him to take the dude out and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? He was the murderer and she conspired to the murder. By the very minimum, she's an accomplice. You know what I mean? What is it, an accessory? Before the fact or after before the fact? Technically before the fact. You know? Gave consensual sex and 50%. But it shouldn't, this is what I'm saying though, like with that, like I don't think that like he like I would just put a more severe punishment for her. You know what I mean? I wouldn't take away any of the fact that this dude basically murdered a guy. You know what I mean? And he's doing this retarded thing where he's just like straight up lying to the cops. You know, we have your car, bro. We have your text messages. We have this dude's phone in your fucking apartment. You know? Why is your wife or girlfriend hanging out with some man, or is she a prostitute or something? I missed the fuck what happened. Again, we didn't get 100%. All we know is that there was an accusation thrown around, and that was what apparently the motive was. But it could have been, let's say, like a house party or some shit like that, and he'd done something when like the door was closed or in some room and all this kind of shit. You know? Did she make a police report after being SA'd? Not clear. We're unclear on that, Michael. You know, was it a random dude? Was he a friend, a customer? It was this dude's apparently like ex co-worker. The dude that got murdered is the dude that was accused of SAing her. You know, the other man playing lawyer right now. But I removed the sticker. Tell him you removed the sticker. You know, not that every woman does, but it would have helped her case. Oh, she's lying 100%. She knows something more than what we see 100%. Yeah, no, but that's what we see in the previous clip. Like the cop was literally reading out the text message to her. And she was still trying to lie. I'm like, bitch, what the fuck you doing? Anyone wearing a brown beanie shaped like that is guilty. I like the cut of your jib, Patron. Fuck the reason, fuck the evidence. Let's just go based on fashion, you know? Let's make Milan great again. I love it. I love it, Patron. And shout out to Dara for the gift and membership. Congratulations to Rough Hands 305. You got Dart to thank for that one. Thank you very kindly, Dart, for that one. But let's get back. Let's see this retarded motherfucker. Oh, before we get back, Dart with the 5. Not Dart. Dogs. Jeez, I can't even speak. Dogs with the 5 gifted memberships. Let me give you a shredding clip for the both of you. Are we having fun? Yeah, folks. Congratulations to Dustin Worthington, 6531, Anti-Dusties, Hammerdown 77, Zimmerman L, Mox 121. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. You have dogs to thank for that. Because we hit the goal, we get ourselves another premium meme. Ladies and gentlemen, we talked about both the suspects. We talked about the detectives. Talked about everybody in chat. Now it's about time to talk about me.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED 1080p 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what the society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
Shout out to dogs and everybody that's donated. We're hitting the 150. Oh, god damn, hitting the 150. That's 3 premium memes so far, ladies and gentlemen. Rather says, I see it as this. I think that's caught cheating. Told man she was essayed by the other man. He goes and offs him. Yeah, but there's an assumption in there, Rat. You know what I mean? Like, that's the assumption. Because if she actually did get essayed by this dude, you know what I mean? And she just like opens up about it. Now, I understand what you're saying. There are women that are willing to lie about that shit. You know? So it's like we can handle both situations. But we cannot say for certain that she did lie about the essay. But maybe I'm proven wrong. Maybe it comes out at the tail end of this video. Or maybe, is it in my notes? Un momento, por favore. Oh, okay. You might be on to something there, Wrath. You might be on to something. Okay? I'll give you that. D-list guy. Wait, D-list guy? D-list guy? What? I wouldn't say you're far off, Wrath, the reason. My man. No, fuck that pedo doctor. We're talking about the speech. Talking about the speech. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the same thing with Michael Jackson. You know what I mean? Does that mean like Thriller is no longer a good song? Actually, that's actually an interesting question to ask chat. I'm tempted to put a poll in about that. But how do we feel about Michael Jackson and Thriller? If Michael Jackson was like that shit was true, what they say about Michael Jackson. Like, do all of a sudden we can no longer listen to Thriller? Food for thought, chat. And salute the darts, salute the dogs, absolute legends. Oh, to see in those cabinets. Hey, what can I say, man? What can I say? We don't know yet. Yeah, no spoilers, but Wrath could be onto something here. Wrath could be onto something. This is a good time no matter what. Hey, what can I say, man? What can I say? I mean, it's crazy to kill someone who didn't actually do that. Who knows? The other man says that bitch was cheating. MJ was never proven guilty. Dr. Diz was. No, but even if Michael Jackson was guilty, does that mean all of a sudden all his shit is, you know? Tough one, man. Tough one. Is Michael Jackson really guilty? Find out next time on The Deductionist Files. Does it taint the music? Yeah, that's the main question. Does it taint the music? If he was guilty, does it taint the music? His music was still epic. I think the comparison would be R. Kelly. Man, his music was shit. Coming in here saying R. Kelly is comparable to MJ. Get the fuck out of here. That actually deserves this clip. That deserves this clip. Boo this man. Boo this man, chat.
Boo this man!
Unbelievable. Comparing R. Kelly to MJ. Take a long, hard look in the mirror, Halfwood. Unbelievable. If MJ was guilty, something would have come out by now. If so, yes. You'd say, yes, the music is tainted. I don't know about Dr. Diz, too old. I think that's 1 million or 100 million. So let me cut the zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 100 million%, he says. R. Kelly is no king of pop. Exactly. Exactly. I'm going to get hated. Oh, shit, Shante. Hit us with it. Hit us with it. Who said that shit? No, I'm saying compared to a pedo, not Michael Jackson. You're the one comparing Michael Jackson to another pedo. I'm trying to give you like unquestioned great songs. Without question, Michael Jackson songs are great. You know? Because like, even if R. Kelly wasn't a pedo, his music's tainted. You know what I mean? I'm not really a fan of MJ. He's a great dancer and talented, just not my thing. Unbelievable. You know what? I'm just going back to the video chat because some unbelievable shit's been said in chat. You know what I mean? See this? Oh, God. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
I want to go home. I want to go home. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And Shade's just using her mod privileges to just post a bunch of R. Kelly in chat. This is I'm going back to the video. I'm going back to the video.
What are you trying to charge me with?
Murder in the second degree and unlawful use of a weapon.
Okay. Under what grounds?
Based on the evidence we've collected in our investigation.
Do you have a reason?
Does this this is what I said. This is why I took the break, because I couldn't handle the retarded question. Is like, does this cunt think that like if he just asks enough retarded questions, the police themselves will become retarded? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Shout out to Darth for the gifted member. We got Alexin 5172. Pretty sure I'm pronouncing that correct. Or is that Alexi SN? Either way, congratulations. You have Darth to thank for that one. Appreciate you very kindly, Darth. And we got a JS raid. Let me play the clips, ladies and gentlemen. Chat is on fire tonight.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Ah, shit, I was muted. Thank you very kindly, Shante. Thank you very kindly. Yeah, like I said, we're welcome into everybody. Thank you all for coming. Basically, we have a retarded suspect here. There's no chance of him getting off, but he's trying his best. You know what I mean? He's punching at ghosts. It ain't never gonna happen. He basically thinks that if you can ask enough retarded questions, that the police will become retarded. Kind of crazy, not gonna lie. And yeah, pull up a chair, get comfy, grab some coffees, as they say, maybe some popcorn. You know what I mean? Pepe's got his blanket and his coffee ready. We got a good show planned for you. Okay, this is I'll just let the video speak for itself.
Question: do you have a reason why we shouldn't be looking at you for this? Is there someone else we should be looking at?
I mean, I couldn't tell you firsthand if there's somebody else, but me, why me? I'm a family man. I work hard every day to support my family. Why would I go jeopardize it to kill this guy?
And that's a good question. I mean, is there something you had against him?
No.
Well, you talked about. I'll put it this way.
Okay.
Just talking about myself. Okay.
Yeah.
If a buddy of mine went over to my house where my wife was when I was out of town, no matter where I was, jail or not,
you're not gonna go kill the guy.
But if my wife said, "Hey man, dude was over here, he got me super drunk, I passed out, I don't know what happened," at the very least, I would be pissed.
Okay.
Like I would start at pissed, right? And I'm just saying I can understand that.
Yeah, that that is quite a sus story. So I understand what Rat the Reason was talking about earlier on.
But you still wouldn't go kill a guy.
I can't say what I would do. I can only say that I would be pissed, right? So at least there's a reason to think about you.
To take somebody's life. I put life into this world. Why would I want to take it out?
People have been killed for their shoes.
Cody is trying to go toe-to-toe with detectives to argue away.
What a line to end the interrogation footage on. People have been killed for their shoes, son. Anyways, back to our presenter. What the fuck?
That he had anything to do with this murder.
You had every opportunity in the world to tell 1,000 different people what was going to happen and stop it.
My dad knew, and my dad, I think, tried talking him out of it.
Yeah, your dad's a violent felon.
Yeah.
Why would he stop anything? Why would he give a shit?
Oh my god.
He didn't.
This is
You
ridiculous.
should have.
These motherfuckers are ridiculous, bro. Oh my god. Your dad's a violent felon. Yeah, you got a point. What the fuck is going on with this one?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Bitch, you're an accessory before the fact, at the very minimum. And based on what we heard from the other story, you know what I mean? If I was the judge, I'm giving you the maximum possible sentence.
Right?
Yeah.
So based off of the conversation you had, knowing about it on Friday, knowing the specific plan of what's going to happen, texting him, "Hey, is he with you? Cool, let me know when it's done. Hey, take care of yourself. Look, man, you're as part of this as anyone else."
Dominic, I'm just going to read you your own messages. Okay. You asked him, are you there yet? He said, yep, I got him in the car. I think I'm going to get it in the car. You said, oh my God. He said, it'd be the easiest. And you told him, okay, baby, be safe, then come home and take a walk with us. That's cold.
So either we're looking at one of two things happened. Either you were good to go with it from the beginning, or this was your deal and you wound him up and cut him loose. So which of those two is it?
I guess I was just like, oh, if you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it type of thing.
Oh my God. Yep. Wrath the reason was right. Sometimes you gotta hold your hand up, you know, and say that you're retarded. I was retarded.
Here's the thing. Fine. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
Can we get some W's in chat for Wrath the reason? Yep. Salute to you, sir. Salute to you.
For how long did you want Cody to kill Nate?
I didn't.
Everything about this says that you did.
I didn't. I was just, okay, whatever, do what you want type of thing.
I do not believe a single fucking word
based
out
off
of
of
this bitch's
everything
mouth.
we know now, you're
Just
a
look at the way.
co-conspirator.
Here's the key thing, right? Like, listen to what she says, and then look at what way her head nods.
I didn't. I was just, okay, whatever, do what you want type of thing.
Do what you want type of thing, and she's basically like nodding her head as if she's like her body is saying no. That's not what the thing was. You know what I mean? That's a key thing. If someone's saying yes, but their head is shaking side to side, that means they really mean no.
At the very least, based off of everything we know now, you're a co-conspirator in his murder.
Oh, God.
If not the originator of the idea of his murder.
No.
Yes.
And I get that you're upset right now, but I'm going to be honest with you, from where I'm at, you're not upset for Nate. You're upset because you got caught.
No, I hurt for Nate too. Like, didn't need for this to happen. I should have just called the cops on him.
You could have made that call on Friday. You could have made the call on Saturday.
I know,
You
every
could have made
day.
the call on most of Monday. All Sunday, most of Monday. Okay? So this idea that you just sort of went with the flow, I'm sorry, but it just doesn't track with the information we have. I hate that something horrible happened to you potentially, and that is probably one of the greatest motives of murder I've ever heard of. But this is the time to say, this is what happened. This is the time to take your own accountability of what happened. And telling us that you were not involved in it's out the window. It is out the window. We need to know specifically whose idea this was.
Cody's. It was all Cody's idea.
Okay? At what point did you have the conversation and that you were like, yep, this needs to happen? Because I know that conversation happened. Because none of this makes any sense unless that conversation happened.
He was not going to let it go, and I just told him.
Oh my God, this bitch. Oh my God, this bitch, man. Oh my God. W's in chat for Wrath the reason. He's seen it. He's seen it quicker than I did. What did she just do? What did she just do? Oh my God, man. Everybody in chat, little pop quiz. What did she just do? We've highlighted it before on the deductionist file, but what did she just do? This bitch is guilty. This bitch is guilty, bro. Oh my God. Holy shit. Anybody? Anybody in chat? I'll play it again.
That you were like, yep, this needs to happen. Because I know that conversation happened. Because none of this makes any sense unless that conversation happened.
He was not going to let it go, and I just told him, okay, if it.
What did she do, chat? What is the telltale sign that does not add up there? I'll give you 10 seconds to get your chats in. No, it's nothing got to do. Exactly, Blue. The Blue's he's been around for these. You know what I'm saying? The emotion switch, exactly. Pay attention. She's like hyperventilating. She apparently she's crying, but there's no tears coming out. Shout out to Prince of Dogs, by the way, for the $2. Appreciate you kindly, sir. The complete switch up. This
needs to happen. Because I know that conversation happened. Because none of this, and that you were like, yep, this needs to happen. At what point?
Hyperventilating. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Like, yep, this needs to happen. Because I know that conversation happened. Because none of this makes any sense unless that conversation happened.
He was not going to let it go, and I just told him, okay, if it needs to happen, then it needs to happen. But you're going to get...
You see? Then it's just like, snaps back in. She thinks that she can still talk her way out of this. Holy shit, this bitch is a psychopath. And again, shout out the dogs for another $2. My man. My man. Exactly, Pachun, the switch. Well, you got to be careful with the switch. You know what I'm saying? Got to be careful of the switch, man. You know? Crying all of a sudden, switches off. No more tears. Fucking Johnson's baby shampoo. No more tears. Magically. You know? But it's all fake. Tiny man. And Prince of Dogs for another $2. My man, I'll give you a money clip for those. Little rattling off the $2. My man. Gentlemen, if you're ever with a woman and she's like bawling her eyes out or hyperventilating, and then all of a sudden she's just like fucking completely different, fucking acting completely different, bro, that bitch is a goddamn psychopath. Those tears were fake. Prince of Dogs for another $5 and Dart with another $2. Oh, it's teal. One sec. Actually, that reminds me to reset the goal. Because we've gotten so much donations, we're not even going to bother going on the grift break. You know what I'm saying? No, don't worry, dogs. Don't worry. We've just reset the goal. We're not going to go on the grift break, ladies and gentlemen. Because again, you guys have been pumping the donations, right? And let me give you a little bit of Pepe for you and for Darth and Dogs coming in. And Rat the Reason coming in with the $10. Let me give you a shredding clip, chat. You're on fire tonight. Are we having fun? Yeah. Can I get some more W's for Rat the Reason and chat? He was the lone voice when we were all like, don't be doing no assumptions. Rat the Reason was the lone voice. Get some W's in chat for Rat. I'll kick us off. You know what I'm saying? W Rat. Can we get some W Rat in chat? And we got Trailer Trash Music coming in with the $10 saying it was all yellow. And I'm going to speak for you, Trailer Trash, and say those extra W's are for Rat. We got Trailer Trash Music saying W Rat. We got Blue Aqua saying W Rat. Thanks, Trash. Good to see you. Thanks for the support. Again, shout outs to you. We got Shazzy's Bus being involved as well. Shout out to Shazzy as well. She's in the hospital. So everybody, send her good wishes, all this kind of stuff. We got Dart coming in with a $5 saying Teal. Saying Teal. I'll give you money clip for that. We got another W for Raz from Halfway. We got W Raz from Mad Cow. Jonathan's like, I can't keep up with you because chat is on fire. Absolutely pumping it today. Shout out to you all. Salute to Darth, W Trailer as well. Thank you very kindly for the support. And over on the Ko-Fis. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Pseudo with the $5. Let me give you another money clip for that one. And ladies and gentlemen, we hit another goal. So, this is what I wish we could do. And it was all yellow. Before I could even play the premium meme, we got another $10 from Rat the Reason. Shout out to you kindly, sir. And we got another $5 from Prince of Dogs. Let me give you a shredding clip for that one. Yous are popping off. Are we having fun yet? W's to all, but especially W to Rock, because he was the first one. He was like, nah, Teriak, I'll give this bitch 100%. I'll give the dude 50% because he had the spidey sense was tingling. And we got Rad over on the Ko-Fis as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're popping off. Darth over on the Ko-Fi with $5 says, my bad, should have been doing it here. Hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Give you the money clip for that one. Appreciate you kindly, folks. And we still have a premium meme to play as well. The memes have been popping off. Shout out to you all. But this is what I wish I could say to this bitch right now. If I was in the interview room, this is what I'd say to this bitch.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. For a big girl, you pretty, yo. Real shit. And I find big bitches ugly. Ogres. You get what I'm saying? Like, they just big and stink and nasty. They don't take care of themselves. Just big fat noses on them and shit. They try to put makeup on to look pretty, but whole time they just ugly in disguise. You get what I'm saying? That's how I feel about ugly fat bitches. You get what I'm saying? But you're fucking different. You get what I'm saying? Yes, yeah, your hands are like sausages. Hell yeah, but you probably got a good ass heart. And it's not about what's on the outside, it's about what's on the inside of the hippo. You get what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? I'd just be roasting this bitch. Because based on her body language right there, I'm like, bitch, you are lying. You've been lying the whole goddamn time. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. And we got another $5 on the PayPal from, I think, Trailer Trash. Yes, Trailer Trash saying, don't stop believing. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you another money clip for that. And we're only $23 away from a premium meme. You know what I'm saying? Mad Cow saying, BRB, gonna make myself a Aero hot chocolate and a fat one. Hey, pull up a chair, get comfy. Like I said, Pepe's got his coffee out. You know what I mean? He's chilling. He was out working all day in the sun, you know, picking his potatoes, as we do, as leprechauns and such. You know what I'm saying? Salute to yous all. Salute to yous all. Let's enjoy ourselves tonight, you know? Shout out to Trash as well. She has that ghetto thing going on too. True that, true that. We got Sample Turn of Chaos. Welcome in, sir. Pull up a chair, get comfy. You know what I'm saying? We got the emojis. I mean, to all the members, we got a lot of gifted memberships today. How much memberships have we got? We got 23 new members as well. 23 new people that can use the emojis and all this kind of stuff. So salutes to yous. But yeah, he's been popping off. Absolutely popping off. W's all round and chat. You know what I mean? But this bitch, oof. This is one of them cold bitches, man. You know what I mean? Oh. You know, man. Like the detective said it, like he nailed it when he says like that's cold. To wind the dude up to do that, oh man.
Talk. That's what I told him. There's no way of getting away with.
So that terminology, if it's going to happen, if it needs to happen, it's going to happen. That's your acceptance of it. That's your verbal acceptance of yes, Nate needs to die. Is there any other way to look at that? How responsible do you think you are that Nate was murdered?
I think whatever happened to me didn't happen. I just think.
What a crazy thing to say. Holy shit. It's just confirmation after confirmation after confirmation with this bitch. Holy shit. Shout out to Sam Cast for the $2. Oh my god, man. It's all coming out. It's all coming out.
I don't know.
And I understand what you're saying, and I think that, I think you need to really tell us now about what really happened with you and Nate.
I 100% don't remember that night at all.
Then on the other side, detectives point out to Cody that they believe that he took his license plates off his car to cover up his plan to kill Nate and try to get away with it. Here's how he responds.
Right now, my anxiety's just so high right now, it's ridiculous.
Okay. No, I just do.
What is, bro? Every time we cut back to this con, it just gets weirder and weirder. What is this pose? What is he do? What the fuck is going on? Holy shit!
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
I shouldn't be laughing, but it's just such a crazy fucking video. This is the craziest fucking video we reviewed on the Deductionist Files. What is this pose, bro? It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Like, what? Does he think that if he just, like, puts his nutsacks in front of the fucking detectives that they'll fucking officer, oh, shit, this dude's an alpha male. We gotta let him go. But... Okay, this is hands down the funniest video. It's serious content, all shit, but it is the funniest fucking video. That what the fuck is this video, man? Oh my god. Oh. Put it away, man. Put it away. Oh my god, man. You don't want to mess with this guy. He's got the balls. Oh my god, man. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. How long we got left? We only got 3 minutes left in the video, folks. Let's pull it together. Pull it together, folks. Holy shit, man. Hands down, the funniest interrogation footage we've ever reviewed on this channel. Oh, that on the hip as well. What the fuck? Oh my god, man. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, man. Like, this is the way it just cuts back. You know what I mean? This is like...
plan to kill Nate and try to get away with it. Here's how he responds.
Right now, my anxiety's just so high right now, it's ridiculous.
Okay. No, I just do. Being arrested sucks. I get it. I'm not going to argue that.
Being arrested for
oh my god.
It's not being arrested. Like, this is probably, 20 years in prison? Second-degree murder? What does it carry?
Well, actually, we're now probably looking at more of a first-degree murder.
How to go from second degree to first degree?
Well,
within 5 minutes.
Because of premeditation.
All of a sudden?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, now that's brought to
in my mind. I'm not the judge or DA, but in my mind it is. I mean, well, here's the
within
thing, man.
5 minutes it changed that fast.
I'd be happy to explain it.
Yeah,
if
please,
you like.
go for it.
So it's the whole car plate thing, man. If you
fuck the car plate, what's with the whole pose, bro? Put your fucking leg down and take your hand off your fucking hip. Holy shit.
Never take the plates off your car, which you stated you don't, because why would you read it? But all of a sudden, one day you did, and that follows fairly recently after finding out that Nathan likely, we'll use the word likely in this case, I think, had sex with your fiance. And you took him off, you picked him up, and we have video of you picking him up. Picked him up, took him down a particular area in the alleyway there, you shot him, you drove off, you put the plates back in your car. You wouldn't have taken the plates off your car unless you were planning on doing it. Premeditation. That's murder one. Is there any reason why we shouldn't be looking at murder one and should we look at murder two instead?
You guys can look at whatever you want. You guys are the investigators, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess we're looking at an option one, which is a crime of passion, right? You got pissed at the moment and shot and killed him. Option two is you planned it ahead of time, which is much worse. Maybe option three is you meant to shoot him but didn't mean to kill him. I don't know which one of those it is. Those
Any
obviously.
one of those options sound bad.
No, none of them are good, but there's a hierarchy of bad, worst.
I just can't take this seriously anymore with this post, man. Oh my, out of all the things we've seen in interrogation footage, this takes the fucking cake, man. This takes the cake.
Right, which we kind of talked about. And this is kind of your opportunity to tell us which one of those it is, because you're probably not going to get another one. And this is one of those deals where I don't want to tell your story for you if you can tell it for yourself, but that's the option you're giving me. So it's up to you to tell us what happened or not tell us what happened.
I think it's time to get a lawyer now.
Okay.
Because all three of those options are bad.
Both Cody and Dominique were arrested for the murder of Nathan Anderson. Detectives say that Cody was fueled by rage over the belief that Nathan took advantage of his fiancée, but law enforcement say they were never able to prove that actually happened. This year, Cody took a plea deal on a first-degree manslaughter charge and was sentenced to 27.5 years in prison. As for Dominique, she also took a plea deal. She will spend roughly 12.5 years in prison for pleading guilty to manslaughter. Initially, both Cody and Dominique were charged with first-degree murder. If they were found guilty on those charges, they would have spent the rest of their lives in prison likely. That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify. I'm Chris Stewart. We'll see you next time.
Folks, what an ending. What a fucking... Holy shit, man. He's posing for the LGBT community. Thumbing the bum, holding the intestines. Oh my god, man. What a way to end it. What a way to end it. Oh my god. That was the... It speaks for itself. It speaks for itself, ladies and gentlemen. Let's wrap this case up and get on to the next one. The case of Nathan Anderson shooting in Clackamas County, Oregon on April 29, 2024 stands as a stark illustration of how jealousy, misinformation, and impulsive decisions can converge into irreversible violence. Nathan Dean Anderson, 25, was shot 3 times in a parking lot off Southeast 19th Avenue near Interstate 205 in an industrial area. Perpetrators were Cody James Denewith, 27, and his fiancée Dominique Marie Britt, with whom he shared a child. Both faced charges leading to guilty pleas and a significant prison sentences. Nathan Anderson worked previously with Denewith at Dave's Killer Bread. In the days before the killing, police responded to a domestic violence incident at the Milwaukee apartment shared by Denewith and Britt. Denewith was arrested but released without charges due to insufficient evidence amid mutual combat while intoxicated. While Denewith was detained, Britt contacted Anderson, a former co-worker, who came over in what authorities described as an attempt to provide comfort or support. And again, this is the whole kind of like story where it's like, nah, she probably lied about this one, man. You know? Boyfriend has a domestic, boyfriend's in prison, she calls over this dude for a shoulder to cry on. Denowith, upon release, became consumed by unfounded suspicions that Anderson had been sexually intimate with Britt. Rather than clarifying the misconception, Britt allegedly participated in or failed to dispel the narrative. The couple allegedly conspired. Britt helped arrange a meeting, providing or facilitating access to a gun, while Denowith lured Anderson to the isolated parking lot under false pretenses. There, Denowith shot Anderson 3 times in the abdomen. Anderson succumbed to his injuries. Text messages and phone records were crucial, showing planning elements and post-incident communications that unraveled their stories. Interrogations featured shifting narratives, initial denials giving way to partial admissions as evidence mounted, including ballistics, vehicle shootings, and witness placements. The jealousy was described as fueled by an imaginary love rivalry with no actual affair confirmed. Here's the timeline. Mid to late April 2024, domestic incident at the couple's apartment. Denowith is arrested and then released. On April 28, 29, 2024, Britt contacts Anderson, meeting arranged. On April 29, 2024, the evening, Anderson shot in the parking lot. Into immediate aftermath was the investigation launches with rapid identification of suspects via the evidence, and then the arrests and interrogations follow with pleas entered later. And then in April 2025 was the sentencing. Denowith confronted and shot Anderson 3 times at close range in the parking lot. The act was premeditated in the sense of luring the victim to a secluded spot with the firearm obtained through the couple's coordination. Britt's role involved facilitation and alleged participation in the setup, though Denowith was the shooter. The motivation stemmed from rage over the perceived betrayal, amplified by recent relationship strife and substance influence. Cody Denowith was the shooter and primary actor, driven by baseless jealousy and a desire for revenge. Dominique was complicit in the planning and execution of the setup. Denowith pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter and assault, receiving 27.5-year sentence. Britt received 12.5 years for her role. Court highlighted the preventable nature rooted in misinformation and poor choices, with victim impact statements underscoring the loss of a young man with ties to the community. Broader context includes the couple's struggles with addiction and recovery, prior domestic issues, and the dangers of unchecked assumptions in relationships. Grid should watch this episode. Unchecked assumptions. Am I right, boys? The case drew local attention for its roots in workplace connections and how quickly a support gesture turned deadly. Forensic evidence, digital records, and interrogation breakdowns provided a clear evidentiary path. No other suspects were involved. It remained a contained tragedy between these parties. This investigation exemplified effective cross-referencing of physical scenes, electronic data, and human statements. The industrial parking lot, with its routine anonymity, became a focal point of tragedy under the shadow of the interstate. Communities in Clackamas County reflected on domestic dynamics, the impact of substance use on decision making, and the need for clear communication to prevent escalation. Nathan Anderson's life, cut short, left family, friends, and former colleagues mourning a person remembered for his connections rather than the circumstances of his death. In examining such files, the emphasis remains on methodical analysis. Every text, movement, and contradiction contributes to the full picture. Justice, though imperfect, arrived through guilty pleas that spared a full trial while ensuring accountability. Sentences reflect the severity, lengthy terms that remove the individuals from society while acknowledging degrees of involvement. Pacific Northwest setting, with its rain and routine industrial hum, now carries this story as a cautionary layer in local memory. Further relevant information includes community responses, coverage of the sentencing hearing with emotional statements, and discussions on preventing similar jealousy-driven violence. The case underscores how recovery journeys can intersect disastrously with relational insecurities. No heroic interventions occurred. Instead, it was police persistence and evidence that brought resolution. Family on all sides navigate ongoing grief and consequences, a reminder of the profound human stakes in every deduction. And as Rath says, she should get 200%, not 50. To be honest, if I was the judge and I seen that pose, I would have given him 13 and given her 30. You know? Because she was clearly the brainchild. You know? I don't know, man. It is what it is. And it was also hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. It was like cutting back to that pose. Like the editor of that video knew damn well what he was doing. There was no need to cut back to the dude when he was at that pose. But it was fucking hilarious. You know what I mean? Y'all noticed the woman got less than half the time for what I thought I heard was the same charge. Now she got conspiracy, but he got first degree. Domestic, this could go either way. No, the domestic violence is what like led to the moment of her calling the dude that got murdered over, and then there was well, one can only put the puzzle pieces together, so to speak. You know what I mean? Parole is like when you have to make regular checkups with your assigned parole officer, staying sober, no mischief. Through that, you had a Donkey Kong thing going on. Also true. Hey Gramps, good to see you. Thanks. Be right back. No worries, no worries. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in, Red Fox. And yeah, like I said, man, this is kind of one of those things where it's like, are you for fucking real? You know? But with that, let us go on to the next case. This is the case of the Tallahassee ambush. Ladies and gentlemen, transport yourself to the sun-drenched streets of Tallahassee, Florida in the summer of 2014. The capital city pulses with the energy of a university town. Florida State University students filling sidewalks, humid air thick with the scent of blooming magnolias, fresh cut grass, and a distant barbecue smoke, backyard gatherings. Palm trees sway gently against clear blue skies, while residential neighborhoods feature modest homes with tidy lawns, American flags, and the occasional bicycle abandoned in a driveway. This is a place where academics, families, and ambition intersect in the shadow of the state capitol dome. Focus on a quiet cul-de-sac off a main road near the university. The Markle residence stands unassuming amid similar single-family homes, driveway empty during work hours, windows reflecting the harsh midday sun. Inside, routines unfold with scholarly precision. Books stacked on tables, children's toys hinting at a blended family life, and the quiet hum of daily responsibilities. Dan Markle, a respected law professor, navigates fatherhood and career with dedication. His life marked by intellectual vigor and personal challenges following a divorce. The neighborhood carries the typical sounds of suburban Florida. Lawnmowers in the distance, birds calling, cars passing with windows down and music faintly audible. Yet beneath this veneer of normalcy, familial tensions from a contentious custody battle linger like an approaching storm. Envision standing on that street on July 18th, 2014. The heat shimmers off the pavement as afternoon light filters through oak trees. Neighbors go about their days unaware, perhaps waving to a passing car or checked mail. In the driveway of the targeted home, a vehicle pulls up briefly. A sudden, shocking act unfolds in seconds. Gunfire shattering the tranquility before the perpetrator speeds away into the labyrinth of Tallahassee roads. Sirens soon wail, piercing the ordinary afternoon calm. Law enforcement descends, cordoning the scenes with yellow tape while shocked residents gather at a distance. The investigation that follows spans years, drawing on phone records, financial trails, traveling data, and connections across state lines. revealing a calculated plot rooted in deep-seated grievances. Listeners, place yourselves in that humid Florida heat, amid the academic bustle and suburban calm, sensing the undercurrents of control and resentment that can erupt violently. Through meticulous deduction, analyzing patterns, timelines, and human motivations, we illuminate the shadows. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. I still can't get that image of the dude with his fucking pose out of my head. Holy shit, I'm holding back laughter trying to read this shit. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. I'm Rat the Reason's a man on a mission. Appreciate you, Rat the Reason. Again, salute to you for calling that bitch out. He was the first to do it in chat. And again, man on a mission. Appreciate the donations as well, sir. Florida, always good for some good old sweaty meth drama. What can I say, man? This is, I think this is a doctor dude, though. Oh, no, sorry, law professor. My bad. So let us outline the case, folks. Authorities responded to reports of gunfire at a residence, discovering the victim shot in his garage upon returning home. The attack appeared targeted, with the shooter fleeing the scene. Initial evidence included shell casings, vehicle descriptions from witnesses or cameras, and digital communications linking distant parties. A multi-year investigation uncovered financial transactions, travel records, and associations suggesting a murder-for-hire scheme tied to ongoing family disputes, particularly custody issues. Timelines were constructed from cell phone pings, hotel stays, rental records, and intercepted conversations. Interrogations and witness testimonies reveal layers of planning and coordination among multiple individuals, supported by forensic ballistics and circumstantial connections, building a complex web without naming central figures early. With that, folks, let's get into it.
Catherine McBanua is facing a first-degree murder charge for the slaying of Professor Dan Markell. Police say Markell was gunned down in his Tallahassee driveway in 2014 as part of an elaborate murder-for-hire plot orchestrated by the wealthy family of his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson. The motive for the alleged hit? Officials believe the Adelsons were desperate for Wendy and her 2 children to move closer to them in South Florida, and Dan Markell was standing in the way.
Trials for the 2 alleged hitmen are scheduled to start in the coming weeks. Both have pleaded not guilty, but we've learned that authorities are trying desperately to flip them, hoping they'll testify against the Adelsons.
This video contains an interview of Catherine McBanua, who helped her boyfriend orchestrate a murder. In 2013, Catherine McBanua was a single mother struggling to make ends meet. She had recently broken up with the father of her children, Sigfredo Garcia. During the summer, she found work at a local dental office, where she met Charlie Alderson, the son of a well-to-do family in the dental business. Within months, the two began dating, and Alderson soon began to confide that his sister, Wendy Adelson, was having problems with her ex-husband, Dan Markell. Charlie Adelson had always hated his brother-in-law, and when the divorce became hostile, he no longer felt he had to restrain himself for his sister's sake. Wendy Adelson and Dan Markell's main fight was over the custody of their 2 young boys, and the Adelson family was strongly opposed to Markell having any rights. At the urging of his mother, Donna Adelson, Charlie began to look for someone to take care of the problem. This person turned out to be Sigfredo Garcia, and Adelson coordinated his plans through McBanua, who had reached out to Garcia. Joining Garcia was Luis Rivera, a longtime friend who was often at Garcia's side. On the morning of July 18, 2014, Garcia and Rivera drove by Markell's home and shot him in his driveway after several trips to learn his schedule. Markell later died at the hospital. The Adelson family was immediately suspected, but no arrests were made until 2016.
I'm right in this. Yeah, right here, right in the middle. Okay. Can we get you over there? Of course, yeah. Awesome. Thank you much.
Okay. Morning. I guess you knew we were coming. You talked to Chris. Okay. This is Yeah, we're doing it for all of our sake. We don't want it to be alleged that we came in here talking to you, so from the beginning, we're just recording this whole thing with you. So this came out from Chris yesterday. He's signed the bottom of it. If you just want to look at it and review it, we'll have you sign it as well.
I think this is the one that like Tara just like
Yeah, it's the same thing, yeah. So if you just want to sign the bottom of it, second page.
Today's the 10th or the 11th?
11th. Okay, so here's what I'll tell you. Obviously, things have changed, and we're here without your attorneys, but that's, you guys had the conversations, and we all talked as well. I kind of feel like it's best and easiest to just let you tell us how we got here.
That's the thing, that's like how I got to this point.
Well, start at the beginning. You know who we all are anyway, right? You don't.
Okay, well, I guess we can do that. So we got Pat Sanford with the FBI, Sherry Bennis with TPD, and I'm Jason with the State Attorney's Office, which you and I have met a few times. And yeah, if letting you kind of tell us how we got here is the best way to start. And we'll ask questions, don't get me wrong, we will ask you stuff, but...
Yeah, this is what I was afraid of, like, just with everything that's been happening and like obviously getting incarcerated, and then it's just, I've been like, you know, like with my guard up the whole time, and then like all of a sudden it's like, I don't want to walk into this room, and then it's just like, me just talk. Like, I know you
Let's
can't,
start-
it's like, I can't, everything is...
Well, let's start like this, okay? How did you meet Charlie? Let's start with that.
Oh, we're really diving in really quick. Man, way to break the ice, right? Just before, like, I know, like, you know, obviously, you know, I'm going through 2 trials and everything. Like, what would this be all public now? Like this, or just for protection?
Eventually, it will be. We're doing this because obviously, with the publicity of the trial and the amount of, you know, you guys didn't do this. You guys talked to her before you turned the camera on. We're not gonna have. We don't want to have any of those games played. We would rather have everything, you know, recorded and documented, so there isn't. You guys sat down with Katie and told her what she needed to tell you.
Magbuana is concerned about keeping some of the details private, but that is no longer an option. The case has gained too much public attention for secrets, and everything is going to come out.
Okay.
We didn't do that.
Yeah, because like my attorneys are not even here, so this
Right.
is like.
Right, exactly. So this is my first time sitting down, you know, talk to you.
Yeah.
So we want everything, you know, recorded. So there's no question about, like it did last time, people were making allegations that we fed people and things like that. We're on the up and up. This is not, you know, this is what it's been the whole
We're
time.
not here
We're not here
to
trick you,
berate you. Like, this is this is
I
different.
mean, it's gotten to this point, basically.
this is your side of the story.
Yeah.
You tell us the truth of what happened, and
I
we'll
guess
ask
we
questions
should
when we need to,
start
but.
with yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Will you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. Now we got that out of the way. And all the confusion. Yeah, I mean, really, it's best to start with, I think, how you met Charlie would be the best way to start. And then we can probably sequentially, you know, work a timeline out from there.
Okay. Well, I was working in Sophie Dental, and then he's like one of the specialists that came in. So then from there, he's, you know, like, we get the phone numbers from the doctors, from what I remember, and then we put it on our cell phone, so that whenever scheduling purposes, we'll, you know, we can contact or text the...
Charlie Adelson was a dentist who got his start in his family's practice. He was the link between the family and the other conspirators who were involved in Merkel's murder.
Any of the doctors, any of the dentists.
Okay.
So I went through there.
And just started texting, and then...
Yeah.
You started dating, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. How long did that progression take from the texting to the dating?
Like, how did it evolve? Like, from being a doctor?
Well, this is like all the way from 2013, I believe. So, Well, yeah, he was like persistent. He was just persistent about like, and I told him, I was like, I have kids, like I don't really have time.
Just real quick, Michael, like oftentimes when people are guilty, they'll like they'll be concerned about like all like this irrelevant shit or stuff around or all this kind of shit. Purely because it's a way to distract from like being in that mental state or like having to actually deal with what she's being asked. You know what I mean? It's like a coping mechanism essentially. You know what I mean?
I don't have a babysitter. I don't have like a chance to just go up and about. Like I don't have that type of freedom. Like, so little by little, he was just, you know, trying to, oh, come on, let's hang out. And then, like one day, like I just went over to his house. I remember.
Time frame, I guess, would be late 2013, early 2014.
Yeah, that was 2013.
And you guys, it kind of grew from there and became more of a dating relationship, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay. How long would you say you two dated?
Like I said, like, you know, I've always said that we never had like, oh, he's my boyfriend, I'm his girlfriend type thing. Probably from 2013 to 2014, 15.
It was
Because
exclusive, it was on and off.
yeah, like we've stayed friends the whole time. He's nerve-wracking. Sorry. It's just, you know, it's just like not, I haven't spoken to anybody, you know what I mean?
And that's what we really, I know we're sitting over here on the side and it's intimidating. Like, this is kind of a, and I'm sure that's not helping the matter.
Yeah.
But just try to talk with us. Just literally just sit there and talk with us.
Black it out. I mean,
yeah. Maybe we can move it on a little closer to the camera or the phone so it's not like straight in your face. I don't know. But just try to block it out and just let's talk this through. So you guys started dating. What comes to your mind? What comes to your mind? 'Cause what I don't want to do is feed it to you and you reiterate it for us.
Well, let's just talk.
What just comes to my mind there is just her just standing up in the chair with the dude's pose. Show me your groin. It's the ultimate alpha move. Just stand up on the chair like Captain Morgan. It's like the best defense you can deploy. Also, Shante, what the fuck did you just post in the Discord? Holy shit. This is ridiculous. I don't have that freedom, but I got the freedom to help him to commit a murder. No props. Pencil that in the schedule. Yeah. You know what I mean? You want to be a good assistant. You know what I mean? You gotta schedule, you know? Professional here. You know what I mean? She's wearing the Scrubs uniform or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? The Buddha pose. Prepare yourselves, boys. Prepare yourself.
Talk about what problems did he talk to you about? Did he talk to you about his problems and issues and what led?
And this is what I was like scared of, like, you know, from the information that I got from the trial, and then obviously, you know, when I go back in my bunk and I'm like trying to think back, like it's like it's all perception. That's why I was like so irritated and frustrated, because as I'm seeing things being revealed, you know, I'm thinking back at the time and I'm just like trying to put things together, like, okay, was this happening when this was happening? And then it's like all getting jumbled in my head.
Okay.
And I don't want to give any.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You're worried about your timelines. You're worried about, don't worry about that.
What's,
We can work timelines out. We can work timelines out with some other information that we have throughout this case. There's a lot, like you saw.
Yes.
There's a whole lot of evidence in this case.
Yes.
If you can give us the events that occurred, we can work out the timeline. So if you remember a conversation Charlie having with you, I'll work on the timeline of when that occurred. Tell us what conversation you
I don't want to
remember.
see I don't want to see the wrong thing either.
Well, here,
like, I
You
want
can't
to
see the wrong thing.
make sure that you know, just.
The timeline is not the most important issue at this point. For now, the detectives are more interested in the subject of the conversations.
The biggest thing is because you keep thinking about everything you saw on trial. Take that out. We want to go back just by your memory. I know it's hard.
Yeah.
We're going.
First of all, I don't know, like, is she is she like half Asian, half Mexican? Is she Native American? Like there's a lot of question marks over this one. And typically that's the case, Shante, when it's over multiple years. Like think of like cold cases. That's a huge reason why cold cases are so like complex, and it's very hard to get justice in cold cases because of the timeline. You know what I mean? Not necessarily the timeline, but just the fact that it spans over multiple years. You know what I mean? Again, I'd kind of point to this whole thing of like she just doesn't want to broach up the conversations. And we've seen this kind of like before as well, where like they'll intentionally kind of like act as though like they really want to get the timeline right, but what they're really doing is just avoiding the question or avoiding actually dealing with what's being asked, essentially. You know, she didn't pull the trigger and she had no personal relationship with the guy killed. Are you sure? She looks Swedish. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Looks Filipino or Vietnamese to me. Yeah, like I said, man, it's difficult to place the finger on it, you know?
Going by just your memory, anything in trial, like he's saying, the timelines, things that we have now, we can see how that fits in and figure that out later. We're going to want to go from your memory and what you were thinking and your experience, your personal experience with this, how it progressed in that stance, not taking all the stuff that you saw in trial, all the things that now make you think of it differently.
Yeah.
You want to know about how you thought about it at the time that it happened and how it progressed that way in your own experience, not by all the stuff you saw. So that should make it easier. So just work on that, and then we can worry about the timeline afterwards. Let's just get through your experience of it when it was happening.
If you were telling us the truth and what you remember, Katie, before any of this nonsense,
Yes.
that's all we're looking for.
Okay.
We will ask the questions to clarify things. You tell us what you remember that led up to this situation.
Okay. So basically, I mean, like what led up to the situation. When I was talking to Chris, I was like, just like things that are popping up as it went. And a particular day that I was thinking about was Halloween in Lincoln Road, when he did mention, but I don't want to quote anything and I don't want to say anything wrong, like I said, and I just remember him, like, that's the thing, is like as he's saying things, and like y'all know that Charlie talks a lot, so he's saying things and it's just we're going in circles. I'm not like invested into the conversation like how he's thinking of the conversation. I'm just like, you know, like going basically with the flow. So I remember him that he did mention something about, I don't know if his sister was going through it or his sister was having a hard time with somebody. He never mentioned.
Charlie's sister is Wendy Adelson, Merkel's ex-wife. At the time, they were going through a bitter divorce. I recently released another highly intense video on my Patreon, an explosive altercation between two cops, where tension escalated so quickly, resulting in a drawn gun and a devastating gunshot. In a mere 26 seconds, witness the events unfold as two officers engage in a fight that turns deadly. Watch this video and more at patreon.com/strangerstoriesplus.
Dan Merkel didn't tell me any names or anything, but that was this like particular day, I guess, that I thought back and I didn't even really think about it until like when all of it was like over. And I was like, Chris, I don't know why it's like coming to me now. Like I've said, like I blocked off a lot of things. I don't remember things. Like you can see in my second trial, I was foggy with everything. Like,
and those are obstacles we'll all overcome. We got to overcome them just like you do. I understand you testified and you said things, and we'll deal with it.
Okay.
We understand. And that's, Chris will sit down with you, I'm sure, and and that will come. But just like you just did, you had a conversation. It was around Halloween. What's Lincoln Road?
that was in Lincoln Road. That's in South Beach. So there's like a Halloween like party where they block off like the whole
It's a block party kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's like a bunch of like, it's outside, you know, they always host that event. And I remember when in a parking lot, or like, it was like an outside parking lot, and that's the first time he's mentioned it. And mind you, this was 2013, this is like in the beginning, so I didn't think much of it. Like this is, I just literally met him, like this is one of probably an event that I can only pinpoint it because it was a specific, like a particular event. I'm sorry.
Understood. But you don't, specifically what he said, you don't remember.
Not
He just
remember.
mentioned saying his sister was going through something.
Yeah.
And you didn't pay attention to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And shout out to Darth over on the Ko-Fi for the $1. My man. My man. Appreciate you, Connie, sir. Does not like the nines. You know, he ain't no German. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Connie. Darth Ronnie. Was it 70 away from another premium meme? Let me know, chat. Let me know.
So that's October, end of October, 1st of November of 2013. We were still working for Sophie Dental, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay.
It's fairly new in self-dental.
Okay. So go from there.
From there, I don't know what happened, or like in between, you know, we started hanging out more. I'm pretty sure every single time, like, you know, he'd either not mention about his sister, but maybe just like family issues, but like not specifically, like it's always his sister or whatever. Like he never really went forth with that. So that was like towards the beginning, and I could just kind of remember, I know I spent New Year's with him, and then so like that's already like towards the end of 2013.
Okay.
And then what about after that? How did it progress from there?
Like I said, I don't know, like whenever he would mention anything about it, maybe every single time that we just, you know, like we'd hang out, I don't know specific dates, like I said, but all of that's been like a blur to me, so.
When you're saying he's mentioned it, is it like he mentioned his frustrations with it, or is he just kind of just talking?
Yeah, he's kind of just like talking, like, you know, like for hanging out, watching TV, or like I can kind of tell, like, you know, his like if his mom is calling and he's, you know, like they're going through like family issues. He never really told me specifically anything, but you know, you kind of like get the phone and you walk away, like, oh, that was my mom, like talking to me or whatever, like she's stressed out, my dad's stressed out, stuff like that. Nothing particular at that.
2:30.
I can remember.
My man.
So fast forward, I guess that's January, early in the year of 2014. So obviously Dan Markel was murdered in July of 2014. As you saw in trial, Garcia and Rivera made a trip up in June. What can you tell us about that?
See, that, like, I don't even remember. I mean, I obviously, like you're just telling me to, like, remember from what I remember, not from what I remember from trial.
Right.
I learned a lot of things from the trial. That's why it's so hard, and I want to say the right, you know, not to say the right thing, but, like, remember from how I remembered, you know, my days. But, like, my days are consumed with, like, taking care of my kids. And just, you know, like me going through it, was afraid of, like, you guys, you know, all heard all the conversations and everything, like just the back and forth.
What led to the two of them making that trip to Tallahassee?
Okay, so when I was, this is like the hard part, because that's the part that I've never spoken of. And from what I just remember, I don't know the specific day, but I do know that Charlie had given a paper in an envelope, but he stuck it inside, like, I had like a diaper bag that I used to use for Kaylee, but I kind of used that as like a weekender bag, and he put it in there. Now, he's probably been talking about like, oh, you know, like, I need somebody to, you know, get beat up or whatever. That's why I'm saying, like, from him, something happening to her husband to, like, obviously murder, that's like two different extremes. And
so you're saying leading up to him putting that in the paper bag, he was talking about wanting to find somebody to beat him up?
Like, he's, you know, little by little, I think he was feeding stuff in my head that he needed this to be done. But me nonchalantly, like, I was like, okay, you know, like.
Magbuana is trying to see if she can put the responsibility for her actions on Charlie, but she is involved too deeply for that to work.
I know in hindsight I should have, like I said, that's why I beat myself up a lot, because, you know, like, I'm like, you know, I was stupid, like, I wasn't, but that's not what my mind frame was at that time. So it was kind of hard for me, and that's what kind of like I'm kind of scared of, because it's like, are they gonna understand this? Because what I was going through a lot, like mentally with Sigfredo too, was, you know, a lot of like fighting, and so it's like I found comfort in Charlie, because obviously he was the good time and he was the one, you know, that it's like.
The key thing to know on this Bachun is like this is like I'm pretty sure like this is at her workplace. I don't think this is necessarily like a proper interrogation room. So it's like we're just hearing the audio from the camera. But you know, you do have a point in terms of like for example, like if you look at like Chris's mic, Chris Lestrange's mic, like it's like what's it called? It's like a travel mic essentially. Like he can get up and kind of walk around his house and all this kind of stuff. But I'd say you're probably say in the next like 5-10 years they're gonna start rolling out like mics like that and all this kind of stuff if they're doing any of this stuff. But typically like your cops aren't going to be kind of like too tech savvy when it comes to this stuff, you know? I don't know, that looks like jail clothes to me. No, 'cause she has like the badge. Pretty sure she's a nurse or something like that.
When I'm with them, it wasn't stressful, but it led to my whole life being turned upside down.
Well, let's talk about this real quick. I know you took the stand, like we talked about a while ago, and you got on the stand and you said you didn't remember things. That's in the past.
Yeah.
We're not worried about what you said on the stand. We're starting clean here. This is a new, clean break. Okay?
I'm sorry.
I know, you're fine. You're fine. Just it's okay. It's okay. Just relax. Yeah, just listen to me. You're already where you are. Okay? Whatever you tell us now, if you lied about something, if you weren't truthful about something, it doesn't matter at this point. You're not going to get in more trouble for it. Okay? See what I'm saying? So now's the time to be totally truthful with us. It's just, you know, to come totally clean, tell the whole truth all the way through from the beginning. Because Charlie didn't just slip a letter in without you talking about Sigfredo and getting to that point. That's what we're talking about. Tell us how you got to that point. I understand you're not going to remember time frames and things like that, and Charlie may have done this and done that and kind of led you to that, but how did that happen? You know, what kind of conversations did you have about Sigfredo with him? And how did it lead up to that?
But the whole time, it's like I felt as if Charlie kept planting this seed in my head. Obviously, now I don't know if like he knew of Sigfredo, like he probably knew of Sigfredo from what, you know, like me venting and saying like, you know, like he's giving me a hard time, like in that point, but far from like what, like, I mean, like I know that he's probably known that he's gotten in trouble like in the past, but Sigfredo's like since that we've been together, like we, you know, like I try to keep him on the narrow and stay away from trouble and, you know, like with like family life. So that's what, like this is through time that he's probably just been saying things and I'm just like agreeing with it. Like again, I beat myself up for it because it's like, I wasn't paying attention to like things, like I was being nonchalant about it, you know, and just being like, oh, okay, and then like, you know, kind of just, then when I'm with Sigfredo, I'm like relaying stuff to him, but them really not knowing, you know, like obviously even with conversations, it's like I never said like, oh, I'm talking to Tuto, or like with him, he doesn't want to hear that I'm talking with Charlie.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like they both know who I'm talking about,
Okay.
or they know.
So what kind of stuff were you relaying?
Right.
Without Magbuana, Charlie would have never connected with Garcia and Rivera. He also would not have known that they would be willing to commit murder without Magbuana coordinating all the details.
Through each other?
Yeah.
That's where it gets a little blurry because that's through time that we're just,
Right,
you know,
you don't have to say specifics, just give us a roundabout of summary of what the conversations were about. Because I understand you're not gonna remember exactly what you said or exactly what they said, but you know the context of the conversation that you had.
That led up to this.
Everything that led up
Well,
to
like, maybe give me an example. So he stuck this envelope
Yeah.
in your bag.
Mhm.
How did you know?
I
what
mean,
to do
like
with
it
that?
had information
But
about,
how did you know what to do with it?
because he's been like kind of mentioning, you know, like, oh, I need this, I need somebody to take care of this, and, you know, I know, like, obviously I'm going to Sigfredo about it, but then as I'm relating to Sigfredo, I'm not saying, like, I don't really know specifics, that's why.
So what are you relaying to Sigfredo?
Yeah.
You just said, I need someone to take care of this. I know it's hard to talk about, but we know what you're talking about, and we need you to talk about it. It's gonna be, I know it's hard to say, what is he saying this is? I need somebody to take care of this. What is this?
Oh, the problem with Wendy's, I mean, like that's, I don't think he ever mentioned about her husband or whatever, but just somebody that's been, like.
I'm fine with it. You're fine with that. That you didn't know that Dan Markel was Wendy's husband.
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah.
Cool.
What did he tell you? What did he say?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, move on. We're good with that. Yes, that is totally. I understand that they didn't have the same last name. Lowe's husband and wife, you would think.
So what was he telling you exactly?
It is hard to believe that Magbuana wasn't aware of the connection and didn't take more of an interest in the person she was helping to murder. On the other hand, she may have been willing to take the money without asking too many questions.
That he needed somebody to go up to, like that's what I'm saying, I don't wanna say the wrong thing.
We can understand if you're summarizing.
Right.
You're summarizing. We don't expect you to remember exact conversations, but you know the context, which is
Right.
the actual meat of what the conversation was about. That's what we need from you. Like the actual
What
topic.
did he mean? What did he say to you, basically? Just in general.
that he needed somebody to get hurt, but like not to get to that point, from my understanding, was not to get killed, but to maybe like, I don't know, if like rough up or beat up or whatever
Okay.
at that point.
Okay.
So but that's what I'm saying, like I just, little by little, maybe he's like feeding things in my head, but I can't remember those specifics, and
Okay, so then you're relaying now to Sigfredo. So what are you relaying to Sigfredo? And I know you're not saying Charlie wants me, you're just talking to Sigfredo about a friend that has this problem. What's the problem you're telling Sigfredo?
just that,
What
that it's
exactly?
like somebody, like, I'm sorry, like, I just, like,
I know, I understand what you're trying to
to,
say.
like, not,
Right, we know what you're trying to say, but we need you to say it. We can't say it for you.
Yeah. Here's where I think you are. It's hard for you to say.
Right.
It's more hard for you to say than less of you don't know what to say. I think this is where this agreement that's signed into, this is where you have to clear your conscience. This is where you just say what you're trying to say. Get it out. We can talk about it. We're going to talk to Chris about this. Obviously, there's a lot of conversations to be had after this meeting that we're having
a
today.
lot of conversation.
Not with you.
Not with
Not with you. No.
Between the prosecutors.
No, between us, and there's just a lot that has to go on after this. So just say it. Just come out with what you're talking. So Charlie's giving you something, and you're giving Garcia something. What is it?
What's the agreement? What was Charlie gonna do?
Something, yeah, something needed to be taken care of for him,
And
for
what was that?
for Dan Markel.
Okay. And what was Charlie getting in return? Was he doing anything in return? What was he willing to do? If
Well, yeah, like he would have, like the money wise, obviously, like, you know, like they would be, like Charlie's like, oh, they're gonna be taken care of, that they're gonna be taken care of.
Did he ever give you a number?
What's the number?
No, he didn't give me the number, he didn't give me a specific number for it.
He just said, go do this and I'll take care of you? He didn't say how much or anything?
No, not to me. Like, that's what I'm saying, it's like now, like, you know how you guys were talking about like the $100,000 or whatever, like, he never said that amount to me, like, I just know that they're gonna be taken care of. Like, he was assuring me that they're gonna be taken care of, obviously, has nothing to do, you know, like that's what I'm saying, like, I don't have those facts for.
How did he know who was going to take care of it or who he needed to take care of?
I mean, I figured he knew that I was like gonna go to somebody that I trusted and then I would relay that to Sigfredo.
Okay, so he knew
I just
Sigfredo.
that's what I don't know, that if he knew Sigfredo like that.
Did you tell him it was Sigfredo though?
No, I never mentioned that it was,
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
But you told him you would have it taken care of, he used to tell him I did.
yeah.
You know, Shantae's right. That is prison close. Because she was sentenced, I think, what was it, like 4 months? Give or take, like 4 months-ish, 3 or 4 months before this date, if the date on this camera is correct. So, shout out to Shantae. But it's a bit fucked up that you don't know the difference between, like, that like, nursing or dentistry has the same uniforms as prison people. That's a bit fucked up. Just saying. You know, maybe they might want to rethink the old fashion. You know?
Sorry, we're jumping around.
Well, the problem is
I just don't wanna go the roundabout, like, you know.
We're trying to get directly to it, and that's what and you can help us with that as well. Just say it. Sometimes just let it go, you know. The envelope that was in the bag, what was it?
I never looked at it. He told me, do not touch it, do not open it. That he had, he would, as time went, like, you know, I think back about the things that he's saying, and then he's like, oh, like, I never keep money in my house. And why is he telling me that? Like, now in my head, I'm like, okay, is he telling me that so that he won't get robbed? Like, he won't turn around and he would, well, yeah, hindsight, like I'm saying, like, I figured this out later on. You know, he did have that safe in his house, but he'd always be like, well, I don't keep money in that, or I never saw any, you know, like, he's opened it before, but I've never, like, looked inside and see anything inside. On that paper, which I felt like that had all the information, and obviously I had given that to Sigfredo, but when I gave it to Sigfredo, like, I never, like, it was in my bag, and then I had told Sigfredo, like, oh, like, the paper's there, like, and he never showed it to me. He took it, and then he left. Like,
And this would have been prior to the trip they made up in June?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know when he had given me that paper.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
Did Sigfredo ever tell you what was written on it?
No.
Okay.
And that's like the information that I wish I had, because that's why I was
That's
so
fine. Don't make it
hesitant
up.
to even.
Don't make it up. Don't fill in a gap that you don't know the answer to.
I just want to confirm one thing on this. So you told Charlie you would have it taken care of. So Charlie didn't know you were going to Sigfredo, but he probably assumed, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't tell Sigfredo it's from Charlie, and you didn't tell Charlie you're going to Sigfredo. You just told him that you would have it taken care of.
Yes. Yeah.
I understood what you were saying.
Yes.
So obviously you told him that you had somebody to do this, or he wouldn't just give it to you and say, hey, just, how did
Well,
that
yeah,
progress?
like, that's what I'm saying. Like, through time, you know, he keeps telling me there's something needed to get taken care of. Obviously, he's never said, like, oh, that somebody needed to get killed or anything. He never said that.
Okay.
Magbana keeps insisting that she doesn't know what Charlie had planned, saying that she knew something was going to happen, but she didn't know exactly what. The setup was too elaborate to be a simple scare tactic. Before we move forward, I want to extend my thanks for watching. This video today has no sponsor, so if you're enjoying it,
Por favor.
These things to be taken care of. These things to be taken care of. And then one night that I had slept over there, he had put that in my purse. He's like, do not open it, Katie. Like, do not touch it. Even when I put it inside in the envelope, like, he's telling me things that he did. You know, like, I used gloves. I didn't print it in my computer. Like, he's telling me, he's like forewarning me, like, don't even think. Like, I guess he didn't think that, you know, like, he didn't want me to, like, obviously blackmail him or something maybe after, or.
At what point did you tell him you had somebody that can take care of this? If he's feeding you this information for him to print this out and take this step, at some point you had to tell him you had someone that can take care of it.
What did you tell him to?
That was, like, going back again, that day that he had asked me in Halloween in the parking lot. I was like, oh, okay. You know, obviously the first thing in my head was like, oh, if somebody need to get beat up, whatever, like, Sigfredo's, you know? Like, that's money for him.
So Halloween is when you told him?
The one that
You said
how did I tell?
How did you tell him that you had somebody? When you said Halloween, is that when you told him that you had somebody that could do it, or?
To Charlie, yes. Yeah, I probably suggested, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I know somebody.
Okay, so you're saying that was at the Halloween thing?
Yes.
Okay, so that's
It's
all
the-
the way back
it
in
just is
October.
stuck, yeah, it's stuck out to me.
Okay, that's what I wanted,
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to get a clarification on.
So you told him you had somebody, you just didn't tell him who,
Yes,
and you just left it at that?
yes.
And you didn't ask him how much he could pay, how he could take care of, any of that?
He just always, he's always told me, he's like, oh, they'll be taken care of. Didn't give me an amount, didn't tell me.
So what did you
You
tell
know.
Sigfredo to get him to do it?
Like I said, I don't know how I told Sigfredo. Probably told him like, hey, like, you know, you can make some type of money.
This bitch is
and
lying.
take care of this for somebody else. He's like, okay.
But you didn't tell him how much?
I didn't know.
Or never gave you an amount or anything?
No, he
You
just
trusted
always
he would
said,
pay you?
yeah, I guess, stupidly, yeah. I figured
And Sigfredo
they
trusted
can
you
like,
enough?
yeah, like it's, like I said, like you got, like you know, I'm the middle person, obviously I see everything now, like, yeah, like it was going through me, but I know.
It's fine.
You look back now and you feel.
I'm like,
The cops are just laughing at this bitch. Like, so you got a guy, you convinced the guy to kill another dude, but you didn't tell him how much he's going to get paid. You didn't know any details. The fuck you talking about, bitch?
that's what I told Tara. I was like, listen, like, I was manipulated, I was used, I was, you know,
Oh
it's
my
like,
God.
and I feel stupid because it's like, you guys are even, like, I know, like, even through trial, like, you guys are, it's like, yeah, and I'm being truthful and that, like, when I see everything, it's like, of course, everybody's just looking at me like I'm a part of this whole thing. And it's hard for me to, like, it took time, like, you guys didn't know what I was going through in jail. You didn't know, even with family-wise, you know, you met my brother, like, it's, how do you just go about it? Like, okay, I had this whole part in this whole situation, like, even conversations with, like, that's why I was upset too with the Dolce Vita, because it's, once you see it in a different way, you're just, and then you sit back and you're like, I don't remember, like, a lot of the things, my brain has literally, and I wish, like, I wish you guys could just put something in my head and just extract all this information, but I can't time frame, which I know you guys can guide me with, but it's like, don't know what was said, I don't know how it went about, I just know, like, what, you know, certain things, and then from there, like, I'll probably get back in the dorm, and then, I mean, like, when I was in county, and I'll be like, oh my God, like, this happened, or this happened, and then after that, it's like I push it away, I've suppressed so much of, like, the whole situation, and I don't want to waste anybody's time. I know we've gotten to this
You're
point.
not wasting our time at all.
Magbana switches her story up a little by saying that she has repressed a lot of what happened. This contradicts her earlier claims of not knowing what was going to happen.
I want an end to this already, like.
Well, this is a way to the end, but like we said, you got to be totally honest with us.
Yeah.
You got to be truthful. I mean, that's all we're asking you to do.
Yeah.
To the best of your memory, give us everything you can. You know, I know it's hard to talk about. I know you don't want to admit it.
But there's
little things.
Some of it's embarrassing.
It's not just, it's not that, it's just my brain, like, I don't know how to explain, my brain has, like, blocked a lot of things. So, I, like, even, like, and then I second guess myself, and I do, like, the last thing I want is obviously this, I already know how this goes, and I do not want to say something that did not happen, or did not occur, and that's what I'm afraid of. I don't.
Well, that's what we explained to you. We don't expect you to remember exact verbatim conversations, word for word what you said or what someone
Of course,
said. But
yeah.
you know the context of the conversation, which is like what this conversation was about.
Yeah.
You know what the conversation was about with you and Charlie. You know what at the trick or treat thing, the Halloween thing, that's when you gave Charlie, after he's been venting to you, you gave him the thumbs up, like, yes, I got someone who could take care of
Well,
this
that's
for
the
you.
first time that he's, like, kind of mentioned something.
Mentioned you trying to get it taken care of.
Yeah.
But he had been telling you and feeding you up to that about how he's frustrated with his sister's stuff.
Well, yeah, like little bits and pieces
Right.
like that. And then that was like something that stuck out. And then from there on, all that time frame, that's why I just don't even know like what happened in between. But like I said, I was living my life as a mother, taking care of my kids.
Right.
Like, yeah, I should have paid attention, you know, you don't think I beat myself up every day thinking about like, I should have paid attention, I should have taken this seriously, but in my head at that time, it wasn't like a contract.
You're thinking someone's gonna get beat up?
Yes, like somebody to get hurt, obviously that's like one thing that, okay, you know, Sigfredo like would do, I mean, like we were financially like not, like he was doing his own thing and God knows what, like, I don't know, I don't even know why I went to him. I don't even know why this whole thing like literally like occurred.
Well, let me ask you
It
this.
just snowballed.
So you know it, and obviously the trial came out and it was mentioned, I don't know how many times. Charlie made the comment to several people throughout the years that, you know, tried hiring a hitman, but a TV was cheaper.
Yeah.
Had he ever made a comment like that to you?
Has he mentioned that?
Yeah.
About the hit? I don't.
To you specifically? Not that you remember from trial, but did you and he ever have a conversation like that?
About hiring somebody?
Yeah.
Like, maybe he's joked about it? Yeah, yeah. I'm
You
pretty sure,
remember
yeah,
that
like
he
he's
did?
joked about it, but it's like we're not even, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's joked about it, about
hiring a hitman?
yeah. He's very free with what he says, you know, and I never take, you know, sometimes, like I said, like I literally like blocked it off.
Okay, so they made a trip up here in June.
Yeah.
Did you all receive any money from Charlie for that trip?
For when they
Like to help pay for the rental car or anything?
I've had, I mean, like, I'm trying to think. Whenever, okay, so Sigfredo got that paper. Like I said, he's never told me anything about it. Obviously, there has to have been information in there. Obviously, either one of them don't want me to know. And I don't want to know. I didn't want to know it, so.
And you told Sigfredo it was in there to get it.
Yeah, to get it, like, just get it off the bag. Like, I think he came over, and then he probably went to the apartment, saw the kids, and I was like, oh, I have a pay for you in the bag, and then I just remember him stuffing it in his shorts and then walking out.
Okay.
And we never spoke about it again.
Okay.
Like, I never asked him, like, oh, what was on that, or whatever, nothing. Like, we didn't have a conversation about it.
Okay.
So, and then, like, I don't know when Sigfredo, like, leaves. I don't know, like, what his, you know, we'd be good, and then I don't know what's going on with him. And I don't want to know what's going on with him, you know, so I kind of, like, block that out, too. Because when I was with Charlie, then obvious, and just like that, too, like, with conversations, it's not like I'm there, like, planning things or whatever. It's just whenever I'm not with one, I'm talking to the other.
Nah, bitch.
It's not-
Clearly you're there planning things. Like, why'd you even say that? Oh my god, man. Oh my god.
Nothing specific or anything that has to do with what happened. It's just, I don't talk to each other with, like, they're right next to me.
Right.
So obviously you guys weren't financially stable.
Yeah.
Renting a car to drive to Tallahassee is.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I think it's, that Charlie has given me money, like, I probably told him, like, hey, I need some money so that, like.
Charlie has given her money numerous times, usually cash, so it could not be traced.
And I would always just say, like, this people or whatever, but now I'm thinking about it, like, he knew it was, you know, Sigfredo the whole time. So, yeah, probably, like, asking for, like, a
So
couple
Charlie
$100.
only giving you all the money to pay for the rental car?
Yeah, like, he give it to me, and then I give it to Sigfredo, I guess, like, so that he can go about wherever he needed to go, but I didn't know about the Tallahassee, like, even, like, meeting with
You
Tallahassee.
didn't know where they were going, you just knew that the problem that Charlie had, they were going to handle and they needed money to deal with it.
Yes.
How did you know about that he needed a rental car? What did Sigfredo say to you? About getting a rental car? How did you know it wasn't?
I mean, he doesn't, he has a.
Miami. How did you know the problem wasn't in Miami then? How did you know he needed a rental car?
That he had to go travel somewhere?
Yeah, yes.
I don't know, like, when, I didn't know anything about, like, the Tallahassee thing, but I guess he had to go somewhere, it wasn't gonna be local.
Okay, so did he
Yeah, I
come
just
to
didn't
you
know
and tell you,
where.
I need money for this, and
Right.
then,
You say, I need money for a car, I need you to get money from your.
how did you know to go to Charlie and ask for the money that he needed, is what he's trying to get at.
Well, because from the whole thing, with the paper. But he didn't tell me what was on it or whatever, but I figured like he needed to scope someplace out, so if he's gonna go somewhere, then he needs a car
So here,
to do that.
you're trying to answer for Garcia. Answer for you. Garcia came to you and asked for, did he come to you and ask for money? Did he come to you and say, hey, I need money? Hey, what Garcia was doing is totally different.
Yeah.
How did it go from you back to Charlie, back to Garcia? How did that?
I mean, I would assume that that's what Sigfredo told me. He's like telling me like, oh, I need money, like, to go scope this place out. So he needed like a vehicle.
Do you remember having conversations with Garcia about that type of stuff? That, hey, I need money for a rental car. Do you remember having those conversations with him?
That he needed money, yeah, for rental car, I guess so, yeah. And then I would just relay it back to like Charlie, like I need money so that they, yeah.
That's all I was asking.
Yeah.
How did you know that you needed money?
I know it sounds like such a simple thing, but it's like I guess I'm just.
You're trying to go through
my brain.
Because
Yeah.
it could have been in Miami, right?
Yeah. I guess I mean, I never assumed that it was gonna be in, maybe that was just my assumption, that it wasn't anywhere local.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, if he's needing money, like, what do you need money for? I'm not gonna ask you specifics. Okay, you get a car, you need, a place to stay, you need to rent somewhere.
So
I
I was
just-
asking you questions, just trying to refresh your memory
Yes.
so you can bring up
Yes, sir.
details
Yeah.
about what you remember, okay?
Yeah.
So we're not trying to trick you or get you off track.
And
We're
I
just
get
trying to refresh your
that,
memory.
I'm trying to recall back too of like how it even like occurred or what was happening. Yeah.
So at what point, how did Charlie get the money to you? Did he just meet you and give you
I
cash?
mean, like I was hanging out with him, so it would be like, yeah, he'd give you like
Hey,
a couple
I need
$100, yeah, like, and obviously he knew what it was for. Like not like, I'm just like, I didn't think about it. Like, like I wasn't there like, oh, okay, like this is for this and that. Like that wasn't.
As the go-between, Magbuana knew more than she is admitting to the detectives. Charlie would not have continued to give money without knowing exactly what it was for. And if he had been in contact with Garcia himself, he wouldn't have needed Magbuana at all.
I'm just.
That's the key thing here.
Okay with it.
Like, this bitch is literally useless if she didn't know anything. She didn't know what was going on, all this kind of shit. Like, what exactly? Like, and I think that's the kind of role she's trying to play. She's trying to like do the whole like ditzy, I didn't know anything and all this kind of shit. You guys got the wrong person, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. Like, even some of the when she was asked there, it's like, okay, you need money. What you need money for? It was like instinct for her to ask that question. As soon as someone says, I need money, that's the next logical question.
I was just doing it. Okay, you need the money. Okay, I don't want to know what for. I don't know. Like obviously now I know the rental and all that stuff, but it's like I didn't know. Like I got
Get him the money to
like
take care of Charlie's
do
problem.
whatever you need to do, whatever, like, and then I will get it from one end to another.
Okay.
All right.
At that point, did you know Lewis was involved?
No, that whole thing, yeah, with Lewis was all.
Oh, actually.
Okay, I know we're gonna be jumping into a lot of things, and I hope I'm not frustrating you
No,
because
you're
I
fine.
feel
Go
like
ahead.
You're not frustrating us. No, I'm watching you process
No, I
it in your
know.
head.
And it's like I talk with my hands, I'm getting nervous, like
It's fine. It's fine.
Go ahead.
because I know like my brain is like jumping from one place to another. The whole thing with Lewis is obviously like, and that's how Sigfredo functions too. He never tells me. You think he's gonna tell me? He doesn't tell me things. This is what I want you guys to understand. Sigfredo does not tell me things. He tries to keep me away from a lot of things.
Sure.
A lot of things upset me through the trial.
Nah, yeah,
And
Octavian.
it's like, it hurts for me to know.
Appreciate you
this
stopping
is
by.
the
Appreciate you in the like button as
I'm
well.
not, like,
Filipina.
he's not a bad person. I know it sounds bad, but it's like he's not this person. And granted, I went to him, obviously, stupid mistake for even me to be involved in any of this. But when the whole I guess the bump or whatever, and like the weird phone calls and Charlie telling me this thing or whatever, little by little, I kind of like, and then the whole Lewis thing, and that's what like clicked in my head. I was like, Lewis, like Tato and Tuto, like, you know, they always mistake their names. And then I'm just like again, me and Sigfredo, we never had a chance to like talk. Like he doesn't, like I've asked that, you know, I've asked many times, like, Tara, why can't we be in a room with, you know, Sigfredo? Like, I need to know these things. Like, I can't answer these questions. I know it's kind of just like, I know to protect, like, you know, like both sides or whatever, but I needed to see him face to face. I needed that, like now it's like we've been so separated so far, it's like, I don't even know.
See, the problem is we don't want you talking about what Sigfredo told you after the fact. We want you telling us what you know leading up to all this and during all of this. You were with Sigfredo. You were with Charlie.
Yeah.
You were part of a lot of these conversations.
Yes.
And that's what we want to hear from you, is what those conversations were and how they went along. So, I mean, at one point you did know Lewis was involved because you tried calling Lewis to get a hold of Sigfredo right after the murder.
Yeah.
You had his old number.
Yeah.
You called his old number, so somehow you did know that he was with Lewis. That's why you tried to call Lewis.
But I never knew, like, I really honestly never knew that he would, like, that Lewis, I mean, obviously, like, now I think about it, like, they're always together, like, but at that time, I'm trying to reach Sigfredo. I don't know what made me, like, call him or him call me, or I'm just trying to reach him. I'm trying to get to him.
Yeah, and he's the only one you tried to call at that time until you got
so-
hold of Ortiz, but anyways.
Before that trip, you knew that he was going with him on that trip.
No, I never knew that he was
So
going
how did
with
you know
him.
to call him?
Maybe not the first trip, but the second trip you knew he was there, right? Because you were talking to him during that second trip, right?
Talking
to Sigfredo.
Yeah, but he never told me that he was with Lewis. Like, he never
explained that to
He
me.
never told me that he was with Lewis.
Okay.
Because even with the whole thing, with the whole bump and everything, like, that started coming out, and that's why I was like, why does it seem like, to me, that Sigfredo was, you know, like something was going on with Lewis. Like, he was almost kind of like, oh, let me find out, like, what is somebody talking to Lewis, or is he like talking to, you know, like police or whatever about something?
None of this is adding up. None of this is adding up. Octavian, this whole come on, bro. That ain't gonna work. You know what I mean? The whole like pushy thing, that don't work on me. Sean, they saying I knew all the details, but like I just didn't know anything was gonna happen. You know? I knew how much money he wanted him to dig on. I thought it was just gonna be a fight. You know what I mean? I didn't know nothing, but at the same time, I was like the go-between. I was the middleman. Like, imagine this, right? Imagine, like, you're like, think about business. Like, you're the middleman, right? You're orchestrating the transaction between two businesses. You're definitely at least going to know the price. You know what I mean? Like, think about like a transport companies. They're like the middleman, right? So like, let's say you buy some sort of product from a business, you're the end consumer, and then it's going to be a middleman that's going to do the transportation between them. Yeah. You're going to have to know so many details. You're going to have to know the customer's address, the business's address, where to pick up the product, what time to pick it up at, how much money is it, all this kind of shit. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Shout out to Octavian for the $9.99. Tonight's pints are on me. Touring Ireland Spring 2027. Come on you green? Come on you boys in green? One sec, let me think about this. Yeah, it should be COYBIG. No? Come on, you gooners. Typically, it's COYBIG. Boy big. Come on, you boys in green. But shout out for the $9.99. Let me play you a little bit of Pepe for that. Appreciate you, Connie. The whole thing smells. It smells like a rotten tomato. Am I right, boys? Thank you for the support. One's her current boyfriend, and one the father for kids. Don't tell me you don't know everything. Oh man, 100%, 100%. I'm in the middle. I'm the middleman, but I don't know anything or haven't talked to anyone. Yeah, I don't know nothing. This is the subcategory of I didn't do nothing. I didn't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? Gooners, yeah. Come on, you boys in green is the koi big. If you ever see koi big in Ireland, it means come on, you boys in green. That's typically the chant that they do for the football team, rugby team, all this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Come on, you good thing. No, because then that'd be GT. That'd be koi GT. You know what I'm saying? That's why it threw me. You know what I'm saying? It's not a business transaction. That's enlightenment bullshit. The price is salvation. Go once for free. Like I said, okay. Here's the thing. I'm gonna be making a journey relatively soon. You know what I'm saying? And when I reach that destination, I'm pretty sure Sunday's gonna be free. You know what I'm saying? So maybe when I make that journey, I gotta speak in code. Because like I said, I'm keeping this shit on the down low. But like I said, man, trust me. It may happen soon. It may happen soon. You know what I mean? I did, but they didn't make it to the World Cup. Hey, way to kick a man while he's down. You know what I'm saying? But to be honest, fuck the World Cup. But salutes to you, sir. Salutes to you. Enough said. Because we're shit. Also true. Also true. It is what it is. It is what it is, folks. You know what I'm saying? But the rugby team is pretty good. You got to give us credit for the rugby team. Who knows? Maybe when we have this United Ireland. But I'm suspect over the United Ireland thing, man. I think it's going to be used as an excuse. Mark my words, right? It's going to be used as an excuse to amend the Constitution. And what they're going to do when they amend the Constitution is they're going to take out Jesus Christ and the Trinity out of the Constitution, right? Because where is it? Where is it? Bro, where is... How hard is it just to quote the Constitution? Por favore. We'd have to click one of these links. Article 139. Here we go. All right. This is why Ireland's constitution is probably one of the best constitutions, right? In the name of the most holy Trinity, from whom all is all authority, and to whom, as our final end, all actions both of men and states must be referred. We, the people of Era, meaning Ireland, humbly acknowledge all our obligations to our divine Lord Jesus Christ. Right? So listen to me, Mad Cow. Listen to me, Octavian. This whole thing of the United Ireland and we need to amend the Constitution, all this kind of shit, right? Is to take out this language. In the name of the most holy Trinity, to our divine Lord Jesus Christ. And they're going to do this whole same thing that England's done with the multi-faith nation, all this kind of bullshit. Because they're Antichrist. I'm telling you, man. That's what they're going to try to take out. They're going to try to take out all mentions of Christianity. They're going to take out the Trinity. They're going to take out Jesus Christ. Mark my words. That's what this whole thing's about. I'm telling you. Need Ireland and Scotland to unite and fix up London Stan. London Istanbul. London Stan. But I'm telling you, man, because I was there was an article that was released. What was it? I can't remember the newspaper, but it was like some article where it's like Celtic nations need to plan for reform winning the next election. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, man. I am skeptical AF, and I'm pretty sure that's why they want to amend the Constitution. Because they want to take that out. And if that's the case, because Sinn Féin's like navigating it, you know what I mean? It ain't gonna be pretty. One sec, let me actually look into that. All right, let's see. The LAI is ticking. Yeah, so back in 2011, Sinn Féin indicated support for a referendum to remove religious references from the Constitution as part of a broader constitutional convention idea. Ireland has secularized over time, and decisions about updating the Constitution for a modern or united Ireland often arise. However, Sinn Féin current unity push frames constitutional reform as an open, participatory process via citizens' assembly, not a top-down party proposal targeting the preamble. And the people that they're buddying up to, so Solidarity Party and People Before Profit in 2017, have pushed more directly to secularize references to God and religion, but these are separate from Sinn Féin's unity legislation. So at the moment, they're in the process of preparation for unity rather than detailed drafting a new constitution at this stage. Any changes to religious language will likely emerge, if at all, from the proposed Citizens' Assembly or future referendums, not as a pre-stated Sinn Féin demand, delays official details, etc., etc. So in 2011, telling you, man, that's what, and they're going to dangle the United Ireland in front of you, and they're going to take Trinity out and Jesus Christ out. All leaders in the West betrayed their people, 100%. You know? Reform equals extinction. Hey, what can I say, man? Why Britain's only chance is restore. That is the only chance. But anyways, we segued enough, as they say. But that's like every single time I hear that on the radio, it's the same thing. It's like that's the only reason why they want to amend the fucking Constitution. But it would have to go to a referendum. And if it is a thing, if the thing proposed is they want to get rid of Jesus Christ and Holy Trinity, I'm voting against, bro. Fuck that, man. Fuck that. But anyways, let's get back to the video. About this lying bitch.
Because why is his name coming up? But he never told me anything that he was with Lewis. Like, I know, like, that's one thing that I know, like, I never knew, because I didn't know that till later on.
Okay.
And I know that I called him, but it's like, I don't know what made me call him that day, or if I had seen him beforehand, or.
Okay. So in June.
The timing of the call is too convenient to be a coincidence, but the detectives are willing to let that point slide for now.
They made a trip up, and nothing happened. Did you know, was there any conversation after the June trip with you and Garcia about nothing happening?
Was there a conversation after that?
Yeah.
Not that I can recall, no.
I mean, because obviously it didn't, and so I'm wondering what triggered them going back again in July.
And how did they fund that too? So obviously something had to go back and forth to Charlie to know that there's gonna be a second trip. So what?
Tell us about.
I'm just going to pause one more time just to clarify. In terms of Republic, it is Catholic is the main one. You know what I'm saying? But we'll have to see what way things go. I've learned never to back against never to back against the white man, so to speak. You know what I mean? But I hate the whole thing of like white. Be Aryan, man. But hey, segues enough. Like I said, I'm not gonna pause it now for like at least another 10 minutes, okay?
Tell us what you
I don't know, I just like, I can't, okay, June, you said that they went, yeah, well, obviously they went, or just one, I don't like that,
They both,
I don't.
yeah, they both went in June,
Uh-huh.
and they both came back. And then actually, I think Wendy came down to Miami, and that's when you all went to the beach.
That was around June? Yeah, but I have never spoken to Wendy about anything, like.
That was the next question.
Yeah, like I've never spoken to Wendy about.
So you tell us, did Wendy know about this? Did Wendy know what was going on here? Did she know
From that
about
time, I think they kept it like, I think Charlie's always said that my family doesn't know anything, like, or Wendy doesn't know anything. So at some point, I figured out that we would.
Yeah. So Charlie was saying to you, my family knows nothing?
Yes.
Okay.
See, this is where it gets difficult because it's like with the whole, okay, I don't even know how to explain it, but it's I don't know, like, I just feel like every single time that, like, Charlie would, like, talk to his mom, like, it was always, like, if I was, like, in the house, like, he never talked to her, like, on the phone with me, he'd always walk away and stuff, but I almost feel like his mom always knew something was going on, or something needed to be taken care of.
Would he ever
Like,
tell
his
you
mom.
though? He would never tell you?
Like, he kind of, like, he was the type that he would really, like, my family doesn't know anything about that, but in my head, I'm like, okay, then why do you walk away, and, like, whenever we're talking about something, or like, like you don't want me to hear it, like you don't want me to hear something.
Email messages from Donna to Wendy showed that both knew that something was going on and that Donna was likely the one who was pulling the strings.
So obviously his mom has to have known something.
Well, later on, throughout the whole month, Charlie tried to get you to come down and meet with his parents. Do you remember that? We even played those calls in trial, so you've heard that call again since you've had the calls.
But not to meet his parents, it was to meet him.
To meet his parents, because you decided not to go inside. You said, meet me down the street at the restaurant. I don't want to meet your parents, I want to meet down the street at the
I don't
restaurant.
think I ever said I'm going to meet your parents.
That was on the calls. He was wanting you to. He was wanting you to come into the Icon and meet with his parents. And you were like, yeah, I want you to come down. I don't want to come in there with them, and I want you to come down to Charlie. So you don't remember that either?
No, I remember meeting up with him, but I don't remember him like insinuating like, oh, he said that he was with his parents, but I've never like been and all, no, not like together like that, like we're all together now.
So you never had any conversations with his mom, Wendy?
No, never had a conversation with Wendy, never had a conversation with his mom. Now, my opinions on that is completely different.
Like you watched trial.
Like obviously, like I said, like I put like that's how my brain is working too. Is that I'm putting things, and I was like, okay, what's this?
Well, what you just said is what you know. And
Yes.
that's literally all we're here trying to do.
Yeah.
Do not guess
And I
on
don't
what
wanna
you
say
would
my
have.
opinion, and I don't wanna, like, I don't
And
wanna
we
put
will
too
know the
much
difference
behind
in your opinion, but what you know and what you heard is all we're here trying to get to.
Well, what you've seen and what you heard is important, even though what developed your opinion. Did you hear or see something outside of what you saw in trial? Did you see something before trial, before all this happened, that led you to that?
We'll go back to
Did you hear Charlie saying something? Did you see him doing something? Did you experience something that now you think, oh, that's why she knows, because Charlie said this or said that or did that? Is there anything that led you to believe
Well,
that?
the whole conversation with his mom, like, you know, like, again, it's like, was going back and forth, like, he's having a conversation with his mom, he must have mentioned something about me, because his mom is, like, obviously talking about me.
You're talking about the Title III calls again, what you heard in trial?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. Yeah.
So, I guess we'll backtrack. Let's go back to July of 2013. They make another trip. Was the circumstances surrounding that was similar to the other one where money had to be exchanged to rent a car?
Yeah, if Sifredo had asked me, like, you
Do
know.
you remember that?
If he didn't have any money, he probably would have asked me, like, hey, I need some money. But
Do you remember?
I don't.
You don't remember
I
it?
don't remember if he had asked me for money for
Do
that.
you remember Sifredo going to Tallahassee?
No, this is the whole time.
So I'm asking a couple specific things in this world because these are just things I'm trying to confirm. So, do you remember anything about and Rivera testified about this stuff? Do you remember anything about the Instagram and Rivera posting something stupid?
What, he was talking about, like, the tiger or whatever he had.
Yeah,
he had
it has changed, yes. It might be a zebra next week, I don't know.
I mean, like, through the trial and stuff, but
No,
nothing
but
that
do you
happened.
remember?
Oh, like,
you
him,
personally-
that happening? No.
Yeah, you don't remember calling and saying, hey, you dumbass, you put something on, I don't remember what you said.
No, I would have, yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, I never knew about Louis being with Sifredo.
Alright, so
Like,
let's
I
go
just,
to
like, I don't know how much I can trust him, but like,
let's go
I
to the
don't
part
know.
about after it's done. And there's a phone call between you and Garcia. It's the first phone call, you've seen it 1,000 times. First phone call after it's completed, they're about an hour and a half away from Tallahassee. And Rivera says he hears you and Garcia talking. Where were you when that conversation took place?
Garcia made an incriminating post on social media shortly after the murder, giving away his location. Magbuana angrily confronted him and forced him to take it down.
When I was talking to Sifredo on the phone,
After Dan has already been shot.
what was he saying that, like, I know, or like I said I know, but I never said I know, or even had a
We're getting
conversation,
there.
yeah.
I'm getting there. So where were you? Yeah. Do you remember where you were when that call was made?
No.
Okay. So
I
you
mean,
don't remember?
Me and Sifredo would talk, but I don't know, like, maybe I was in the house, in my house, in Treasure Drive.
Okay.
Either that or I don't remember, I don't recall.
Well, let's get this. You did take money from Charlie's house
Yes,
and take it and meet Garcia and Rivera.
The day after.
that's where it gets a little blurry for me too, because I've gone, to Lewis's house plenty of times and go.
Okay, irrelevant.
Yeah.
You took money.
Yeah.
How much money did you get from Charlie?
I never saw it.
What was
put
it?
in the phone. Okay,
Go through that whole thing. I don't care what day that was. Just tell me what that was.
okay, the night that Charlie told me to come over to his house, and like he was like frantic about everything, I was like, okay, whatever, I'll come over. That's when he had mentioned that, about the accident, but I didn't know that Markel got shot, like, I didn't know about that, like.
You knew it was
I don't
her.
think I didn't, not even him, I don't know if it was him that he was, I think so, I guess, but like never saying about like him getting shot or whatever. That's why that phone call of me knowing would have never occurred, because I wouldn't even know anything, and Charlie didn't say anything on the phone.
Well, obviously a phone call occurred because there's records of that, and you and Garcia talked.
Well, yeah, like of me
But you
saying
don't
that.
remember the specifics that Rivera's telling us.
Yes,
Okay, fine, that's fine. We can work with that.
Before you went to Charlie's, you went and met with Sigfredo. When they got back to town that night, you went and met with Sigfredo. Then you went to Charlie's. Do you remember that?
I don't think I met with Sigfredo though, like, it's the head
Talking
records
to
that I
him,
was
did
talking to him.
Talked to him, and then you showed up right there when they were close to her house, and the records show you all, they went, was it Duffy's? Is that the sports bar they went to?
That was close by or
Yeah,
whatever.
right, close by.
I don't recall meeting up with Sigfrid. I do recall going to Charlie's house.
Because right after that, that's when you talked to Charlie and you drove up there to Charlie's house. It was right after you.
Because I know I left, and we were like, Charlie was telling me to come over to his house.
Do you
At that
remember
time, he was
meeting
kind
with
of.
Sigfredo after we got back and telling you that it's taken care of or any of that? Like, do you remember meeting with him when he got back in town?
When he got back in town?
And I understand you don't know that they, at this time, that he killed him or shot him, but do you remember him meeting saying that this is handled? We handled this for your friend or anything?
After that, I don't know if he might have come. I don't know.
I'm just saying, we're gonna use facilitate a phone call with Charlie to get the money.
Well, obviously Charlie knew something happened. Therefore, when that happened, he was supposed to have like money like ready. Because he knew that he had to pay.
So that was the understanding, once it was done, that he was to pay right away?
Yeah, but I wasn't, like, I didn't know I'm going up there to go meet up with Charlie so that I could, to get that. Like, he doesn't want to say anything, obviously, on the phone.
Right.
So when I got up there, I just remember that he was, like, frantic, and he was just, like, I even remember he had, like a gun with him, and I was just like, what? Like, but he was, like, just acting weird at that, when I got to his house. And I know he had taken like a Xanax, and then I might have too, because we just fell asleep. Like, I can't even recall like what conversation was happening or whatever. I just know that he, in the morning before I left, he's like, hey, it's in your trunk. And I was like, okay, in my understanding that's like the money in my trunk. Never looked at it, never opened anything, never had it like in my hand.
Okay. So when you met up with him, where'd you meet up with him at?
With who? With Charlie?
No, with Garcia and Rivera.
So you left Charlie's house that next morning?
And then
Yes. When I drove back down, I think that's when I'm trying to look for Sigfredo, and he was like nowhere to be found, and that's when I had like called, I don't know if he called me or I called him or whatever, because that's why with the phone number was like confusing me, because other people had their phones. Like, remember you told me, I mean, like you said that it wasn't even, it was.
So you mean you called a number you
number.
had for Rivera that somebody else answered?
No, you're talking about Ortiz, aren't you?
Yeah, like I don't know if Sigfredo was he living in that apartment in Biscayne? Or whatever, like other people were like hanging out.
You know where it was.
Well, I know he was at Shrimp's house.
Yeah, I don't know where, I think he was couch hopping around that time.
But I think he had his apartment too, somewhere along like 70-something in Biscayne.
He could have, to be honest with you.
But either
And
way,
that's where like, all of them hung out or whatever, but like they would exchange phones and stuff, like other people, like, is the Ortiz number Hebreo's phone?
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember Hebreo was always like at his house, so I'm trying to contact them, that's why I'm never trying to contact Lewis.
that was after you tried to call Lewis. You tried to call Lewis first on his old number, and then you called him after that.
Okay.
But
So all this was
that's
just
the
to find
record show.
Sigfredo?
Yes.
So all these calls you're making is you now have the money, you left Charlie's house, Charlie gave you the money, it's your understanding, obviously you didn't see it and touch it, I get
Yeah.
that. But you knew that he put money in the back to pay it.
Yes. Yes.
So all these calls you're making is to try and find Sigfredo to give him this money, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Where'd you find him?
I think I was parked behind, I don't know I don't know how I came about, but like I just ended up like in the, kind of like, in the hallway of like the alleyway of Lewis's, apartment. And he just like jumped inside the car out of nowhere, like he
Lewis did?
No,
Oh,
Sigfredo did.
Oh, okay.
Cause, I guess he didn't want me to know that he was somewhere else, and clearly he was at Shrimp's house, and, I couldn't find him or anything.
What made you go to the alleyway outside of Lewis's
I
apartment?
think he told me to go over there, or,
So you got a hold of him on the phone and he told you to go meet him over there?
yeah, I just thought that I had to go over there.
What happened then?
So he goes, he gets in the car, was like, hey, you got a package in the back, grabs it, and goes. And then I left to go home because, I left to go home.
Did you ever see it at all?
No, I never saw the
Like
package.
in the package, you never, you just jumped out of,
No.
grabbed it out of the trunk?
Yeah.
And he didn't give you a third of that money?
He didn't give me money till like he came back like later on. I don't know if it was the same day, but like then he gave me money.
How much did he give you?
I didn't like I don't know.
Came back
You
where?
can ask your random question. Was it stable?
Okay.
He gave us
So I
out.
think, how much he gave you, is that what you said?
Huh?
You don't know how much he gave you?
No, he didn't. I
What
mean,
did it
I
look like?
didn't count. Like I know it was, you know, it was.
After everything she had done, Magbuana should have known exactly how much money she had been owed and would have checked to make sure Garcia gave her the correct amount.
A couple stats, but it's like I didn't like not a specific number, and I'm not gonna say like 30 because that's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like that's a number that's like sticking out. And
That's what Rivera said.
What's the stacks of what? Stacks of what exactly?
stacks of like stapled money.
What were the bills? Do you remember the size of the bill?
How much? What kind of bills were they? $1 bills?
I think they were like hundreds, and then maybe like hundreds and like 20, like you know 20s, like and.
And they were stapled.
Yes.
Okay. Where were you at when he brought you that money?
I was in my apartment.
So he came back to your apartment?
Yes.
So the next part of it gets a little.
Well, can I just? I mean, like I don't want to like because I just want to get it out of my head so that you got, you know, obviously, I just know it was kind of like, and there's another thing that stick out like that Charlie was saying about like, oh, like cleaning the money or like actually, I guess cleaning the money because it was like after I got the money and then I put it away in my closet. Like I said, like that's why I don't know the amount. I never counted it. I'm not there sitting and counting it, but it did like get moldy. Like it was like wet, like it was like moisture. So I think it was literally like washed. Cause it was like, I was like, hey, like this thing like looks like, and I'm thinking in my head, well, yeah, but like he said stuff like that, and I just, you know, I didn't think about like actually, I didn't feel for it that it was wet or anything, but you know, it started getting like moldy and stuff, and I was like, oh, the money that you gave me is like moldy. Like I think it was just wet. He was just like, just dry it, just blow dry it, and I was like, okay. And then that was like the end of it.
So Charlie's the one that was talking about cleaning the money.
Yeah, like I said, Charlie makes these.
If you never check the money, how you know it's moldy, comrades? You know what I'm saying? But your license plate can be tracked by street cams and home cam. Exactly, Shantae. Exactly. It's like even the detectives are just laughing at this chick. Like, do you really expect us to believe this? Unfucking believable.
Like comments and things that like I would be oblivious to and not really pay attention to until like after like I'm, you know, things that he's saying. Like you said, like I said, he's like, he made sure that I knew that he didn't print that whatever it was in the envelope, you know, like he's like, oh, I wear gloves when I put it in. Like he's telling me things so that I guess like, you know, he wouldn't be blackmailed or whatever.
So there's no way for it to come back to him.
He was gonna.
I mean, he was using me through the whole thing, you know, obviously, like feeding me other stuff, and I believed it, like an idiot.
So when Sigfredo paid you the money and he came back to your apartment and he gave it to you, did he tell you anything about what happened or how it happened?
You know, he never told me any details.
Okay, at what point did you find out that Dan Markel was dead?
That I don't remember. I know from like the whole bump, like at that point
before that
something I don't know if like somebody passed away. I mean, like if he passed away or anything or like that. Even that's where it gets blurry for me because I don't know when I found out that would have, you know.
You obviously knew before the bump because that happened a couple years later.
2 years later.
2 years later. So
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
At what point?
I just don't know.
Because you're working for Charlie. You're working for Charlie. He's paying. You're supposedly cleaning the office, is what you said, right? And he's paying you money. At what point, while that's happening, do you know that he's dead at that point? Because the funeral's already happened. Things are already on the news. All that stuff's happening already.
I believe so. I think, yeah, like I could.
Do you know who told you or how you found out?
if it was Charlie that told me.
I have it back. When Garcia gave you the money, did he tell you why, or did you know why?
I just knew that he had to take care. He did something that you got to. He's getting paid for.
Shout out to Prince of Dog saying, stop the grift break. Let's fucking go. And we're at 7 out of 10, folks. If we want to hit the grift break, we need 3 $5 super chats. Otherwise, we'll be going to grift break in roughly. I know it says 2:30, but we'll give you the full 7 minutes because technically I reset the timer a little bit too quick. You know what I'm saying? Well, shout out to you for the $5. Let me give you a little bit of a money clip for that one, sir. Shout outs to you, sir. Let me catch up and chat a little bit as well. You're not going to commit a crime in your own car. If you do, you deserve to get caught. That is a fair point. Not going to lie. Salute to you, dogs. But many do, or the victim's car, and they were found on camera somewhere leaving the car using an ATM or gas station. It is what it is. Yeah, it's early morning hours. The dawn is upon us, baby. But like I said, it's... What can I say? What can I say? It's like, is anybody in chat buying anything this bitch is saying? Like she's getting paid, but she didn't know nothing. You know? At this stage, she just might as well crack the Captain Morgan pose. Let's be real. The Captain Morgan pose would be more for defense than what she's saying right now.
Like that's it. Yeah. He didn't tell me like what happened or how he got it.
So you knew that.
I mean, like I got it from me, but you know.
You knew that was your portion of what Charlie put in that.
I mean, Sigfredo just tends to give me, you know, like he even, like if he knows that I was like a stickler about like, you know, like, hey, you have to help me out with the kids or whatever. Like that's why I even put him on child support because obviously he blew through whatever money he had. I don't know how much money he had. I know he got, you know, like he just gave me a portion of it and I don't know if that has something to do with his portion too, but I usually have.
Was there an understanding that you were gonna get a portion of it once they take care of this? For helping?
Yeah, I mean, he was just gonna pay, like, not like, this is your specific portion, but he's like.
It was understanding you get some.
Yeah.
Right, you didn't know amount.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's an understanding that you were gonna get some money.
Magbuana isn't being honest about her payment. This isn't the kind of action someone coordinates without knowing how much they will make for the risk they're taking.
Once this was completed from what Charlie was paying.
Well, for him to do this, like, it was just, it's so that I can have money, yeah,
Right.
like, you know.
That's what I wanted to clear up.
Okay.
I just wanted to clear all that up because I know it's all processing in your head, you're going back and forth, so I want to make sure we have it clear as to what your understanding of it was at that moment. Because that's all we're caring about is your
my
perspective, your involvement,
Yeah.
what you saw and experienced during this encounter.
What knowledge you have, it's not so much your involvement because no matter what you did, it's over with for you now. You don't have anything else to get in trouble for.
But you and like this is the thing. This is after a sentencing. This is after a sentence. She's already in prison. And she's serving a lengthy sentence, so to speak. But she still won't talk. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You know what I mean? It is what it is. He gave me a portion of it, but I'm not sure if it's my portion or mine and his. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I know the money had mold on it, but I never counted it. You know what I mean? After, yeah. Like, the sentencing was in July 2022, and this is, what month is the 10th? October? This is like October. You know what I mean? Unbelievable.
I want you to understand that. I know you don't want the perception, and it's hard to admit that, yes, I did this and it was wrong. It's hard to admit it, and I know that's a problem for you, and you don't want that out there, and this is probably a conversation where if your attorney was here, we would step out and he could have another conversation with you about this, because it's really important that you tell us everything that you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's time now, because nothing worse is going to happen to you for anything that you know.
Dogs, this is the thing. I think like her job was to be like that in between. So the dudes that are actually committing it, like there's literally no link between them. There's never a message sent between them. They're completely unrelated. All this kind of shit. That's what her job was. So for her to sit here, like she's supposed to be the one that's relaying the text messages, or the messages and all this kind of shit. So there's no digital footprint. That was basically her job. So for her to sit here and say, "Well, I didn't know nothing. I didn't know nothing, boss." It makes no sense. It makes literally no sense. You know? Like I said, she might as well be like this. I didn't do nothing. I didn't know nothing, officer. Like, she would be better off doing this. You know, hand on hip and everything.
Or that you say, nothing worse is going to happen to you. Let me ask you this, where are your kids right now?
Still with my family.
You're staying with your brother still? Okay. Has anybody ever threatened you or promised you anything not to testify or not to cooperate?
No.
In this?
No.
Nobody's ever,
Nobody's
you're
ever
no
threatened
coercion
me.
whatsoever
Nothing.
of why you didn't want to cooperate early on or
I
anything
mean,
else?
that's a whole nother ballgame of like, you know, why I never even went for it. Like, even from the first day that I had gotten arrested, like with everything being retracted, like we were all still confused. We were like, I still, even when Sigfredo got arrested, and I'm like, I blocked everything off. Everybody's like blowing up my phone trying to tell me like, you know, what happened or whatever, and like that he was involved in all of this. It's like, I just didn't want to hear anything about it. I didn't go off. You think I was there like Googling? Like, I did not want to know. Like, I know I had to take care of my kids, and that's it. And I just
read the probable cause with the attorney early on. So you knew what the facts were of what he was arrested for.
Sigfredo.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, well, yeah, like I knew the facts from his probable cause. I went to go hire his attorney. So it's like his attorney started like advising me, like telling me like, hey, like you might, you know, like need to get your own attorney because you have, you know, like they're saying your name and all this stuff or whatever just to protect myself. And that's when I had hired Tara. Well, I had somebody else and then I hired Tara after.
Okay, well, here's what, you ever heard the term minimization? Minimizing someone's role in something? A lot of people have a hard time admitting to what they did and what their role is in something, and it's called minimizing. They minimize their role in it, and I don't want you to do that here,
Yeah.
okay? Because it's only gonna hurt you.
I know.
We have a strong case on Charlie. It's stronger than what we had on you.
Yeah.
You know, this is not something that we have to have you or anything. We're hoping you're gonna tell us the truth, and we're hoping you're gonna come forward and tell us everything.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't want you to minimize this because it's only gonna hurt yourself, okay? So, I get.
But that's why it's like, and I get it, and
Because everything you're telling us is how you didn't know this, you weren't aware of this and that. It
because
doesn't
nothing
matter.
was ever like for certain, and that's why I say it in that way. Like this whole thing, the whole time I was, and I'm not gonna put blame on anybody else or whatever because I take accountable of like all of this, and that's why I've been fighting. I'm fighting.
Bitch, you haven't been taking no accountability. You've been denying. Oh shit. Why'd you get paid if you didn't do nothing? But says makes even more sense now. She's already in. Why give him more? He must have promised her something, for her to do this. But again, it's like there could be a lot here where it's like she's probably thinking if I do snitch or if I found out that I snitch and all this kind of stuff, then maybe someone, you know, shanks me and all this kind of shit. And it just gets stitches, all this kind of shit. But the key reason why she should do this is that like she'll get like a reduced sentence or she'll get better parole conditions, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And yeah, like they don't have to follow through if she doesn't help. Like she's giving them nothing. So like this is all like useless essentially in terms of all that shit. You know what I mean? Exactly, Shantae. But folks, like I said, we are going to go on the grift break. We're only $5 away from another premium meme. And an honorary of the funniest deductionist fall we've ever taken. Grift break banner is now this. We're taking a stand. We're taking a stand for the grift break. Okay? So, we're going on the grift break, folks. If he's got any spare shekels, spare coinage, now's the time. And if you don't, like I said, appreciate it. Like we've already had a massive night. A fucking hilarious night as well. But we're taking a stand on the grift. So now's the perfect time to strike a Captain Morgan pose. This is hilarious. This is like the most hilarious pose I've ever seen in my entire life. Well, folks, now's the perfect time to stretch the legs. You know, you can use your chair if you want to do. Or, you know, maybe freshen up the drink. You know what I mean? Perhaps getting something stronger. Maybe some popcorn. Coffee's a good shout as well if you're from Ireland, because we're just past 6 a.m. Until then, enjoy the music, ladies and gentlemen.
In the merry month of scams, from me hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find. Upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me Connaught brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Teriak. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. nations. Terrier leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack full on the ride.
Yow, as they'd say in Ireland. It is the perfect pose for the grift break, I think. That this is now officially our grift break banner that we'll play. The grift break 2. Holy shit. Like I said, man. Because like imagine like people just like joining going, why the fuck does Teriak have like this weird photograph on? It's like this was actually an interrogation. I have to put it up again. This is actually an interrogation video where someone actually pulled this pose. It is crazy. It is crazy. You know what I mean? And ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Dog's Phone, welcome to the show.
Oh yeah, I forget this one's labeled as phone. Well, it's because I'm on my phone, but you know.
Wait, what? I didn't hear a single word.
What? You didn't hear me?
I can hear you now. How's things,
Oh.
dogs?
Good, my friend. I was saying I forgot this one is labeled as Dog's Phone, but that would be because I'm on my phone. So, you know, go figure.
Makes sense, makes sense. But any thoughts so far in the show?
Wow, people are stupid. People are stupid.
True. What you make of the pose?
Yeah, I why? It couldn't be comfortable for one. Like, come on, that can't be a comfortable pose.
I don't know, man. If you're going to prison, you might as well strike a pose.
You
You
just
know what I
fucking
mean?
go.
We had the Donald Trump mugshot, you know?
Look at me. I got this. Check me out. That's right.
It's like trying to rally the troops, you know? What you make on this bitch?
Should have kept your mouth shut.
No, she did. That's the fucked up thing. Like, she did, and the evidence was clear and all this kind of shit. But she maintained, oh, I didn't know nothing. You know what I mean? And now, again, like Shanti was saying, like, before we went on the grift break, like, don't really get the whole point of what, like, she's trying to do here, trying to accomplish.
No, like, straight
Like,
keep your mouth shut. Just fucking get a lawyer. Keep your mouth shut.
Because
Plead the
it
fifth.
genuinely is one of those things where it's like, maybe she basically kind of like went along the lines of, you know, like, if I just keep protesting my innocence, that maybe they'll feel sorry for me and all this kind of shit. But bitch, you ain't gonna get nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, doing this whole thing of I didn't do anything, not giving them anything. How are you gonna expect anything? And also, welcome in Avarice. We got a Rob rating coming in about 5 minutes. So let's get back to the video.
The whole time too is because it's like, what am I supposed to do? Like, if I was to have cooperated from the beginning, that destroys everything, even Sigfredo, even and I get it, and I get you guys. Everybody's already had this whole perception. I just want a chance to get home to my children. This is why I'm in this situation right now.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to tell you right now, is being totally honest is what can help you.
But
if you're holding back and trying to minimize your role in this, it's only going to hurt you. Okay? Does that make sense?
And I understand that, but I'm not going to be, but it's to the point too that I'm like, I wasn't for certain with a lot of things. And that's why I'm not gonna go.
I understand you're not certain what was gonna happen, you're not certain how they were gonna handle it or what the actual planning of any of it was, but it was a understanding, there was some kind of communication, some kind of conversation that happened, where it was an understanding to you that Charlie was gonna give you money and you were gonna have Sigfredo take care of Charlie's problem. That was a certain understanding,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
I understand that you don't remember the exact words of how it was said, but that was an absolute, right?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
knew that he was gonna pay you money
Yes, ma'am.
to give to Sigfredo to take care of the problem. You knew that you were gonna get a portion of that money for taking care of this problem for Charlie. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what we're getting. We understand you won't remember exact words and exact conversations, but the actual context, that's what the context means. Is the actual conversation, the understanding of what is gonna occur and how you're gonna be compensated for taking care of that issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's what we need to get to, is those conversations and how the planning of it and how it came about, and then how, once it was taken care of.
The detectives have called Magbona out on her attempts to deflect some of the responsibility. This means they aren't going to keep letting her get away with saying that she doesn't recall certain events or that she doesn't know most of the details.
How the compensation happened and how they knew to compensate at that point. And then
I mean, it was
everything that happened
basically like an understanding without verbalizing it. That's the part. It's like, okay, like that's gonna happen, and then like again, I just relay, but I can't tell you like specifically. I think it's designed for me to really not know, and that's the part. Don't you think if I would have known specifics and everything up from the day one, I would have been like, hey, you don't want to spend.
But you knew you
was I know, but I'm saying like, keep me happy.
We only got 45 minutes, so let's talk about the things you don't know. Let's try to talk about things that you know that we don't know, that like conversations you had with Charlie after the bump, things like that. Conversations you had over the phone that weren't recorded or through WhatsApp. Did he at some point come to you and tell you to switch over to WhatsApp?
We use WhatsApp every now and then, so it was never like to just, talk to me through
So y'all been
WhatsApp.
doing it for a while?
Yeah.
Okay. What are some of those conversations you had with him about this, even after the bump? Some things that we don't know about?
Because it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not like, all that stuff has been recorded, but I never thought, we're not really thinking that it's like we're being recorded at that time. I guess he was thinking that he was being recorded.
Okay, so he was. But that conversation at Dolce Vita.
Yes.
What do you remember about that conversation?
Well, that's when, so the bump happened, right? And then he had spoken to his mom.
Yes.
Obviously, his mom was freaking out about something, and that's why he needed to talk to me. So when he spoke to me about it, he's feeling me out, and I'm like trying to find out what's going on and stuff, but not really like I wasn't taking it seriously. Like I wasn't like heightened by it. Like, it's a serious situation, but I was like at the same time, I'm like,
You
not.
had that thought for a little while.
It was, but so when y'all first met,
it was almost like
right, he wasn't sure.
Trying to snitch on.
You didn't know if you were setting him up and kind of saying. When y'all first met in the car first. Do you remember that now?
Yeah.
Y'all first met in the car. What did he say in the car to you when you first sat down? He said, "All right, I just met with my mom." Blah. What did he say?
I don't. Like he didn't say nothing. That's
He told you about the bump, right? He told you what happened there. This is the very first time he told you about the bump. Because over the phone you couldn't talk about it.
Okay.
He didn't know. He met with his mom in person. He drove to your office. You came out Optimar and you got in his car. What was that? What did he tell you?
I
That's
don't
a
remember.
big
I
thing
know.
that he talked about.
Because I didn't even remember that time that we spoke in the car.
Like the cops literally just told her, let's stop talking about what you don't remember. Let's start talking about what you do remember. And she's got nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Got called out.
Magbona was the first person that was contacted after the hit. While certain details may have faded over time, she would at least remember the general content of that conversation.
After, I didn't even remember, from my understanding, I just probably jumped in his car, really quick, and then okay, where do you want to eat? Or where do you want to talk? And then...
Well, he showed you the note, right?
He did not show me, I swear, he did not ever show me any note, anything. Because even in that video, you see him, he's going like this, but he never, he read it, but he never showed it to me.
Well,
He
he
made
probably
sure
read it to you. Did he read it to you? Did he pull it out in the car?
he got some information, like he's like talking about it, but he's never, because why wouldn't he just show it to me? Like, it's like
Well, he
kept
didn't trust
me.
you. He didn't trust you. He didn't know if you were trying to get more money out of him. He didn't know if it was you extorting him. I get that. But I'm just trying to get you, what did he tell you in that car? We weren't part of that conversation. We recorded that.
Nothing that stuck out to me that,
Nothing?
you know.
Do you remember? Okay.
I literally felt like we just went, I went in his car, like he's like, oh, probably like parked over here, like where are we gonna eat?
Okay.
But no conversation about anything. And that's why it was like kind of funny too, that, not funny, but you know, like about like maybe he was like frisking to see if I was like wired or something. I'm like, none of that happened. Like literally, we didn't even, like how long were we in the car? I don't even remember being in the car that long. Nothing snuck out in that conversation.
Okay. Well, another conversation, you know, we talked about a while ago when you drove down there to meet with him and he was with his parents at the Icon and you met him at the restaurant. What was that conversation about?
Okay, when I had met, because I was getting upset too, because I needed to get something signed from him for like insurance purposes or whatever. And then I had it with me, and I was already in a fight with Sigfredo. That's why I was like in Yendra's house. But I was telling him like, meet me somewhere closer. I didn't want to go drive all the way down to South Beach or whatever, or you know. But was talking to his parents.
That's the phone conversation. I get that. We have that.
Yeah.
You know what you said on the phone. What happened when you got there?
When I got there, he was already like, I was trying to look for him, and he already finished his conversation with his parents. So whatever his conversation with his parents is probably something that he relied to me, but I can't remember what we spoke about. Probably the bump, probably. I mean, that's the only thing that.
I mean, because that's what happened. You weren't talking on the phone anymore. Y'all were meeting in person at this point. So he would meet in person and talk to you about all this.
The bump already happened, right?
Right.
So this is when he had spoken to me, so he's probably like just telling me.
Not that probably, tell us what he told you about the bump. Not he's probably telling me, or you're assuming. Tell us what he told you about the bump.
That his mom got approached, and that's when the whole Lewis thing started sticking out in my
So
head.
tell us the best you can recall about that conversation, how he told you that. So he told you his mom got approached, what else? Not the Lewis conversation, what was the Lewis conversation?
Okay, that his mom got approached, and that his mom said, somebody said my name to his mom, so I don't even know, because I'm a little bit, like, I'm kind of confused now.
I'm confused with what you remember and what you're trying
Yeah, like what happened, like what occurred or whatever, because it's like the whole Dolce Vita, like I was even confused when we were talking.
What were you confused about?
When he was like asking me questions, he's trying to ask me about like if this is somebody like I guess trying to set him up or trying to extort money from him. Okay, that's what like extorting money from him. And I'm thinking in my head, because then Sigfredo thinks that Lewis has something to do with like to getting money out of his family, and that's why I think Sigfredo started to get a little like suspicious about it. And that's when I put two and two, and I was like, okay, so then Lewis has something to do with this too, because why is he acting like this, but Sigfredo's not telling me like what's going on. Kind of like, I'm just gonna take care of it. I'm gonna take care of it, Katie, stop talking, like. And I'm trying, and at that point, I'm, you know, because I'm living with him and everything, I'm like nagging him. I'm like, what's going on? Like, what happened? And he's not telling me anything. And that's the part that I wanted to speak to Sigfredo about, because
No matter how many different ways they question her, Magbuana still relies on faulty memory and insists that the others left her out of the loop on most of their actions.
I wanted to know. At this point, it's like, I want to know what happened, because like, why, like, just clear out this whole thing.
And
Because
that was a little bit later, because you actually had that conversation with him over the phone after y'all were messing up the phone number. After Charlie left you, you never called Sigfredo. You went home that night and talked to him, right?
Okay, wait, after Charlie.
So after Charlie came to your office and told you my mom got bumped into, this person came, gave my mom this paper, and this is all the different people it could be. It could be some extortionists, it could be all these other things.
Yeah,
you didn't call Sigfredo and talk to him about
No.
that.
Why didn't you
Why didn't you talk to him?
We didn't even talk.
You didn't know.
on the phone. Sigfredo at that point didn't want to talk on the phone at all. Like he was already like suspicious about everything. He thinks that Lewis is like setting him up or something is happening or like that has to do with the police. Like so at that point,
Lewis is ratting on him.
it's either that or it has to do with something with Lewis. He didn't tell me. That's when even when we got home, we didn't even like talk about it. Like it was like, don't worry about it. I'm gonna take care of it.
At this point, did you still not know Lewis was involved?
Well, at this point, I had an assumption, yeah, that he has something to do with it. Of course. I mean, even, that's why it's like, I'm looking back and it's like, what, you know, like, they're always together, but at the same time, it's like, why would Sigfredo even need him to do anything when I went to you specifically? Like, why are you, you know, like, why are you involving?
You never got a chance to ask him that.
No, and that's what I wanted to ask him all of that stuff and for him to tell me because I know he'd open up and tell me. Like I know you guys think that we probably were like here trying to like
contradictions. Like he would open up to me. I wanted him to tell me and all this kind of shit, but during the whole thing, like I never got told nothing.
I don't know. I swear.
I didn't know nothing.
have this elaborate plan or whatever, but I just really wanted to talk to him and like for him to finally say things because there's a lot of questions where I feel like I got
It's not so
stuck.
much that we didn't want you to have an elaborate plan. It's like Pat said a little while ago that you giving us information Garcia has, we can't use anything like that. We have to get it directly from Garcia.
And there's a lot of things that's only
And that's
Sigfredo
one
knows.
day
and
we
he
would
never
hope
told
he
me.
would talk to us as well. But
May I ask if that's even a possibility?
very much so.
Because it's like at the end of the day, it's like I just, of course, like I felt like why didn't he just step up and say something?
I think he had a similar thought that you thought. You remember
But that's
about
why I
20 minutes
kept
ago when
fighting.
you
I don't
said
know
that if I had come forward, it would have screwed everything up for him. I think he has a very similar thought that he would do the same for you.
He's
that
protecting
screwed
you,
everything for you.
Only thing we think. But
So, and that's, when in reality, the both of you are only protecting one person right now. And that was, well, at this point, that's changed. But Charlie was the only one.
Oh, he was the last person that we were protecting. Believe me, if it's just okay, like that's why I didn't understand why it took so long to like arrest him either. I was like, with all of this information and all, like it would.
if you would have talked to us, we'd have been arrested immediately. I tried to come to you
But
multiple
like
times.
it never came off that way where it's like, oh, like she.
We knocked on your door, knocked on your door. Why are you so
not-
scared of the FBI? Why are you so scared of
FBI, open up.
Nobody ever said who they were. Like I looked out the window and you guys did
You
not
saw
say
them
who
with
they were.
badges on. You said on the phone those are police. The police are.
I never said it. It was his friend that came around the block and he told me that the FBI was in there. You guys, I swear you guys never
And you
announced
knew
it.
the
I
FBI was
the only
talking
one.
to Sigfredo at the
Didn't
time,
you
too.
guys have a conversation on the phone? I mean, didn't you guys hear my conversation on the phone with Sigfredo?
Mike?
If I would have, yes,
Somebody might,
yeah.
Yeah, you
And
know,
then-
Mike
and
already
then
told
he
you
had
the
told
FBI
me-
was talking to him.
The FBI was talking to him. And then even on the phone, he's like talking about like, oh, these people are talking to me about like Tallahassee or whatever.
And then we went to
And
your lawyer. We went to Sigfredo's lawyer and tried to talk to him. And we wanted you to talk to us. You never would talk to us.
I was more than willing to talk, but just the way that every single time that it happened, it wasn't the way that it was. Like you guys said that they announced, you guys never announced to me. I did not know until Mike told me that I had asked him and you guys were already over there. You guys came at the same time. So I'm trying to blow up his phone, trying to see like who is it that's like knocking, and you guys never announced it. My dog is like
Every
barking
time
in the
we
back.
talk, somebody knocks on your door, you call somebody to find out who it is. You call somebody
No, it's
else,
just the way that
go
you guys,
ask who
like-
it is. They just knocked on the door. So we're just trying to talk to you. Anyway, that's irrelevant at this point. But bottom line, all right, we don't have but a little bit more time. Is there anything that you can think of that conversation-wise that you had with Charlie or anybody else regarding this that we don't know about, that you can help yourself out with by telling us about? Because right now you haven't told us a whole lot of what we haven't known.
But that was always my problem, because if I had all the answers, it would have been so much easier to just go by and.
I'm not even asking for all the answers. I'm not asking for any answer. any information.
If you were sitting in our shoes and you'd watched all the trials and you saw what we got right and what we got wrong, is there something we are missing that you think we need to know?
I don't even know where to go from there. Like something that.
Did we get something wrong?
I would gear towards
Oh, okay.
Charlie's issues, not your own. I mean, I know where you differentiate.
Because there was a
from us.
lot of confusion. Like I alone was confused of like how everything came about. It's like, okay, yeah, everybody was lying to each other. So there's all that confusion already.
This may be the most honest statement Magwana has made so far. Each person was willing to sacrifice the other to save themselves, and the level of distrust was high enough for all of them to lie to each other. After so many years, sorting them all out would be next to impossible.
At that time, I can't think of why I acted the way I did, how I, even prior to even giving in and doing this for Charlie. I can't explain to you other than financial issues that's what I'm saying, like he manipulated me. And this is like through time of him telling me things little by little, and then probably just gave him like, yeah, whatever, like I had somebody, and obviously I threw it off on Sigfredo. But when I'm talking to Sigfredo about it, it's never any details, so it's like, I was kind of always just like, okay, like I just ping-ponged it from one person to another, so it's not like, for certain, like I'm there, like, I'm coming up with like a master plan of like what's gonna happen, and this is how it's gonna happen. It's just Charlie feeding me things that I can't even, for the life of me, remember specific, like what it is that he exactly said or, wanted me to do.
What's something that we miss, something we don't know about how this all came together? After the bump, after your meetings with Charlie, obviously we have the things that are on the phone calls that you've heard. Everybody's heard hundreds of times in this, everybody in this room, I could say, has probably heard them hundreds of times. Obviously we know that. Outside of that, you guys had outside conversations. Obviously you were sweating it, you got police, FBI knocking on your doors. You have people getting arrested now, your child's father is now arrested and charged with this. I know conversations happened. You guys said, okay, let's not talk on phones anymore. So conversations happened. You guys met in person, had conversations. What were those conversations like?
With Sigfredo?
Or both. Sigfredo and with Charlie.
But really, everything was kind of like on the phone too, like not just separate, because obviously we were still talking on the phone. I wasn't under the impression. Charlie's always been the one who's been paranoid about it. Charlie and Sigfredo's paranoid about it. Apparently I'm the only one who was like okay with talking on the phone because it wasn't really hiding anything. Like, yeah, like I knew about it, but I wasn't like saying, like.
I'm talking about after the phone. Charlie calls you, tells you don't talk on your phones, our phones are tapped. You guys get off the phone. Sigfredo goes out and buys you and him burner phones, okay? When that happens, you and Charlie have other conversations where you meet in person. Y'all have other conversations through WhatsApp. What are those conversations like?
With the WhatsApp, it's just where we were gonna like meet up.
That was your location to meet up. Okay,
yeah.
When you met up, what were those conversations like?
Okay, well, when we went to the Icon, that was a conversation about like the whole bump.
Okay.
And then that's what I told you, like I had seen his parents, but it wasn't to meet his parents. But I'm just, like I've never like even spoken to his mom or anything about any of this. Obviously my opinions on what everything now is different, and yeah, like she like knew everything, or like him and Charlie were always talking about it, because why else would you always walk away? But if you're gonna involve me in this, then why was he always walking away? Because he was like protecting his mom.
Right.
The whole time.
Absolutely. But what was his conversations like with you about that? Okay, we talked about the bump. He told you were approached. Y'all had other conversations, okay? They approached the bump. You tried to call the phone number and you couldn't get through. I'm sure you went back and had that conversation with Charlie. What were those conversations like?
It was all on the phone. I mean, it was all the recorded phone calls.
But after those phone calls, he specifically calls you, tells you, we cannot talk on the phones. Hang up your phone. We can't talk on the phone or our phones are tapped. You guys stopped talking and communicating on the phone at that point.
And never spoke on the phone again after?
You talked WhatsApp.
Through WhatsApp you did. And you said through WhatsApp it's only locations to meet up. So we know y'all have met up. We know there was other conversations because there was a
He
Y'all
never
weren't
said,
arrested right away.
yeah, but he never said anything on WhatsApp either, like no specifics.
What
or,
about
like,
your
conversation.
in-person conversations? You met him in person. What kind of conversations did you have in person with him? After that, after you stopped talking on the phone, now you're probably freaking out, shit's hitting the fan. People are being arrested, FBI's knocking on your door, this ain't flying under the radar, it's 2 years later, you thought you got away with it, now you didn't, now you're sweating. What are those conversations like?
I can't remember what.
You can't remember any of the conversations that we don't already know about that's already been in trial?
Yeah, no, I can't remember any of the conversations we had after.
Okay, those are the kind of conversations that are gonna help you, because what you're giving us is stuff we already know.
Yeah.
Stuff that we're already aware of, stuff that we already have.
There's something in those conversations that Magwana is trying to hide. There's enough evidence against her that there is little chance that anything she reveals could cause more harm to her case.
Stuff that we already have a really good case.
Yeah.
You're wanting help. Those are the conversations you need to remember. The things that we don't know, the things that we did not get on recordings, the things that we were not a part of, the things that we did not have any kind of information about. Those are the things that you need to remember.
Those are the conversations I can't even remember right now. Like, I don't.
But you've had years to think about this stuff.
I
It isn't
think
like
that's-
today, it
that's-
isn't like we're coming up with new questions today. You've been thinking about this case for years while you're sitting in jail.
But that's the thing. I don't think about this case like sitting in the jail. Yeah, like there's.
You don't think about the fact that you don't see your children for the rest of their lives? You don't think about that? This case is what caused that.
Katie, if you want to spend the rest of your life in prison, you're gonna have to have a real
believe me, I don't-
conversation with yourself and your attorney, something, because you're not there.
No worries, Avarice. Well, basically what we're looking at is this bitch just keeps lying. Lying. But this is the key thing as well. You know what I mean? What is in those conversations that she's hiding? You know? The potentiality, as they say.
These are conversations where an attorney usually asks us to leave the room so they can talk to you and say, look, you've got to come straight forward. You can't be half partial truth and half partial deflecting the blame on everybody else. I didn't really know, but I should have. There are things there that you knew. I'm not saying you know everything, but there's things there that you knew, and what you're telling us just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
Well, it doesn't make sense. It's like
all of it.
The fact that you don't remember any conversation about probably one of the most stressful times of your life.
That's why it's
Okay.
I can't.
No. You remember those conversations. Those conversations are things that stick in your head. Those are the kind you can suppress. You can suppress things as it goes on and you're trying to focus on your trial. You know, you're only giving us what we already know. You're only giving us the things that we already knew happened. You're not giving us anything else. And those are the conversations that you know, because that's the most stressful time of your life. You're going around, your baby daddy's just been arrested for this murder that you helped facilitate, that did not happen without you. Okay, so you know those conversations. Those are the ones that you need to sit back and think about and try to remember, because those are the ones that we don't know. Those are the ones that are going to help you.
And I understand you don't want to take the blame for this, but
It's
you
not
have
about
taken the
blaming.
blame. You have taken it. You're here. You're not getting out. This is the blame for you. Doesn't matter if you turn around and say, yes, I knew about it the whole time, or, oh, I didn't really know what was happening. That's irrelevant. What's relevant is what you heard, what you said, what you did with these people. That's what's relevant. That's all that's relevant. Is
Can't
what
get in
actually
any more
happened.
trouble. It can only get
And
better.
I completely understand that this is the part that it's like I can't.
But you were worried about it being on camera a while ago. You got to wipe that out of your head.
I've already.
People already know you're on camera. You're on camera. You're on camera in all this. That's irrelevant. What you need to focus on is remembering what happened and telling us what happened.
Welcome in, Scott.
Because without that, you're here.
There's nothing.
Those conversations are the ones that you need to try to remember.
But that's why, even from the beginning, that if like I would don't you think I would have just wanted to cooperate from the beginning, because you guys.
I don't know why you didn't. We gave you many opportunities, and the whole thing, you didn't know who was at the door, whatever. We tried, Katie, and you didn't come forward. I don't know why you didn't. You must have your own reasons. That's why I'm asking you if you've been threatened. If you've been threatened, we can protect you. If somebody's threatening you or threatening your family, we can
Now
protect
I'm
your
kind of
family.
worried about this whole thing after the trial about the whole Latin King or whatever, but apparently that has nothing to do with me.
No, I don't know what it's Latin King has nothing to do with you. I'm talking about why you didn't cooperate to start with. Why you have failed to cooperate all the way until now. If there's something keeping you from doing it, please let us know. We can help with that.
Is it just you don't remember the conversation?
A lot of the things, yes, I don't remember. That's why it's like, if there was never conversations that stuck out, because if something was to stick out, that's why right now I know it gets frustrating, and I see it, and I'm seeing it on your side. It's like, if I was talking to somebody too, like, just say it. And I've always wanted to be that, I want to be the one who says it, but if I'm not certain about it, we wouldn't have even spoken on the phone to begin with if I was just gonna go off and just talk on the side anyways.
Right, my thing is it's the conversations after you guys get off the phone, the things that we
Yeah, and there's nothing that sticks out to even be like, oh,
So
we
you
get
met
off
at
the
the
phone.
icon that day, remember that? You met at
Yes.
the icon that day. You didn't
Yes.
talk about the bump, because the bump happened almost 2 weeks before that. The bump actually, he told you about the bump in the car and at your work, outside your work, and told you.
Yes.
When he called you back down the icon, it was because of a different bump. Do you remember any of those other bumps that happened? Because that's when you're on the phone cussing out, saying, I'm gonna fuck up whoever's doing this, blah,
Because
blah,
he
blah,
was just
all this other
constantly
stuff.
talking about, oh, this is, because he's thinking that he's getting blackmailed. And I'm here thinking that Lewis is blackmailing Secreto. So that's the whole frustration. And like, I'm here trying to ask Secreto things. He's not telling me things. And I'm here trying to figure out things to relay back to Charlie. And Charlie just keeps on and on about the same thing. So I was the one who was frustrated. That's the point that it's like I said all of that, because it's like, you're making all of this, like you're listening to us and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, then I'm going to call the FBI. But then it's like, what was I going to do to call the FBI and what? Tell them what I'm telling you guys right now? At the end of the day, this is my life. Believe me, I want to get home to my children. I don't want to bullshit anything. I don't want to go through all of this. I don't want to waste.
My spitball, or my like knife in the dark, like pure speculation, pure guess here, is that she's done this shit before. I think she's done this before, because they've come at this from the angle of, listen, like, we can protect you if anyone's threatening you, all this kind of shit. You know? And like, just her whole demeanor throughout this whole fucking, how long have we done? An hour and 40 minutes so far. We still got, these another 30 minutes left of this bullshit. You know what I mean? Is that she's done this before, and she knows if she says anything, then all of a sudden they're gonna reveal even more shit, and then she gets even more time. Because in this situation, she's already sitting in prison. She's already been sentenced. Like, logically speaking, right? You can do this whole thing if you cut a deal, you go into witness protection, you get less time, all this kind of shit. So it's all benefit to talk, no downside. And even then, she still won't talk. So I'm pretty sure this bitch has done this shit before. Because even just the fact of, how the fuck does she know someone to carry out a hit?
Yeah.
Like, logically speaking, it's the only thing that makes sense.
Your time. That's the last thing. I am in prison right now. I would
Yes.
never think that I'd be in prison.
So tell us about, like, when he called you down there, what did he tell you about?
That's what, and nothing sticks out to my head.
There was a bump. He
What
didn't
bump?
tell you about other bumps, a letter, a text message, a call to the office, those other bumps. That's when he called you down to the icon.
But he
talked
already
about
said,
this stuff.
he already said that over the phone.
No,
About,
he just told you to come meet him. Unless you talked on WhatsApp, it's not on the phone calls. That's what I'm trying to get you to.
because he
understand.
already said
How did those
about,
conversations go?
but we were on phone call already regarding that. There was okay, so his mom got that bump, and then the following thing was,
Considering the stress they were under, they weren't meeting for a friendly conversation. Panicked accusations, getting their story straight, and promises not to reveal anything that might incriminate the others would all be more believable alternatives to Magbuana's current version of events. I just wanted to let you know real quick that my merch shop, StrangerLabel.com, has a ton of barbed decked out.com off.
They gotta have their shit closed.
You gotta do a little bit of brown and all that kind of stuff. Shout outs, all that stuff. But Shadi says, well, I mean, it is the father of her kids. That would be the dumbest person she could go to a degree, Shante. But like, the fact that, like, how would I phrase this? Like, even if it is a thing of like, oh, like it's her the father of her kids or whatever, she just wanted to, like, they're both sitting in prison. You know what I mean? Like, from her angle, and again, coming at it from, it's like, okay, she just want to betray like some dude that she loves and all this kind of stuff. I get that. But just even from the angle of like, how would she even go about convincing him to do this if this was his first time? You know what I mean? He gets caught, he can't be there for your kids. Then what if you get tied in, just like this idiot? Exactly, why would you pick someone that close to you? And I think it's because he's done it before. Even if it wasn't his first time. Possibly. Because if they've done it before and she got away with it, you know what I mean? If it wasn't, he knows others. Potentially. Like I said, it's the only thing that makes sense to me. That this is not the first time.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. I could get where you're going.
Me about calling that number, but nobody's really calling the number. I don't know if Sigfredo ever really did call the number, because then he did say to me something about there's somebody Spanish that picked up the phone.
No,
And
later
then,
on, yes.
so did he really ever call that number?
Later on he did, yes.
Okay, and like left the message, or that's the messaging that was on there? Okay, so then he's telling me that that's all recorded, like that. There was nothing ever after that we spoke separate from it. And he told me about that. Charlie told me about somebody going to his office and dropping off a letter, or that they need that information or whatever. But that was all on the phone. There was never anything separate from that.
Remember you went down to the Icon, met him at the restaurant?
Yeah.
That wasn't
I
on the
think
phone.
he's just said everything that's been happening, not anything
Well, it was right after one of the
different.
bumps.
Yeah.
That was right after one of the bumps. That's why I told you that.
Like, hey, you need to figure this out. You need to find out. He's pressuring me. Like, at this whole time, he's pressuring me things. Like, he's like, you need to find out what's going on. And he's trying to figure out if, like, Sigfredo is probably doing something, or trying to get somebody to get money from him, or whatever it is. Whatever the cause. And Sigfredo's freaking out because it might be Lewis that's doing something. So if he's the one who's...
That's what I mean. What did he say to you to make you think that he thought Sigfredo was doing him? What would he say about that? Tell us that conversation. That's what we're trying to get from you. How that conversation went.
No, because he's just going off. That's why I don't remember specific things that
Right.
he's saying, but he's probably, he's going off and telling me, you need to figure this out, you need to figure this out. Because in his head, he's probably like, okay, well, somebody's gonna out all of us or whatever.
So he
And
actually
I'm
said to
not-
you, like, hey, is Sigfredo trying to extort me for more money? Is he
No,
asking
he
you that?
never.
That conversation, he's made about somebody's gonna out all of us. During one of those conversations, there was a comment made about somebody is on the inside, somebody too close.
About the layers or whatever.
It's somebody
You said, this is getting too detailed. There's somebody on the inside that knows. Somebody on the inside that
I'm
knows.
thinking it's Lewis.
Okay.
Like Lewis is doing all of this. Like this, that was always my assumption, that it was Lewis doing this because maybe he talked to somebody.
But that's what I'm thinking of, Shante. They're all betraying and using each other and all this kind of stuff. You know? Like, you've done this thing and all this kind of shit. You're like, you know what? Fuck yous. Yous are all betraying me. I'm out for myself. Fuck the rest of you.
Throw you under the bus in order I get a better deal myself.
Exactly. You know? So the only thing that I can think of, and again, let me know in chat, something else that you guys think of, but the only thing I can think of is that, like, she's done this before. She's played, like, the middleman or whatever the fuck before. And she knows that the people that she's with, they might fuck her over and all this kind of shit in terms of this thing. But so long as nobody talks about the other shit that we done, then, okay, we just play this sentence out and then go from there, you know? Yeah, Lewis, her baby daddy's friend, she don't give a fuck throwing him under the bus. Yeah, I suppose, like, how much stuff does the police already know on that whole aspect? I don't know. They're stunted mentally and emotionally, not to mention they're idiots on top. 100%, but, like, you should have been here for the first one, Scott. We had a world class idiot in the first case. You know what I mean? Gave us that legendary moment, you know?
Yeah, well, it's protected.
The point thought it was the cops. You were like, somebody's.
I mean, no, I would think that it has something to do with policing.
You would think Lewis was flipping already.
Something, yeah.
But you're telling Sigfredo that. Did you tell Charlie that? Did you ever tell Charlie you think?
No, I'm getting this vibe from Sigfredo because Sigfredo is freaking out. The only reason why he would be freaking out is because it has to do something with Lewis. Now, this is when I put two and two together that I'm like, okay, like, did he do something with Lewis? Because I'm thinking in my head the whole time that it was, you know, like, whoever, me going to Sigfredo about it, I would think that Sigfredo would go to somebody else about it. And the whole time I'm just relaying it to Sigfredo, but wouldn't be stupid enough for him to really be the one who's doing it. Does that make sense? No?
Yeah. You thought Sigfredo would be the one in the process.
In the process, yeah.
To be able to get someone to take care of it for you.
Yes, basically.
Okay, so
Not
you look
never-
at him knowing that he has those connections, that he could have got somebody to do it.
Yeah, not him doing anything.
But then he got paid, and he's giving you money, and you're giving him
I
money.
mean, but that has nothing to do with me. He could pay off somebody else. That's
And then
him
he
getting
gave
paid.
you money, and then you met outside of Lewis's house. So obviously at that point you knew Lewis was involved. He was involved. I think if I'm remembering correctly, these guys can correct me. You've said it before. Like Lewis and Sigfredo they're like this. They're always together, always doing things together. So why would you think one would do something without the other if that's how they are?
I mean, they hang out with a whole bunch of guys too.
Right, but
I
also
really think that
a whole bunch of guys wasn't at Lewis's house.
Did Sigfredo make another trip up here? So
using, huh?
did Sigfredo make another trip? Do you know if he made one before the June? Did he come up before June?
Not that I can recall, but probably. I don't know how many. He never told me when he would go out of town.
Did you ever
That was the
have to
thing,
go-
being
Did you
out of
ever have
town.
to go get more money from Charlie prior to the murder?
I did lie about one time, to Charlie. I was with Sigfredo, me and him got back together, and then that's now that you said out of town, it was always out of town. So then that gave me an assumption that it wasn't in Miami, like I have to get out of town. Anything he was gonna do, any type of business or whatever, it's like he's going out of town.
So what'd you
That's-
lie about?
Oh, I lied to Charlie about needing money for, but we ended up taking the kids out, like staying somewhere else, and then that was,
So you lied about taking any money for this, but it was actually for you guys to go on vacation or.
Yeah, like we just like stayed somewhere, like, rented a hotel or whatever, like with the kids. So it was never like a trip.
But did you ever get money from him on a different time?
This is from Sigfredo?
No, from Charlie for another trip, like April or May or anything like that.
Because Sigfredo ever need money
right now
to do any kind of other stuff other than the June trip and then the murder? Was there any other time that you asked for money for him to do whatever preparations he needed to?
Yeah. No, I don't know. I'm not certain.
Okay, but that's what they're asking, is any other
Yeah,
time that he needed money for preparation?
I'm thinking in my head that maybe it has happened, but I'm not for certain, so I don't wanna say. Yeah, because Sigfredo has mentioned, times like, hey, I'm gonna need money, I need, to get out of town. Like he'd always just say, get out of town. Like when he said that, like that just triggered
This is what
like
it's for.
something that he would say, out of town. I'd be like, oh, okay, and then I just relay it back. So it might have happened where there's another time before that, but I'm just not certain. I know I lied about that one time, about him going out of town, but it wasn't really for that. Like we ended up going out with the kids and just used that money to go out with the kids. So,
You're fine.
No, it's not that, it's just that I want to get to the bottom of this too.
Here's the thing, like you said, okay, so before you were in county, you were worried about, like, if it's something you remember, you get back and you remember it, and you'd be afraid to write it down because people will steal it, because you're worried about it hindering your case. Okay, your case is how it is now.
Yeah.
With you here, and after talking to us, if something comes to your mind, whatever, I think you guys you get stationery and stuff in there, just start writing it down. Reach back out to your attorney or whichever and
talk to
That's
Chris.
why I just don't ever think that there was, because
you're gonna have a lot of time to think, like, you're gonna
But
be.
it's like, I know you guys are kind of getting frustrated about the whole situation of like conversations that like occurred. There was nothing that like really stuck out that like, why would, for that, we wouldn't have never spoken on the phone to begin with. A lot of the conversation was already on the phone, so obviously I was free to want to talk about all of this stuff on the phone because I wasn't really in fear of something happening. I'm feeding off of both of them freaking out, and I'm trying to figure it out with them, but they're not telling me the facts. And this is why the whole thing of like...
Magbuana had more than enough information to piece together what was going on. It is possible she was stringing Charlie on so he would continue to pay her to keep quiet in spite of her renewed relationship with Garcia.
Me cooperating and stuff from the beginning, but I don't really have all the facts. Like right now, I'm back in square one. I don't have the specific facts, but from what I just relayed, and now...
But that's not like from the beginning to end of all this.
And dogs, if you need to sleep, and sleep, bro. It's no worries. Like I said, I got another case after this. I'm gonna be loading up. We're gonna be going Britain. Gonna be going to Britain with the British. You know what I'm saying? So if you need to head off, like I said, there's no worries. You want to give any shout outs before you go?
No, I'm still good for now. We got it.
He's still good. He's still good. Okay, we'll rock on. We'll rock on.
Anything that you think of or you remember is what I'm talking about. Anything that's gonna come to mind that you didn't think of, because you said you suppressed a lot of it. You suppressed a lot of it, and then you go back and then you're thinking like, oh yeah, this happened. Oh yeah, that happened, and you forget it again when it's time to come back up. Those are the thoughts that I'm talking about to write down and kind of keep note of, because those are things you don't want to risk forgetting them again, and now you remember them. And those are the things you need to reach out to Chris and when you have those, so that way you can, because if it's something that we don't know, something that hasn't already been out here, something we haven't already discussed with you, or has been brought up in trial that you know that we have, you've seen everything we've got. Okay.
We're gonna leave here and think of questions we forgot to ask. Sure, it's inevitable. It's gonna happen to all of us. So.
Yeah, and I had a whole bunch of questions that I wanted to ask you guys too, specifically with the whole thing too, like, with, like, I have a lot of questions about Sigfredo, but obviously nobody's spoken to Sigfredo. I wish I would have just asked these questions. Believe me, I'm the one who's, at the end of the day, where it's like, if I would have just asked questions, or if I would have just been more like, you know, like, instead of like bullshitting about it around that time, you know, like I wasn't taking, like, and that's what I'm telling you, like, I'm looking at it back now, like, yeah, I feel stupid. I feel stupid because the whole time I'm like not asking the same questions, and I'm in this, but I'm not really taking it seriously. Like I'm just like, oh, okay, like, and it's not something that shouldn't have been taken seriously. Like this is, obviously it led up to this situation right now, but these are things that like I want you guys to go up to Secretary and ask these questions. Those are the stuff that only he can answer, and then why he was saying the things that he said. Yeah. I still talk to his mom every now and then. No, but that's the thing. It's like I try to relay, like, you know, I can't have a conversation with him. Is that like not allowed? I don't know how we're
That's a sticky wicket. We'll have to look at that. I don't know how we would accomplish that. I know the prisons don't allow you to contact.
I know, like not to have prison, but in this situation, like we have children together. I don't have communication with him. Like I don't really have that direct communication. I'm having a hard time with my mother-in-law because of the fact that it's like my family's trying to protect my children, and that's my number one priority is the protection of my children. So they're not really comfortable with, you know, the whole thing with Sigfredo's mom.
Oh,
Let alone with Sigfredo. I mean, yeah, but she lives in California now. Yeah, this has caused a lot.
So let's make her
issues.
Kind of not want to talk and have conversations with you because she can't see.
I mean, it's just very hard because then it's like I'm again in the middle because it's like I want my children to have their grandparent, but it's like at the same time I'm getting frustrated because it's like I don't want this ongoing thing and anything to mess this whole situation up where I don't know how much more screwed I could get, but it's, you know, like I just didn't want anything to hinder that. And like I said, I know you guys perceive it in all these different ways, and it's like I can even tell just from your. I'm frustrated with myself. I see the frustration, and I've been through, and I'm not a complainer. I don't want to complain like, oh my God, I've been through all of it. Yes, it's been hell in here, and I've had to put away a lot of things, and it's like, yeah, I suppress all of those feelings, and I want to help. Like, yes, I want an end to this whole situation, but there's a lot of questions that I really cannot answer, and it's from what I remember. Granted, if I go back in the dorm and I think back about all this conversation, things stick out. Obviously, I'm gonna have that legal call with Tara and Chris.
That's probably a better idea than writing it down.
Yeah, just call them when you think about it. Call your lawyers.
There's a risk for Magbuana to be targeted by other inmates. If they can gain the information before she has the chance to volunteer it herself, they could possibly use it as leverage in their own cases, since this is a high-profile case.
And tell them that, right? It's down for you.
Yeah.
Do something, document it.
Something to remember it.
Because obviously those calls are not recorded and nobody monitors that stuff.
And if from the beginning, I never felt, like I was approached in a way where it's like I should have, like this could have all happened. If I was in the beginning saying the same thing that I'm telling you now, you probably would have reacted the same way. Like, well, what were those conversations? Well, it's not sticking out to me because it was never anything. Why would I have to talk outside? Like I said, like everything was on the phone calls. Yeah, if you told me to meet or whatever, Charlie just says the same thing all over again of everything he's already probably said on the phone call. It was nothing
At what point
separate.
did anybody know that murder was supposed to happen?
And that's the part that I was telling Chris. I don't know when it transitioned from that to like me really finding out that this was, okay, it was a murder that was supposed to be done.
So you don't know when that happened or how that happened?
Yeah, like when it transitioned from like, okay, that's what needs to be done. I don't know if I'm just like, it's hard obviously to be like, I'm involved in, somebody passing away, somebody being murdered, and me facilitating all of this, but like, yeah, I see the role that I played. I see me ping-ponging from both parties and stuff, and I see it. So yeah,
do you remember Charlie asking you that it needed to transition to that, like verbally? Was it, how did that occur? It went over the phone, was it? Or was it in person? How did Charlie present that to you?
I don't know. Like I said, this is like through time of him really like getting in my head and just telling that this needs to be done, be done, but not like, oh, like he needs to be killed or whatever. So
how did you tell Sigfredo that? How did you transition it to Sigfredo?
That's why I think that paper had all the information. Therefore, I never went back and forth to even go and ask Charlie this question or ask Sigfredo that question. This is like I'm thinking all the paper had directions. Of who the person was, what needed to happen, and that's that paper that I wish I had. And you saying that he was trying to show me that he had never showed me.
I didn't say he tried to show you. I said he had it with you. Did he show it? No, he's never showed it for a while.
Magbuana is pinning her hopes on a piece of paper that no longer exists. Even if it did, it wouldn't mean that she hadn't known what it contained.
Yeah, he's never showed it to me, even in the card, nothing. This is the point that I would be like, yeah, he showed me that paper. Like, what I've got to lose? It's not something that I would want to keep.
That's pretty well.
What have you got to lose, bitch? That's the key question. Morning damage. Like I said, we're finishing off this case. It's what? Another 20-ish minutes, less than 20 minutes, about 15 minutes left in this one. Essentially, TLDR, this bitch orchestrator was like the go-between, the middleman for hired for murder, like a hitman kind of like job on a dude. And like I said, man, I'm thinking the only logical or the best probable reason why she's not talking and she's being kind of like obfuscating and all this kind of shit is that she's done this shit before,
You said early on that you did, but it's a pretty significant event.
That he didn't.
Right, I'm saying, yeah. It's a pretty significant event for somebody to go from beating somebody up to murdering, and you don't remember any of that transition process. It's just not coming up in your
A
head when
specific
that
example,
happens?
yeah, like I don't. Like
I mean, that doesn't be exact
I know I'm not,
specifics.
yeah, but that's what I was trying to tell with Chris as well. Like, when did it get from point A to point B to this point, and then now that whole part is just like, it's like it's a blur to me, but I don't know when Charlie said those specific words, or even
You know
it
for
coming
sure
off
that it
of-
was said, you just can't remember when? No.
And you can't remember how you talked to Sigfredo about it at all. How you went to Sigfredo and say, this needs to be a murder, not.
But that's what I'm saying, like, he knew probably what it was for, and obviously Charlie knew. But I was never in the know, because I think from that paper, from the beginning, it was already said there. But they're not telling me anything. Therefore, I don't know when it transpired. And
So you're thinking that the instructions, everything was in the paper, all the communication that, you just knew that Charlie wanted someone taken care of, your understanding was he wanted someone beat up, you told him you
not
had
even
somebody,
yeah, like,
or hurt.
Yeah,
So
yes,
somebody
hurt.
somebody hurt her.
That's a really significant ask to put on a piece of paper for you to give to somebody that he doesn't even know
I
who
don't
that
even know why
is.
the hell Charlie ever even came up to me. I think about that all the time. Like, who comes up to somebody that they just met? It's like, how much does he know? Did he know who Sigfredo
Did
really
you not tell
was?
him about Sigfredo?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that he was, you know, like every time that.
Did you mention him about your ex, about your baby daddy, about his,
I'm
the
pretty
kind
sure.
of history he has?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I mentioned stuff like that, and that's why I feel like he knew more.
Yeah.
Keep going, you're fine.
I feel like he knew more than what he led me to know. He did, you know, like he knew.
You felt like he knew that you had that connection, that's why he kept talking to
Why
you.
did he come up to me? You don't think I asked my question to all the other people? I would have just come up to you.
Yeah, but a couple of things on this, Shante. Number one, right? Like, how would this conversation even like develop, or like what way would that conversation go with the new boyfriend, right? Like this whole thing of like, she must said, oh well, you know, that brother-in-law is treating your sister real poorly, all this kind of stuff. I know a guy. But then how would she know that the baby daddy would be able to do it unless she knows from experience, all this kind of shit? Another key thing as well is this whole thing of like, oh, we only plan to beat him up. We only plan to beat him up. Like, that's clearly a lie. Why is she going out of her way to keep talking about that lie when we already know the outcome? You know? Trying to say she was the middleman, but clearly she was. You know? Yeah, I get that. Like that's what the new boyfriend wanted. But pair that with the fact that it's like, oh, we only plan to beat her up or beat him up. Oh, clearly the sister was involved as well. You know what I mean? But that's the thing about evidence. Sometimes you don't always get the perp, so to speak. But even just that conversation developing. Because like from the brother's point of view, how can he trust this new girlfriend? Right? Like how does, because think about it from the brother's perspective. How does he know he's paying all this money? How does he know that this execution is actually going to take place? You would have need to provide some sort of proof or some sort of, you know. That's what I'm thinking. How did this web originate? Is what I'm getting at, Shante. And why was the brother willing to trust this new girl that arrived on the scene, this new girlfriend, about getting this shit done? And then how did this bitch actually prove that she can get this shit done? You know? Because if it is a thing where it's like, oh, she was just stringing along for money, get in and get out. String him along, get as much money out of him as you can, and then you don't even bother getting the doing the murder. You know what I mean?
Take the money. And
He went to the baby daddy behind her back. I don't know. Because again, how would he know that the baby daddy would be able to get it done? Because he's the new boyfriend. See what I'm saying? Like, think how many dudes, like think about it this way, right? Dogs, I want your input, right? You're with this girl, you have a kid with her and all this kind of shit, and she goes off with a new guy. How confident are you going to be in the relationship between you and the new guy? Not that confident.
Yep. As a matter of fact, fuck that new guy.
Exactly. You know what I mean? I'm convinced now. Okay, I won't go that strongly, but it's like I said, it's the only fucking solution I can think of. That this bitch has done this shit before, you know, and she got away with it, and that's why she's
Knows
doing
how to
this
play
shit.
the scheme in the game, and yeah, I could see where you're coming with that for sure.
It is possible that one way or another, Charlie became aware of the connection that Magbuana had with Garcia and how that could be useful.
Right. And somebody that you're dating, why? But then now,
So you think it was a calculated thing for him? In your mind?
I feel like everything has been calculated with
You think everything with him, the reason he started dropping those hints to you and bringing that up to you is because he knew that you had the connections to make it happen.
He knew who I was with, and maybe who he hung out. Like, I don't know. I don't know to what extent.
Obviously, I know you don't know for sure, but that's your mind.
Yeah,
That's why he came to you. That's why he came to you, because he knew you had that connection with Sigfredo and the kind of people that
It
Sigfredo
just doesn't make sense. Like, that's the part that doesn't make sense. How do you feel so comfortable? Like, you would never feel. And then that was like.
Did you do anything to make him feel comfortable with it? Other than you, I mean, obviously you told him you had somebody.
What makes sense is you telling him who Sigfredo is, and telling him you had somebody that could do this, and him trusting in you.
It's like he
That's why he
trusted
comes to you, because he trusts you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay if you told him about somebody. You told him you had somebody that could do this, or you told him these things. It's okay. You're not going to
No, I
get in
did.
trouble.
That is what I said. Okay, yeah, I have somebody for you. That's what was the conversation in the car, but like it never even really went. Like I think it was a while before.
Well, yeah, October,
What
so
time?
the Halloween things, when you said that's the part you remember when you told him, you had
Yeah, it was like a while for him to even
a
like.
couple months.
Something would, yeah, for anything to even happen. But I'm saying like even the initial thing, why is it
Why
that
did
I
he
was
actually bring it
approached,
up to you?
and why is it that me? And why would you trust me? I could have easily from the get been like, this guy's crazy. He's trying to make me, like get somebody else hurt, and it's like I could have flipped on him.
Right. Was it something you had been saying to him? You've been talking to Fredo up, or talking about some of your past?
It was too early on. All I could remember, all I could think that I would have told him is that, like, how the stuff that I was going through was Fredo as far as like relationship wise.
You'd be venting about him,
Yeah.
all the frustration you have, him not having money, him doing drugs, him.
It was a lot of things now that I think about it with the money situation. He knows that we were struggling. He knew that I, like obviously.
This bitch done it before. I'm telling you, this bitch done it before.
I think you're right.
I'm telling you, man.
No job. No, I'm saying that Sigfredo has no job. I'm having a hard time. This is why I'm picking up jobs here, there, whatever, and then working in the office.
Jobs.
But a part of that is because he knew financially, like, I'm a single mom. I've been with Sigfredo for a long time. Like, I've been with him since I was 18 years old. So it's just like, it's our relationship has taken a change since we moved back down to Miami, obviously after having 2 kids and stuff, and it was like, it got to the point where I got frustrated and that was over, but then I still kept up and I still, like, he was still in my
The
life.
key question these investigators should have asked her is, why was Charlie so confident that you could get this done? I'm telling you, man.
But I think about it all the time. It's like he has to have known way more than he's presuming. If he's trusting me enough to even think this, and then I'm relaying it to Sigfredo, obviously Sigfredo's gonna trust me, but then.
There's obviously some trust there because you did it. It happened. You didn't tell anybody. You guys thought you got away with it for a couple of years. So obviously the trust was there. The trust was built there for it. So the trust is there. Somehow there was something done to make him trust you for that. And obviously he trusted you because you did it. You didn't call the police to set him up. You didn't call to report that this guy's trying to harm somebody, trying to get me to hire someone. We've worked cases many times before where they have called, like, hey, this person's a little crazy, I think they're actually gonna do it, you might wanna get on this, and we've done it. So, there's that trust is there.
I already involved Sigfrido, like.
Yeah, but you put trust
Well,
in, you
welcome,
told
Emperor.
Charlie that you had somebody to do it, somehow you did something to make him trust you to be able to have you do this.
That's what I'm saying, I don't know why he would have trusted me, that's why I feel, do you think that he?
Cause you've done it before.
I feel like, yeah, there's gotta be something when you guys were talking about some topics you were on. Somehow, something with your connection that you guys had during you said y'all just met because y'all just started talking when he started dropping these hints. Obviously,
But he's
something
been-
in your interactions has made him want to trust you.
Okay, but him commenting that, wasn't it from the past before about him hiring like him, and wasn't that a joke, an ongoing joke he's had from before? So what, does he just go to different people at a time and ask them these things? Like that's the.
A joke could have been a tool to feel people out and see who reacted as if they might be capable.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, is the audio gone for you as well, dogs?
Yep.
I'm gonna have to fucking narrate this. This is unbelievable. Okay, a joke could have been a tool to feel people out and see who reacts as if they might be capable of following through with the murder. It could also serve the purpose of lowering suspicion of there being any sinister intent behind an offhand comment. It's a dangerous bluff, and in the end, it didn't pay off. You know? Alright, so we said this comment before the other people, all these other things. That's the conversation over time. That is helpful to us. Is she ready for? Yeah, you gotta go. You got anything specific? Just get up and let her know. Think. Talk to your attorneys. Okay. Think about what things you said, like specific time frames, and all the stuff that we don't have on recording. That's what we're wanting. Oh, believe me, I'm going to have to. That's the stuff you just need to think about. Reach your attorneys. You said some things. You have answered some questions. This hasn't been completely useless. So and some of it is, I understand the context, a lot of it, and they will do well. I mean, be like the whole time I tell you, the three of us have done a lot of these. Yeah. And there's times where I really think you're struggling just to saying it. It's just saying it, and you'll say, yeah, I was stupid. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Just to say, this is the part that I did, and this is when I did this, and it's struggling, and take time. Don't let us put it in your mouth. All right. That's all we want. I want to come straight from you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, obviously, I get that. Maybe, I don't know. You come back down here. I don't know where they're going to put you. I don't know if we're going to end up bringing you back to Tallahassee, but eventually we'll sit down again. So, again, so in this trial, like, would that be like, yeah, you're going to have to come? Like, be called again for, yeah, you would. Oh my God. Because I've always said, you know, even with my testimony, but like, how does that? Just tell the truth. Hey, I lied before. I was trying to. You saw exactly what attorneys did to Lewis. You can prove yourself or compare yourself. I kind of can't. It is, but it's going to be similar. You're going to be treated very similar to what your attorneys did to Lewis. I mean, they're going to tear you apart. That's what they're going to do with everything that you say. Important thing is that you're telling the truth. Then you won't have a problem with these questions. Does that make sense? If you're lying about something, ask somebody, you can trip up easily because you're lying about it. But if you're going to tell the truth, what really happened, your truth will stick to the testimony, and you'll be fine. And the whole thing too, it's like, you know, it's like that I have like a pot of gold. Wait, what the fuck? Pot of gold. Do you guys not? I mean, you guys have heard my conversation. You've seen comments before. Like there's no like I could have flipped on Charlie from the get go, from beginning, and it's like he's not supporting anything. Then why didn't you? Why didn't you help? Why didn't you flip on him in the beginning? Because the whole point of it too, for Sigfredo, I don't know why. Like my assumption, like I said, like I was never approached in that way. Like I never. You mean like the two for deal, something like that? I've not even like deal like that. It's just like I've never felt like I shouldn't be. It's feeling uncomfortable about it, but it's like even to be the point where it's like these are like the answers I had. Like trying to say also like not also something. So it's like kind of a reason why you didn't see it. Think I can't keep up. I can't keep up. But we got Rob Norraid. Gotta give him the clips. Gotta give him the clips, folks. So 1 sec.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Welcome in the Neurons. Welcome in. We're just about to end up on we're just about to end the case, but don't worry, we still got another case for you. So don't be too stressed on this kind of stuff. Basically, the rest of the interrogation trails off. There's no audio to it, but we're pretty like I'm at least convinced that you know this bitch has done this shit before. But I'm gonna give the summary and then we'll get into the next one. So welcome in everybody. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. Get comfy. I'm gonna come exactly. But you've got to keep your wits about you. We gotta stay logical, and more importantly, we got to make sure that we study our epistles.
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. I mean, you can. I told you that really true.
Yeah. Gotta be done, folks. Gotta be done. But anyways, in that installment of the Deductionist Files, we've dissected the calculated murder of Dan Markel, a 41-year-old Florida State University law professor and father, gunned down in his Tallahassee garage on July 18th, 2014. The plot was orchestrated by members of his ex-wife's family, driven by bitterness over their divorce and child custody arrangements. Key convicted figures include Donna Addleston, the matriarch, her son Charlie Addleston, and hired perpetrators Sigfredo Garcia, Catherine Magbunna, which was the girl that the interrogation we reviewed, and others connected through the scheme. Dan Markel's divorce from Wendy Addleston was acrimonious, with ongoing battles over relocating the children to South Florida near the wealthy Addleston family. The Addlestons allegedly viewed Markel as an obstacle. Evidence showed a murder-for-hire arrangement where payments, hundreds of thousands of dollars, flowed through family channels to intermediaries, ultimately reaching the shooters. Garcia and an accomplice carried out the hit after surveillance and planning. Pre-2014, the divorce was finalized and custody disputes intensified. In 2014, planning via communications and payments hired parties conduct reconnaissance in Tallahassee. On July 18, 2014, Markel was shot multiple times in his garage around 11 a.m. He was found by colleagues and students checking on him. He died later in hospital. Given the aftermath, the investigation focuses on the family motives, years of probes into Addleston finances and associates, and years later, Charlie Addleston convicted in 2013, Donna Addleston tried and found guilty in 2025 on first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation charges, sentenced to life, and other co-conspirators also convicted. Wendy Addleston testified but was not charged. Wendy is the one that got away with it. You know what I mean? But here's how the murder was committed. Two men in a rented vehicle followed Markel home. One approached and shot him as he exited his car in the garage. The motive was to eliminate Markel to facilitate custody goals and family control, stemming from perceived grievances and a desire for the grandchildren to be raised closer to the Addlestons. Extensive evidence included burner phones, hotel records, cash payments disguised as dental work or loans, and post-murder celebratory behaviors. Donna Addison was convicted on all counts in 2025 and sentenced to life in prison. Charlie Addison received life. The triggerman and intermediary received lengthy sentences. The case highlighted the long arm of justice in conspiracy prosecutions with massive public interest due to the family's wealth and academic prominence. It involved groundbreaking use of circumstantial evidence, family dynamics in court, and years of dogged investigation by Tallahassee police and prosecutors. Dan Markel's legacy includes advocacy for victims and legal scholarship. This saga demonstrates the power of persistent deduction, connecting distant dots across time, money, and relationship to deliver accountability. Sunny streets of Tallahassee hid a conspiracy that spanned states until evidence prevailed. Thank you for exploring with me, Teriak. Deductions Files will return momentarily as we load up the next case, which I already have got ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it. This is known as the case of the lurking predator. Now again, chat, let me paint you the picture. Let me get out my paintbrushes and paint you a vivid picture of Britain, because a lot of these are American, you know what I'm saying? This is how I know Tarek's got screws loose 2-ply mod. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? 2-ply is a fucking mod. 2-ply, Jack. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I mean? I've taken him under the wing, given him some responsibility. Average, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, Jack's gonna end up a king. He's gonna end up a king. Needs a bit of work, but he's gonna end up a king. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, Avarice, okay? We're getting there. We're getting there. You know what I'm saying? But, ladies and gentlemen, let me broach it with the next case, okay? Because this one's Britain. It's the British. So, enter the deceptive world of online anonymity intersecting with suburban safety nets in a community where trust in professionals runs deep. Picture quiet neighborhoods with school buses rumbling by, parks filled with cautious parents, and therapy offices promising healing, yet harboring calculated perdition. The air hums with the glow of screens late into the night, notifications pinging in hidden chats, while law enforcement works in the shadows to set traps for those who exploit vulnerability. This case pulls back the curtain on a 56-year-old therapist whose double life unraveled spectacularly in a meticulously orchestrated undercover operation. Place yourselves in that environment. The sterile precision of a sting operation control room, monitors displaying fabricated profiles and incriminating exchanges. The moment of arrest when the suspect's world collapses. Stark interrogation room where denials meet irrefutable evidence from digital trails and recorded interactions. Feel the outrage in the community. Parents reeling, institutions questioned, as details emerge of luring young teens under the guise of authority. Deduction here involves tracing patterns of grooming, analyzing chat logs for manipulation tactics, and witnessing how pressure in questioning exposes the gap between public persona and private monstrosity. For listeners, it's a chilling reminder of vigilance in an era where predators hide behind credentials and screens. I'm your host, Teriak here, guiding you through every layer. Things set up, the suspect's approach to victims, forensic recovery of devices, behavioral analysis during hours of interrogation, and the human stories of those targeted. This investigation highlights modern policing's blend of technology and traditional tactics, turning the hunter into the hunted. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. So, one sec. Is Avarice still talking about 2-ply in chat? It is what it is. It is what it is. An undercover operation. This is the outline of the case, by the way. An undercover operation targets a therapist suspected of luring teens. The suspect is confronted with evidence from chats and interactions. Outline covers the setup of the sting, apprehension, device searches yielding proof, extended interrogation revealing methods and mindset, supporting witnesses or victim-related timelines, and framed through investigative progression. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. So this is the perp. This is the perp right here. And he's got you there, Jack. He's got you there. It is what is. It is what is. And dogs, can you mute your mic when you're talking? Because I think there's a little bit of feedback I can hear.
Oh, is there? I'm sorry.
What's your version of events? Would you give me what you think's happened?
Corruption in this case entirely, because truth is not occurring in this room. I don't say you're lying, I'm saying truth is not occurring.
This video contains the interview of a man who has repeatedly breached the restraining orders against him. Brian Peed was a counselor working for an agency for
Bro, what a second name. You know, for a pedophile, like what a second name.
vulnerable youth. He was convicted in 2010 of offering to pay a 14-year-old girl 300 pounds for sex. However, the teen turned out to have been an undercover police officer. Peed later claimed his actions had been undertaken in the name of research. The judge presiding over the case did not buy his version of events. Peed was placed on the sex offenders register, prevented by a sexual offenses prevention order from being in contact with children, and had to attend a community sex offenders treatment program. In November 2011, Peed was convicted of harassing his daughter and granddaughter. At that time, he was issued a restraining order, preventing him from contacting them. However, he breached the order multiple times, and in 2015 was remanded in custody due to several concerns: the likelihood that he might abscond, the likelihood that he would reoffend, and the possibility that he might interfere with witnesses. The court was also concerned about Peed's past failures to obey court orders.
The time is 11:01. It's the 16th of October, 2017. We are in an interview room here at Bromley Police Station. My name is DC Stanford. I'm with the Community Safety Unit at Bexley Police Station. Our officer present is?
Nancy Burns, CSU Bexley.
Thank you. I'm interviewing. Can you give me your full name and current date of birth, please?
Yeah, Brian Peed, 12/6/53.
Thank you, Mr. Peed. Mr. Peed, I know you were cautioned at the time of arrest, but because this is a police interview, I have to caution you again now. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
That caution is you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence. If you do not mention when questioned, say to you later on in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence, okay? I know you've been interviewed before, but I have to break it down, so I'll break it down in 3 parts. I'll do with everyone.
No problem.
First part's very simple. I'm going to ask you a series of questions here today. It's your legal right whether you choose to answer them or not, okay?
Of course.
Second part, if this matter was to ever go to court, you're likely to be asked the same questions there that I'm going to ask you today. If you either choose not to answer my questions today, or any answers you give don't match any future answers you give, so basically your 2 stories don't match up, the court will allowed to draw what's called a negative inference. What that means is it can look badly upon yourself as to why you either didn't answer my questions today, or why your 2 sets of answers don't match up. Does that part make sense?
Of course, entirely.
Perfect. Third part, as I said, the interview's being recorded at the moment. We've got microphones on the wall and cameras on the ceiling that I pointed out, okay? Again, if this matter was to ever go to court, it can either be played like a DVD, so basically someone can sit and watch us, or it can be transcribed, someone can write down our conversation, it can be read out in statement format. Does that all make sense?
Of course.
Perfect, thank you, sir.
DC Stanford thoroughly explains everything that is happening to Peed. Peed is almost condescending in his replies. Distraught, Parker Bell fired a .40 caliber pistol into the floor.
Throughout your time in custody, you have the right to free and independent legal advice. Obviously, you don't have a solicitor here present at the moment. Are you happy to continue without one?
I'm not happy, but I shall continue without one.
Okay, you understand that at any point during this interview you can stop and we will get your solicitor free of charge?
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you very much.
Okay, no problems at all. Quick welfare check. Are you feeling fit and healthy today?
Very tired because I was transported down at 3 in the morning, so between 3 and 6.
Didn't sleep?
I didn't sleep at all, and so I'm still very tired, but not to worry.
Have you got any medical illnesses that will affect
No,
your
none
ability
at
to
all.
interview today?
None whatsoever.
Perfect, thank you, Mr. Peed. Right, Mr. Peed, before I ask you any questions about...
Bro, like I would say to have the sheer nutsack to start complaining about sleep and all this kind of shit in the middle of an interrogation, but for those of you that missed it, that just came in from Rob, we had probably the most audacious person on the Deductionist Files. We even took a picture of it. If you're, gentlemen, if you're ever making this pose in an interrogation video, you're guilty. You're pretty much guilty. like I said, highly recommend you go check that out. Earlier in the show, that was our first case. And dogs, you heading to bed?
Yeah, it's probably time.
Any shout outs you want to give folks before we leave?
Just no, you know what? Shout out to you. Have a great stream and keep on streaming and keep on doing your thing. As always, it's a great time. Love you in the chat, and we'll see you guys next time.
Appreciate you, dogs. Thanks for joining in. But yeah, to White Rice, he literally done the Captain Morgan pose. I was, like I said, it was just a barrel of laughs because like the dude was guilty as fuck, and I just couldn't stop laughing because it literally just cut straight to that where it's like the dude's just like somehow he managed up in that pose. Like I said, it is what it is. It speaks for itself, so to speak. And we got Abe as well saying, God bless you all and hope you're well. I hope you're well too, Presidente. You know what I'm saying? All the boys in chat, you know what I'm saying? But let's get back to this motherfucker complaining about his sleep.
Why we're here today, allow me to explain it to make sure it's clear, okay? You've been arrested for a breach of restraining order. The allegation is that on the 29th of September this year, which is Friday, on a website that's listed down as www.lambethchildabuse.org, you posted an open letter to your Member of Parliament. In that, you named several people that a restraining order issued by the Inner London Crown Court on the 14th of August 2015 prevented you from doing so, okay? Now, before I ask you about the matter, because I'm sure you've got a version of events to tell us, is it clear what we're going to discuss today?
Yes, I think you made it clear, thank you.
Perfect, thank you, Mr. Pede. Mr. Pede, the easiest way is, what's your version of events? Would you give me what you think's happened here?
Pachuan, I'm not 100% sure, but clearly because this guy's not a Muslim, that's why he's being convicted, essentially. Because if anybody knows anything about Britain, and I'm pretty sure like Rupert Lowe should be going on Joe Rogan, if not sometime this week, I think is when the episode's going to be released, maybe. But the whole Grape Gang inquiry, you know what I'm saying? But things are bad in Britain, bro. Things are bad in Britain. But at least they're persecuting the white guys, I guess.
Well, I don't really wish to make any other statement other than I wish to report officially on the record corruption in this case entirely. So I'm afraid that that is my version of events, you see. Okay. So it's not basically what you're going to want to hear, but I'm afraid that is the truth. So that is it, in effect. It's quite simple.
Okay.
There is corruption that has gone on in this case. I've been able to prove that corruption. Mm-hmm. I've informed several people, including the Home Secretary, including my Member of Parliament, including, I believe, the Director of Public Prosecutions, about corruption that occurred on that date in August 2015 that you read out. I forget the exact date.
14th.
14th, thank you. So 14th of August 2015, there was corruption in that case. I reinvestigated that case on my own because I knew the police wouldn't, and consequently I uncovered corruption. So it's quite simple, I'm afraid. That restraining order that was allegedly issued on the 14th of August 2015 is in fact bogus and has no legal weight at all, because what you'll find, sir, is that Lord Denning has gone into on the record many times that nobody, not even a Member of Parliament, can in fact keep any advantage he or she has gained through any kind of fraudulent activity. Well, you see, in this trial that you referred to, August 2015, a colleague of yours called D.C. Zia claimed that he had gone to Bexley Grammar School to pick up a card that I had allegedly sent to my two granddaughters who attend the school. Well, in June of this year, I went to Bexley Grammar School and met with the head teacher. And he said that the police have never been to that school at all in relation to my granddaughters. Of course, the police have been to that school, they go to every school, but not in relation to my granddaughters. It was completely different. So he said the whole thing is bogus. It did not happen. The card never reached the school. Well, as you can imagine, that was of great significance, because he committed perjury, because at the trial he said to the court that he had gone to the school and he had met with the school secretary and others to pick up the card. Well, either he's lying or the head teacher's lying, and I don't see any reason for the head teacher to lie. And so after my meeting with the head teacher, I sent a affidavit to him that I wrote out asking him to sign. I've not yet got that back. Of course, it could have been sent back to me, but I don't always get all of my mail. But that's another issue we don't need to discuss right now, although it is.
And like, this is the thing, a good point, Emperor, and 100% Pachun, like, get them all. I don't give a fuck, like, if they're purple. I want them all. But like, this is why I say, like, fucking, like, death penalty is the only thing for these cunts. Because they're not sorry, they're not fucking, they don't regret it and all this kind of shit. That's why, like I said, I'm pro death penalty on this shit. You know what I mean? Simple as.
Of significance. So he committed perjury. Perjury Act 1911 you'll be familiar with. And consequently, that's a fraudulent trial. And equally in 2011, the 1st of November, Bexley magistrates, 1st of November 2011, that has got corruption all over that case as well.
DC Stanford allows Pede to speak at length and make his accusations. Pede claims there is corruption involved in every case that concerns him, which may point to paranoia.
So I could go into more detail if you would like me to.
It's mainly going to be around the 2015
I thought it would be, because you see, that's how the law works, is it narrows it.
And this is the typical thing that we see in these interrogation videos, where they'll do whatever they can to avoid the elephant in the room. Like, he's trying to focus on this detail where it's like, oh, like, this is corruption. But as we just heard, the headmaster did not send back the affidavit signed. You know what I mean? And he's like, well, I have to assume. We all know about assumptions, folks. We all know about assumptions. Check out Cool Vic's last stream about assumptions. Okay? But this whole thing is he's just assuming that the headmaster, like, told him the truth and all this kind of shit. I wouldn't tell this fucker nothing. Give him a couple of fucking slaps.
Down to try to find you guilty, not to actually find you innocent. So you see, the 2015 case was built on the 2011 case. Well, I'll have to refer to Denning again, I'm afraid. You cannot build something on nothing. So the 2011 case was wrong, was rotten to the core. If you're going to build a case 2015 on that, that's also rotten to the core. And then, to wit, DC Zia has in fact committed perjury.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions in more depth in a second, but so just so I get your explanation correct, what you're telling me is, as far as you're concerned, the court case that issued that restraining order didn't have the power to issue it to you.
Correct, it can't do. And I've checked this out with my MP, who's also a barrister in QC. And we've discussed this at great length. And on the 27th of January this year, this would be 2017, 27th of January, at the Knights Hill Hotel in a constituency meeting with an investigative author there present, Mr. Bellingham, Sir Henry Bellingham, my MP and barrister, said to me, it is clear that you cannot be guilty of any of the convictions against you, and any solicitor would be able to see that straight away, And he also referred to my unlawful dismissal at Lambeth when I was a head teacher there.
Yeah.
And he said, you know about that.
Yeah, I
You read
reading
up.
both your websites this morning, actually.
Ah, okay. Well, consequently, he also referred to my dismissal at Lambeth as being unlawful, which it clearly was. And that's it, really, sir. Did you say DC Stanford?
STANFORD, yeah.
Much obliged, thank you. So DC Stanford, that's it, really. That's all I really have to say on the matter. Because it's very serious, as you will appreciate, when I have to inform a police colleague that one of his, in your case, one of his colleagues has committed perjury. And it's demonstrable perjury. It's not me saying it. All we have to do is go along and interview the head teacher, and he'll say, yes, the police never came to my school. Those girls have never received the card that was allegedly sent to their school, etc., etc., etc.
Okay, so...
And yeah, just to point out real quick, this is why I keep trying to point out British people, English people don't even speak their own fucking language properly. You know what I mean? Irish people speak better English than English people. Right? And again, like right off the bat, it's this whole kind of thing of like, oh well, like I apparently have the headmaster saying that they didn't receive the card, but they won't sign an affidavit, and we're believing them, but the police and all this kind of shit, like they all have to be corrupt. You know what I mean? It's this whole thing of like trying to fucking nitpick over something like over here or whatever the fuck. But the whole elephant in the room is, why the fuck was there a restraining order that you couldn't send your granddaughters a card anyways in the first place? See how easy this fucking nonsense falls apart?
As I said, as far as you're concerned, the 14th of August 2015, the court case in London Crown, as far as you're concerned, had no legal backing to it. So I'll make assumptions, I don't always like doing it, but can I assume that means, as far as you're concerned, that restraining order isn't valid?
Yes, I've spoken many times with, again, my MP on this matter, and he's agreed that the restraining order has no validity in law.
Okay. A couple of questions I have to ask, and please don't think I'm doing it to frustrate your wife too, for obviously you want to. Were you aware of the conditions, whether you agree with the order or not, were you aware of the conditions of that restraining order issued on the 14th of August 2015? Were you ever served a copy?
I think at this point I'll take my legal advice and say that I'll make no comment.
Okay, no problem. Hope you
I took the legal advice from myself. You understand what I'm saying?
No, and I hope you understand. I've still got to ask you a few questions, but if that's...
No, I understand completely.
So just to re-ask that question to make sure it's clear for the listener, were you ever made aware of the conditions of the restraining order from the 14th of August 2015?
No comment, sir.
Can I just check that I did have a good read of it this morning, along with both the websites actually. On the, I don't want to make mistakes, let me show if it's right. So I had a look at the www.lambethchildabuse.org website.
Right.
And on it, dated Friday the 29th of September 2017, there is a article under the latest news heading that's listed down. Brian Peed hand delivers letter to MP Henry Bellingham. And I've had a good read. I'm not going to read it all out because, as you can see, it's quite a long letter.
Right.
Can I just ask, were you the author of this letter?
So, are you asking me if I wrote a letter to my MP?
Yes. The actual article on the website, is that your letter? It is signed from Brian Peed, but I want to ask, is that the letter that you wrote? Were you the author of that letter, or did someone write it on your behalf?
The letter itself I wrote.
You did? So
of course.
So the one that starts, Dear Sir Henry, an open letter. I trust that you are well. And it goes, so you were the author of that letter?
I wrote to my MP, for sure. I'm always writing to my MP.
Yes, I found a couple of letters like that. Just out of interest, it says it's an open letter. Was it only published on that website? Did you actually post him, or say hand deliver even, did you actually hand deliver him the letter as well?
Yes, it was hand delivered to his house.
To his house. Okay, was it by yourself?
Oh yeah, by me.
Superb. And was that before or after September the 29th? Did it go on the website first, or did you hand deliver it first?
I do believe it must have been given to him first, because I wouldn't then have been able to say it was hand delivered.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to read out. These are the conditions placed upon it's called a protection from harassment order, but a restraining order. It's dated down, issued by the Inner London Crown Court on 14th April 2015, so this one here. Now, please don't get me wrong, I appreciate you're saying that the restraining order is invalid, but I hope you appreciate I've got to read the conditions out. It's got two conditions down on it. It says you're not to contact directly or indirectly Paul, Sorrel, Emily, Lauren and Joseph Birch, or go to Melville Road, Sidcup, Kent, or publishing or arranging to have published by another person, whether on the internet or on paper, whether true or untrue, any information referring to Paul, Sorrel, Emily, Lauren and Joseph Birch. Okay. I know I've asked, but I will double check. Were you ever served with those conditions that you remember?
Again, no comment.
No problems. Okay. Have you got the original of these? Sorry, it's just purely I highlighted something. Thank you. I'm just going into the letter, which is a direct print off the website. And I make note, there's a couple of referrals. I'll read one paragraph out. As we have discussed, for the Bexley Magistrates Court to determine according to law in this case, my daughter Sorrel Birch and elder granddaughter Emily Birch. Do you remember writing that part?
Well, I will clearly have mentioned my daughter and grandchildren, of course, but I don't know the context of what the rest of that sentence was. That was an incomplete sentence.
Do apologise, I'll read the rest. I'll read the rest.
I don't feel you have to, don't worry.
No, it's not a problem. Okay, so let me read the whole paragraph again. So, as we have discussed, for the Bexley Magistrates Court to determine according to law in this case, my daughter Sorrel Birch and elder granddaughter Emily Birch would have had to made complaints to the police. They would have had to have investigated the complaint. My family members would have had to have made, official statements, and they would have had to have appeared at court against me. Since none of these ordinary and lawful procedures took place, Bexley Magistrates Court could not have determined according to law. Okay, that's a paragraph that's included in. I'll go a bit further along. I'm not going to read these out all the way because I don't need to, but there's further referrals to Emily. Obviously, there's a paragraph here that's quite heavily covered by Emily because it discusses the letter at the school and DC's and things like that.
Okay.
And obviously, it's referral to Sorrel as well as mother.
Okay.
Now, so much paper, too many hands. Obviously, in my view, and this is solely my view, based on the evidence I have in front of me, it appears to me that you have breached the conditions of the restraining order because you published on the internet documentation that refers to people that, according to the Inner London Crown Court restraining order, you were not allowed to. Would you agree or disagree with me on that?
Well, I would disagree for two reasons.
Yeah, go.
One reason is I never said I published anything on the internet. I said I authored a letter which I delivered to my MP. Secondly, I'm absolutely concerned, really seriously concerned, that a detective constable in a metropolitan police force can be told of perjury in a case in which a bogus restraining, I say bogus, you will disagree, in which a bogus restraining order is issued. For me, you see, I'm old school. I'm 64 now.
Pete continues to insist that there is no validity to the restraining order and that the accusations against him are a result of corruption.
I'm very old school, and consequently, being old school, if a member of the public tells me that in a trial a policeman has committed perjury, alarm bells should be ringing. And therefore, any assumptions you therefore make, like you just have, that you've read this, there's a piece of paper that says there's an order, oh, you must be guilty, that's dangerous, dangerous thinking. That's Orwellian, dystopian society we live in, right? You may not understand what I'm saying.
Fucking hell, man. Like, this whole thing that they do. It's like this is how we know, like, all this, like, these leftists, the LGBT bullshit and all this kind of stuff. It's like, it's all PDF shit, man. Because it's the same exact fucking, like, try to nitpick and say, well, it's a bogus thing and all this kind of shit. It's like, bro, you just clearly admitted that you broke it regardless. These motherfuckers, man. Holy shit. That's how you know this motherfucker's guilty. Like, not just off, like, the breaching the order, but, like, even just guilty of, like, why there had to be an order in the first place. Because you be fucking beating the drum and all this kind of shit, like, saying that, like, this never happened, this never happened, this never happened. You wouldn't be, like, trying to do this whole, well, technically. Holy fuck, dude. We need to make the death penalty great again.
Your focus, to me, should have been, oh, let's stop there. Let's explore your claim, which I said was official complaint. I specifically used those words for the tape. My official complaint is against DCZIA of perjury against the 1911 Perjury Act. I've then given you other evidence from Stephen Elphick, the head teacher of Bexley Grammar School, who confirmed, yes, indeed, the police had never been to his school. And yet here we are now, and there's no disrespect to you, I've got to say what I've got to say. I never bring personalities into it. So here we are now, I'm sitting here, and I've got two people against me, so I'm already outnumbered. I know all that issue about I could have somebody, don't worry about that. And here you are pursuing a line of questioning which is so narrow as to be, I argue, unlawful in itself. Because I've already thrown a spanner in the works to your reasoning that there is a letter I sent to my MP, you've got an internet post, and you've got a piece of paper that says it's a restraining order. You put 1 + 1 + 1 equals guilty. Well, I'm afraid real life isn't like that. And if it's a paper exercise that the police want to do yet again to find me guilty, that's fine. You know, no problem.
Your audacity.
You say you've been on my two websites. Was the other website justiceforbrianp.com? And did you read on there, did you see on there a copy of my latest book that I'm in production of writing, which is called Blueprint for Abuse and State-Controlled Child Abuse?
No, I think I got as far as 10 weeks, 12 prisons.
10 prisons, 12 weeks.
Oh, way round, sorry.
Never mind.
It's one of those way round. I remember the numbers.
No, but it's very good, thank you. So yes, so I'm going to say to you, DC Stanford, that with the greatest respect, you have a job to do, and you're a paid civil servant, in effect, public servant. I understand that, not a problem. You got bills to pay, mortgage, perhaps wife and kids, I don't know. Doesn't matter. The thing is, I don't really want to engage in this interview any further based on the fact that I have given you demonstrable corruption and perjury and that, and you haven't. Because you see, you mentioned the date of the 23rd of September 2011.
I haven't.
Well, I have. You mentioned Emily. So I'm giving you the date of the 23rd of September 2011 when I was arrested, having written letters to the Home Secretary, etc. And my beloved Emily, who was only 12 years old, was used as a decoy to have me arrested and put me in Belmarsh, right? And they thought they were doing a clever thing by saying she was a witness in a trial. She's never been a witness in any trial. So that needs to be sorted. What I'm hearing today is fills me with dread, because truth is not occurring in this room. I don't say you're lying. I'm saying truth is not occurring because you're trying to put together a false proposition based on false documents. Well, anyone can do that. Anyone can make any proposition I like. You know, I could call you a murderer, write some pieces of paper that proves you're a murderer. To make you a murderer, it's false proposition. So at the end of the day, sir, I'm afraid that needs to be investigated, why Emily was used as a decoy.
Although Pete is able to articulate his points rather well, he skates around the fact that both his daughter and granddaughter uphold the accusations against him, and they have no reason to lie.
And furthermore, like this whole thing of like the decoy, the police put in a decoy and there was like messages exchanged, wanted to meet up with a bunch of fucking kids. So any cunts you see that do this type, this is why we do this. I know some of the cases are vomit inducing, because there's some sick motherfuckers out there. There's truly evil people out there. But this is one of the tactics that they do. And you can use this in debate. You've seen it plenty of times from Rob, from Andrew, from all the boys, where they go against these lefties and they're trying to nitpick on this completely irrelevant fucking thing when they won't actually engage in the actual discussion. Same thing with these motherfuckers. And you can even use this in your relationship as well. You know what I mean? We've done plenty of ones where it's like abusive partners and all this kind of stuff. And how they do is like they'll nitpick over something minor, completely unfucking related to it. You know what I mean? And you're kind of going, bro, there's a fucking elephant in the room. Why won't you address the elephant? Because they know they're wrong. They know they're fucking wrong. Absolute evil pieces of shit.
And it also needs to be investigated why, when I went to Teapot Island in Maidstone in March of this year, and then 3 or 4 days later I wrote to the Commissioner, Commissioner Dick. I'd gone to Teapot Island to give my in-laws, my daughter's in-laws, all information about my innocence, including a letter from Sir Henry Bellingham saying Brian Peed is innocent and a victim of a number of miscarriages of justice. I gave that to my son-in-law's parents. 3 days later, I wrote to Commissioner Dick. 2 to 3 days after that, I get arrested. And another bogus charge. To be honest with you, the rule of law doesn't really apply in this country anymore, certainly not to me. I cannot get a fair trial, because if I told you everything about this case, you wouldn't believe me. But I tell you that we're in Bromley for a reason, because the woman who was head of Lambeth, Phyllis Dunipace, OBE, who ratified my unlawful dismissal, is a co-director of a company, of a magistrate in Bromley called Daphne Wickham. Look it up on the internet, Company's House, you will.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid to say, DC Stamford, that I'm not in this room here today anything to do with a breach of a restraining order. I'm in here only to do with the fact that I and if you want to call it this way, I'm an author of books related to child abuse. For my own personal reasons, I was abused as a child in a children's home. I got away with it lightly compared with my brother, who was 8 or 9 and was buggered regularly by police officers and everything else, right? So that's my motivation, right? So I will expose.
And there's a huge thing of like PDFs are typically people that were like had PDF, not all of them, but like there's a huge portion of them that they were like abused and all this kind of shit, and it's basically like a never-ending fucking cycle. Why, like I said, it sounds harsh, it sounds cruel or whatever. Don't give a fuck. Death penalty, make death penalty great again. You know what I mean? Cass is saying, what the fuck does that mean? Okay, let me spell it out for you, like very plain and simple, right? Let's say you're with a chick. Or maybe in your case, Picasso, you're with your boyfriend, right? And you get up in the morning and typically, let's say your ritual is that you always say like, good morning, sweetie, or I love you, or whatever the fuck, right? You go off your fucking a walk or whatever the fuck, right? And then you come back and they fucking key your car, smashed your fucking the windows, stabbed the tires and all this kind of shit. And then when you get home, they hit you with a brick, right? And you tried to sit them down and say, listen, what the fuck's going on? What the fuck, right? And they basically do, well, you didn't tell me you loved me this morning, so I done all this kind of shit because you basically told me that you didn't love me. And it's a huge problem. I'm not feeling loved in this relationship. It's I give you so much, and they do this whole fucking spiel and this whole speech and all this kind of shit where because you didn't tell them you loved them, they took it that you didn't actually love them, all this kind of shit, right? That's what we're talking about here. This dude has done all this fucking crazy shit, and now he's trying to make out that he's the victim, that he's been wronged, based on some bullshit technicality that isn't even there to begin with, right? Side note, I'm not sure if carnivore includes chicken or not. This guy, this motherfucker. Chat, boo this man, boo Picasso, boo this man.
Boo this man!
It is what it is. I'm not gay. I don't know, man. That previous comment. I'm just saying.
Everything I can to my dying breath about organised abuse. And if you've been on my website, you'll see another book there, not written by me, written by a journalist in Ireland called Bruce Arnold, and he wrote about all the schools and homes in Ireland. He called it the Irish Gulag. Gulag is a word for prison, right? Yes. And so consequently, Mr. Stanford, I'm afraid to say, I've trod on some very powerful toes, which is why I'm here. You are just being used as a pawn, and your colleague next to you is also being used as a pawn. You may not see that, I don't expect you will, but there's a much, much bigger backstory to this than you realise. And I've now got that on the tape, and that'll do me.
Okay. There's no need for me to drag this out, I don't need to, but there's just a couple of questions I want to ask you. Obviously, it's whether you choose to answer them is not a problem. So obviously, we've said that you wrote that letter. That one's not up for dispute. You did raise a point, which I'm going to ask you directly about now. Were you the person who posted that article on the website?
I'm not prepared to say, no comment.
Okay, no problems. Are you one of the admins for that website? Do you have editorial control?
Again, no comment.
Okay. Does anyone else have editorial control?
No comment.
Okay. Does anyone else post either under their own name or under your name?
No comment.
Okay. Are you aware of everything that's placed upon that website?
Well, of course not, because you know, how do I know something's not being put on there right now while I'm in this room with you? So I can't be always aware, can I? It's impossible.
No,
that's the nature of a website.
I noticed there is a comment section.
Oh my
Obviously, that can be accessed by any member of the public. But the actual main content, these letters, is there anyone else that has access to post other than yourself?
Yes.
Okay. But are you aware of all the main posts? Not the comments, I wouldn't expect you to be aware of that, but the actual posts that go on the website, are you aware of everything that goes up?
I'm aware of the ones I write, of course.
Okay, so you're aware that this letter went up onto the website on the 29th of September?
Well, it's on there, isn't it? You've seen it. It's there on the internet.
Okay. What sort of internet access do you have? Do you work from a home office?
No, I don't have the internet at home. I don't want it at home.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be very specific. I know you've answered them, but I'm going to be specific to the point. Whether you agree with it or not, were you aware of the restraining order issued by in London Crown Court on 14th August 2015?
I'm not going to answer that question, Mr. Stanford, based on the fact that it's quite clear where this is going. It's quite clear that you want to incriminate me in a breach of a restraining order so that A, I can be imprisoned, and B, that the authorities, as they like to call themselves, though they have no authority over me, I'm quite capable of managing my own life, I'm sure you can, that the authorities like to pretend that there is a restraining order in place.
After refusing to comment on a string of questions, Pede can't quite resist being condescending to D.C. Stanford by telling him he knows exactly what the police are trying to do to him. He makes it sound like quite a grandiose scheme rather than just a simple matter of breaching a restraining order.
Right? And also what fills me with dread is you actually said that you read out the piece that neither my daughter nor granddaughter Emily had ever given evidence against me on the 1st of November 2011 at the Bexley Magistrates Court. And never made a complaint to the police, never made a witness statement, never turned up in court. Well, again, that should fill you with dread, actually. You should be saying to yourselves...
And again, like this whole thing of the DC, the detective, was just reading his letter back to him. You see what I'm saying? These absolute cunts. This is why the only thing, just give him the fucking death penalty. As Emperor of Cats would say, my dying breath for the war, mate. Oi, mate, you got a license for that, mate? Holy fuck, they can't even speak their own fucking language, man. That's how bad fucking Britain is at this stage. They can't even speak their own fucking language. Shantae's even taking shots at the narrator. Fuck the narrator too. You know?
Or even saying to me, well, hang on a minute, how can that even possibly happen? Because it's against the rule of law. But I don't hear these things from you guys anymore, you see. When I went to see Detective Chief Inspector Clive Driscoll, he's on the website. Yeah. He was a former child protection officer for Lambeth. He told me, of course you can't be guilty. Of course you can't be guilty of any sexual offence. You cannot be guilty of the criminal damage, of impersonating a barrister, which they've done before, all sorts of nonsense. And of course harassment of my own family. Can't be guilty, he said. So how does a Detective Chief Inspector, how does an MP and a QC tell me you can't possibly be guilty, and then I find that I have two guys in here doing everything they can to try and find me guilty? You see, that only says to me, Mr. Stanford, sorry to, I saw you going to interject, but that only says to me that the government, call it whoever you like, is still pursuing this course of conduct against me. And when I met DCI Driscoll 2015, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, because it was March, he said to me, I can tell you, because I've now left the Met, I can tell you that the Met is persecuting you. His word, not mine. You are flagged up, he says, as a very dangerous man. Not because of anything you've done, because of what you write about. Well,
and like this is the thing as well. It's like this whole perpetual victimhood. He's always a victim. I'd make this cunt break. Like he's a perpetual victim, so then he wants to victimize someone else, so he'll feel less shit about himself. You know. And again, Shantae, again, fucking taking shots at the narrator. It is what it is. I'd take more shots at the dude that can't even speak his own fucking language. You know what I mean? Probably Picasso. Probably. Not gonna lie. We need more yak narrative. Exactly, comrade. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And now a guy like this, he never shuts the fuck up and everything's a conspiracy. Talking about me, Shantae? Talking about me? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Even my own chat roasts me. But the chat that roasts you keeps your ego honest. You know? So I appreciate it.
Well, I'm afraid, sir, that if that's the society we live in today, where you can be dangerous because you're exposing corruption and child abuse at the highest levels, well, I think that's a very sad state of affairs, quite frankly.
Okay. Two last questions, then I'm completely done. Again, I know I've asked them both before, but so I'm very specific. Are you aware of the conditions upon that order?
Again, no comment.
Okay. And in your view, and this isn't in your view, there's no trick to this one. In your view, are you guilty of breaching a restraining order?
Absolutely not.
Perfect. Sorry, please.
I'm sorry when you. Sorry.
Oh no, I'll deal with that later on.
I'm just sorry. When the lady, I forget your name, was it Mrs. Burns?
No, it's DC Burns.
DC Burns. Can you say what your role was, please? Because I didn't catch it. I'm slightly hard of hearing sometimes.
Co-interview.
But I thought you gave a role within the.
Oh, I'm a DC in CSG at Bexley.
It's the community safety unit, just our department.
Just to clarify, Halford, we spell it differently. Titanium, magnesium, aluminium, aluminum. Get the fuck out of here, Halford. Get the fuck out of here. Aluminum. Motherfucker. Unbelievable. Put an I after that N. Put a fucking I after that N, Halford. Unbelievable. We haven't tarred and feathered Teriak yet, so we must like him or we don't have enough tar. Well, what's the first three letters of my name? You know what I'm saying? I'm a Teriak. What do you mean? What do you mean we don't have enough tar? I'm already tarry with all this tar. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He even has one of those hard hats with the straws, has it filled with water and walks around the plastic gallon full. What the fuck? Unbelievable. Put an I after the N. You motherfuckers can't even spell. And also color. Why the fuck did you take you out of the word color? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Why the yum? It's IUM. That's why we pronounce it differently. Because you guys just fucking get lazy, I guess, and just say, we don't need that letter in there. We don't need that U. We don't need that I. Unbelievable. He said flagged up. That means something way, way different in the USA. Hey, this is what it is. This dude's a fucking nonce. Let's be real. Let's be real. You know? Because we're not retarded.
It's like watching a bunch of retards trying to fuck a doorknob out there.
I love you guys. I love you guys. It is what it is. The yum is kind of gay. What, titanium? What are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? Was it titanium? Magnesium? Unbelievable. What do we want here? Fuck the metric system too. We make our own shit. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Lazy, yeah, right. They overcomplicate everything we pronounce. Jewelry, just saying. What the fuck's going on? Chat is just descending to pure chaos.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
How did jewelry get mentioned? No, you said it right. Aluminium is the only different one. Yeah, you go aluminum because you took out the I. You know? Welcome in, Indica. Welcome in. To be fair, English came from Latin, so I bet they feel the same way you do. English is Germanic, bruh. And then, to be fair, the English just start robbing words of everybody. Like, restaurant is a French word. And the English was like, yeah, it's ours now. You know? Halfwood with the letter 1. What is going on with chat? I'm actually scared.
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
I'm just confused at this stage, copycat. I'm just confused. You know? It all comes from unbelievable. Unbelievable. Same with kindergarten. Exactly. Exactly. Fuck restaurant. I got beef with that word. Alright, we're just gonna close off the video, folks. We only got a couple of minutes left. Okay? Chat, please just keep it coherent. Keep it coherent. I still don't know what the fuck Halfwood's talking about with one. You know? Seriously, Halfwood, get your shit together, bro.
Thank you.
Basically, to allow me to talk to you and not be writing down all the
Oh,
time.
no, I get that. I get that. I just wanted to get that for.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Thank you.
question.
Yeah.
Mr. Pete, before I conclude this interview, is there anything I've said that's not clear that you want me to repeat?
No, I think you've been clear enough, but I'm going to have to repeat myself that I find this a very disturbing interview from the point of view that I've now given you several problems around this case, because another one, of course, is a commander of Lewisham, Kate Halpin.
Can I just hold you for just 1 second? I'm aware of the allegations you're making against the Chief Superintendent, DCG, and things like that. My understanding is all of these complaints have already been made. You've obviously already made them to your own.
They've never been investigated.
But you've already made them.
They've never been investigated.
Okay, what I'm saying though is if you've already made the complaint.
They've never been officially made to the police.
Seeing that there will be no real progress in this interview, DC Stanford brings it to a close.
You made them to the MP.
Yeah, well, what's he going to do with them?
But the MP
He's
then
an
referred you
MP.
straight to the police.
Well, you'd think so. He's never given me any indication he's done that. Nothing in writing, nothing verbally. So there's an issue there.
Brian Peed was found guilty on all 3 counts of breaching a restraining order.
AKA a fucking nonce. A fucking nonce. I can't spell restaurants. Shante says I can only spell it because of autocorrect. Also because Shante is actually secretly French. Just saying. I'm just saying. Only metric system I know. The only metric system I know is 9mm, boy. You watch your leprechaun mouth, boy. You're talking to an American. One, so real. So real. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Don't know why Teriak knows English is mostly Germanic. What do you got against the Germans? What have we got against the Germans, ladies and gentlemen? I have mine turned off, obviously. Hey, Castle's living life on hard mode. Gotta appreciate it. You gotta appreciate it. I lost the spelling bee because of it, so I got lifelong beef. Hey, it is what it is. Beef is the best food you can eat. Embrace the beef, Shante. Embrace the beef, you know? Especially with Jack. Guys, it says, what about 40mm? There are other rounds. I thought I threw that out there to aggravate people. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, now the cops get bored. Well, like, what the fuck are you going to do with these cunts? The fuck are you going to do with these cunts, honestly? You know what I mean? They know they're wrong, but they're just going to do all this shit to obfuscate around from the main point. Dude's a fucking nuts, you know? Some autocorrect shit from Shante. Well done. Them damn restraining orders. I would have got away with it too. It wasn't for the restraining order. Hey, it is what it is. Oh, the interview is disturbing. Yeah, like I said, I didn't know what way it was gonna pan out, but given the other fucking cases we've had, not that disturbing. But clearly the dude's a fucking nonce. You know? I was saying I knew she was French. Fucking knew it. Oh, that's what I saw here. That's what we say, y'all here in the South easier. Hey, what can I say, man? What can I say? I'm good with the accents, you know? Yeah, and you said something about not liking the French. Why you keep putting that on me? Hey. I said you're secretly French, you know? You're like one of them Canadian French or something. You know what I mean? What did the Germans ever do to anyone? Exactly. That 10mm socket that hides from you. My 10mm is always lost. I've been eating a shit ton of noodles. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the information. Don't know what I'm going to do with it, but thank you for the information, Picasso. The only rounds we got around here are drinks. Yep. Unfortunately. They took our guns. Took our guns. Getting stray rounds at this point. It is what it is, Jack. It is what it is. It is what it is. I have a magnet socket holder. I ain't playing. I eat a shit ton of potatoes. Like, this is why I only do 6 hours. I only do 6-hour streams, because anytime we do more than 6 hours, y'all motherfuckers, I don't know what the fuck happens. It's like Bermuda Triangle or some shit like that, you know what I mean? And then, like, Jack's crying because he's, you know? I'm not even in the same room when I get hit, you know? Leave Jack alone, okay? Fuck you, don't read my chats then. It is what it is. It is what it is, folks, you know? But there is a controversial thing, Chantal.
Or, here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
Too much? Too much? Let me know. Let me know. I'm trying to read chat so we can, you know, like, end it off. You know what I mean? But you guys, chat is on fire. Chat has been on fire tonight. You know? He gets pissed when you talk about carbs. That's worse. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. French make the best white flags. I agree. I agree. Welcome in, Ivan. Welcome in. We're on the final stretch. We're on the final stretch. I'm just chatting with chat, so to speak, you know. Suspiciously French. Just saying. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Do 10mm actually exist? I'm not sure. Maybe there's some badass motherfucker that made them, but why would you make a 10mm when 9mm does the job? You know what I mean? Welcome in, Ivan. It is what it is. It is what it is. Panch, I know that's why he says that. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Ah, yeah, there it is, 10mm. But nobody can find them. It is what it is. Not us, it's you, Teriak. Well, like, what do you mean? It's I keep trying to tell y'all.
Here's the thing.
Fine. Listen,
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
I'm kind of retarded. My mom took Tylenol. You know what I mean? We don't want to go home. Don't worry, I got somewhere to send you. Read all those. Fuck you. I did. I fucking did. What the fuck? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, and just as well, now that we're here, we're closing out the show and all this stuff. What better way than to show you guys, like, Shante, she might be again, it's not proved, right? It's still a might be, allegedly secretly French. But Shante actually done an owl audition to be a voice actor or actress, I guess you could call it, Shante. This was her audition.
Hi, I'm Felicity. I'm 22 years old, and I'm reading for the role of narrator in Princess Party. Just let me know when I can start. Okay.
Petunia Tabernacle emerged from the castle with a young frog. She took the frog and kissed him squarely on the lips. When she kissed the frog, he turned into a prince.
Felicity, could you do it a little bit more feminine, a little softer? I'm so sorry, just the note said that the narrator was wise beyond her years. Okay, no problem, I hear you.
What do we think about Shantae's audition? I think she done pretty well. I'm not gonna lie. I think she done pretty well. You know. Hey, Halfbud, Teriak, you said it. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Like I said, the mom talks Tylenol. You know. Not in my sets. I see it once, never again. I feel you. I feel you, Indica. Why you call him Ivan? It's Iwan. Let me know. Ivan, is it Ivan or is it Iwan? I'm pretty sure it's Ivan. 10mm is stronger, but he's talking about sockets. Hey, it is what it is. Tad bit. Hey, what can I say? Totally Teriak. If the 10mm thing went over the head. That's what I keep trying to tell you. My mom took Tylenol. I got the tisms, you know? For realsies. That's why we got the meme. Mom took Tylenols, you know? True story. Hey, it is what it is. And shout out to Alpha for the $1. Appreciate you very kindly, folks. And again, shout out to you all. 246. 246 today. Absolutely blew the Dono bar off the map, I guess, you know? Shout out to you all. Thank you very kindly. You read one. Read one what? See why I like her? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Half foot again with the one. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. She's spicy for French chick. Anyways. Welcome in, Jay Kim. Welcome in. We're about to close off. Like I said, I still need to do catch up with chat. You guys just keep talking about like random shit. It is what it is. That's Shante. Talk to the hand. All of you. All of you. Shante's got beef with all yous. Okay? Damn. You know? You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Or you can't stay her. It is what it is. It's spelled Iwan. I'm staying here. Iwan, but I don't mind. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I apologize. Don't apologize to Shante, though. I just apologize to Iwan, you know? Fake news. Fake news, Shante. Fake news. I never heard it, never seen it, never done it. Also, shout out to Jack of Blades for the gifted membership. Congratulations to Sprink L777, aka Shandy. Congratulations, you have Jack of Blades to thank for that one, or Two Ply, as he's known on the streets. Appreciate you kindly, Jack. Read one, YLU idiot. Appreciate you, Shante. Thank you very kindly. Shante, your audio audition was great, I promise. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. You know, I think Shante should go back to blonde. I don't even know if Shante was blonde, you know. We are all right, everyone. We got to extend for another 6 hours. It's just going to descend into pure chaos, you know. Thank you, Panach. I am blonde. How you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. What video? Duh. Hey, it is what it is. I actually am. Unbelievable. Little bit of lore. You know what I'm saying? Salute to you, Macau. Thank you very kindly. We got Kieran. I'm gone home. I'm going home. It is what it is. We got Jack with the $1 coming in for the beautiful, the amazing premium meme. I can barely think that like that's how much the chat's done to me. But with that, we'll give him a good one. We'll give him a good one, Jack.
You know, there's a Bible verse I think about sometimes. Many times. It goes, then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, whom shall I send? And who will go for us? And I said, here am I. Send me.
We got the memes, but then we also got the serious shit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta hit him with a good one before you go. Appreciate you very kindly, Jack. 250 USA, baby. Shante as well saying good night, chat. Fuck Teriak though. Send me, Shante. Send me. But anyways, like I said, let me wrap up before we go. The case resulted in the arrest and likely conviction of the 56-year-old therapist on charges related to the attempted to lure and harm minors. The undercover sting operation overwhelmingly, the undercover sting provided overwhelming evidence with the full interrogation exposing grooming techniques and intent. Sentencing revealed the severity typically involved lengthy prison terms and sexual offense registration. A professional... I can't even read anymore. That's how fucked my mind is. A professional exploited his position to target vulnerable teens online, stopping by proactive law enforcement. Online activity escalates. Sting initiated with decoys, meetings arranged, arrest upon arrival, interrogation, and charging. Through digital grooming, manipulation, and attempts to arrange physical encounters thwarted by the operation, and the therapist was guilty, driven by predatory impulses, masked by his influence, seeking power and gratification. Guilty findings on relevant charges with significant incarceration. Hey, we end with a good story, you know? This file underscores the critical role of undercover work in preceding the innocent and the power of evidence to dismantle facades. Deductive vigilance saves lives. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen. My brain is fucked. Ladies and gentlemen. It is what it is. But appreciate you all stopping by. We're going to be going into our boy Emmett. So make sure you give him a like, give him a sub, give him all the good shit. Before we go, appreciate you all. Y'all kill the donor bar 100%. Have a good one. Be well. Do not do that, Clayton. Hey, wait, what? It is what it is. It is what it is. I can barely read. Nighttime, everyone. Like I said, I'm fucking well over my sleep time. I really need to fucking sleep. Have a good one. He's trying. He's learning. Don't bully him. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I have a good one, Indica. Appreciate you all stopping by. You know, like I said, it's pretty late. Especially for myself. Have a good one. Appreciate you all. Have a good one. And like I said, we end the show every single time with the exact same things. For all the Americans out there. I know I'm a leprechaun, but I'm simply asking you not to trust me. Trust the president. Trust your president, Donald Trump. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you motherfuckers again for another episode of the Deductionist File. I'll take it easy, boy.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.